Chapter 1611. Swoosh. When Huangfu Qingtian tried to grab Lin Feng's body quickly disappeared. Huangfu Qingtian's grab caught nothing but air. Lin Feng then appeared behind Huangfu Qingtian. His natal treasure, the primal chaos ancient lamp, flew out and entered Huangfu Qingtian's mind. Lin Feng's final move was a soul attack. The soul was the core of all living things. If the soul was destroyed, the cultivator would die without a burial place. After Huangfu Qingtian transformed into the Pangu giant, his battle prowess was too heaven-defying. He wanted to turn the tables and defeat Huangfu Qingtian. There was only one possibility. He had to destroy Huangfu Qingtian's soul. The primal chaos ancient lamp emitted a powerful aura and flew quickly in Huangfu Qingtian's mind, searching for his soul. "You want to destroy my soul? How ridiculous!" Huangfu Qingtian sneered. "Since your soul has entered my mind, don't even think about leaving. I'll destroy your soul completely and let you die." After Huangfu Qingtian finished speaking, the space where the god's arena was located seemed to have fallen into stillness. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian stood motionless. This is because the two of them were having a soul battle. The most dangerous part of a battle between cultivators was actually a soul battle. If they used divine abilities to fight, they would only injure their bodies. However, if they were careless in a soul battle, their souls would be destroyed. At that time, their souls would be annihilated. "Why are the two of them not moving?" some cultivators murmured. "It's a soul battle. The lamp just now should be Lin Feng's natal treasure. It probably carried Lin Feng's soul into Huangfu Qingtian's mind. Lin Feng is going to have a final battle with Huangfu Qingtian," a godly state expert explained. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. A soul battle was usually left as a last resort. It would only be used as a last resort. Now, Lin Feng had launched a soul attack. Obviously, everyone knew. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian were going to have a life and death battle. Everyone looked at the god's arena nervously, waiting for the result of the soul battle between Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian. In Huangfu Qingtian's mind, endless divine light surged out. An ancient bell flew out. "This is my personal treasure, the bell of heaven and earth. You want to use it to attack my soul? You're dreaming," said Yi Futian. A cold voice came from the small bell. It was Huangfu Qingtian's soul. Hum. The primal chaos ancient lamp flew out. At that moment, Lin Feng had no room to retreat. Huangfu Qingtian would not to die in this battle. Lin Feng was the one who would die. Humph. Huangfu Qingtian's soul snorted and drove the supreme bell of heaven and earth toward the ancient lamp of chaos. Clang. Clang. Every collision. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking. This kind of power was Tus. The two treasures were very powerful. Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp was forged with primal chaos ancestral qi as the foundation and integrated with primal chaos ancestral qi. Huangfu Qingtian's bell of heaven and earth was also extraordinary. It was made of the same material as the sky-shaking stele. Lin Feng was shocked. Huangfu Qingtian had one lucky encounter after another. He could even find such a precious material. After hundreds of collisions, the two treasures could not determine a winner. The primal chaos ancient lamp swept out primal chaos light. And the bell of heaven and earth swept out immortal light. The two artifacts collided once again, resulting in a stalemate. Soul Miniature Man, sword out. When the two treasures confronted each other and no one could do anything to the other, Lin Feng launched a soul secret technique. His primary and secondary primordial spirits merged and turned into a soul miniature man. It rushed out of the primal chaos ancient lamp. It attacked Huangfu Qingtian's soul, which was hidden in the bell of heaven and earth. "If I can suppress you in terms of Dharma powers, I can also suppress your soul. You're a piece of trash, you're far inferior to me in every aspect. The only reason you exist is to become my stepping stone." Huangfu Qingtian's soul laughed sinisterly. Huangfu Qingtian was arrogant. From the beginning to the end. He had never looked down on Lin Feng. Now, he was still acting all high and mighty. He looked down on Lin Feng. Endless soul power gushed out of the bell of heaven and earth. Huangfu Qingtian's soul also flew out. His soul turned into a chaos divine beast. Is this chaos, one of the 4 Archean evils? Lin Feng was shocked. Huangfu Qingtian sneered. You're ignorant. This is the chaos ancestor beast, one of the 4 Archean evils. It only has a part of the chaos ancestor beast's bloodline. How can it compare to the chaos ancestor beast? Huangfu Qingtian's soul turned into the chaos ancestor beast and rushed to Lin Feng's soul. Then, it waved its huge claw. It slapped at Huangfu Qingtian. Bang! This attack. It sent Lin Feng's tiny soul flying. The 2 soul attacks were not on the same level. Lin Feng's tiny soul was almost crushed by Huangfu Qingtian's primal chaos ancestor's claws. His soul had been injured, but fortunately, this injury wasn't fatal. Too weak. I'll kill your soul in 3 moves. Huangfu Qingtian's soul turned into the chaos ancestor beast and laughed sinisterly. Then, it charged at Lin Feng again. It waved its huge claw. Another claw slapped at Huangfu Qingtian. The situation. It was extremely dangerous. Lu Yai's stargazing chart. Lin Feng's tiny soul roared. This was his trump card. Now, he was using it. Hong Jun and Hu Tian. Downlord Lu Yai was still in front. Among the carnate lifeforms, Pangu was supreme. The chaos ancestor beast couldn't compare to Pangu. Pangu's master was Hong Jun. Downlord Lu Yai could suppress Hong Jun. Therefore, Downlord Lu Yai had created the Lu Yai stargazing chart. It wasn't something that Huangfu Qingtian's chaos ancestor beast could compare to. Lin Feng's tiny soul unleashed Lu Yai's stargazing chart. It was an ancient divine chart. It condensed. Then, he charged toward the chaos beast ancestor that Huangfu Qingtian had turned into. Bang! 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 The 2 sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng's soul was almost shattered. But Huangfu Qingtian's soul was even worse. It exploded. How could this be? Huangfu Qingtian's soul roared unwillingly. His soul flew toward the supreme bell of heaven and earth. You can't escape. Lin Feng's tiny soul shouted coldly. Lu Yai's stargazing chart descended from the sky. Bang! This blow landed on Huangfu Qingtian's remnant soul. Huangfu Qingtian's soul was instantly obliterated. Lin Feng's tiny soul returned to the primal chaos ancient lamp. Then, the lamp returned to Lin Feng's mind. His soul returned to his body. Lin Feng regained control of his body. He opened his eyes and slashed at Huangfu Qingtian's head with his right hand. Puff! Huangfu Qingtian's head flew into the sky. Blood spurted out. Gushing out. Chapter 1612. Huangfu Qingtian was actually killed. Oh my god, Huangfu Qingtian was actually killed in this battle. It's really incredible. He killed Huangfu Qingtian. Countless voices resounded. Originally, everyone thought that Huangfu Qingtian would win this battle when they saw that he had gained the upper hand in the battle with Lin Feng. But the result was completely unexpected. It was Huangfu Qingtian who had been killed. A battle of souls. Huangfu Qingtian loss. Many people murmured. This was the only explanation. In terms of magical power, Huangfu Qingtian had the upper hand. However, he lost in the most dangerous and crucial battle of souls. Qingtian. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty roared in grief. Huangfu Qingtian was regarded as the hope of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. But now, he was killed by Lin Feng. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty wished they could cut Lin Feng into pieces. After Huangfu Qingtian was killed, his body quickly shrank back to its normal size. His head fell on the Ragnarok arena. Lin Feng also landed on the ground. He was breathing heavily. The battle with Huangfu Qingtian made him feel endless exhaustion. In this battle, his body had almost reached the state of a lamp that had run out of oil. Life and death have been decided. The Ragnarok arena will be opened again. An ancient voice resounded. The light shield that enveloped the Ragnarok arena dissipated. Kill him while he's weak from the battle. In the outer realm, Jojo and heavenly demon realm powerhouses soared into the sky and attacked Lin Feng. This was what those powerhouses had planned for a long time. Whether it was Huangfu Qingtian or Lin Feng who survived to the end, they would attack and strangle the survivors. Because these forces didn't want to see such a monstrous figure alive. There were too many uncertainties in the future for such a person. In addition, the powerhouses of those forces also wanted to kill him and seize his treasures, magical powers, luck, and so on. Chen Ph, I've been guarding against you. Du Zhu, the starry sky beast, the four ancestors of the Temple of Spirit Array Masters, Yuji, Jiang Yudi, and the others all soared into the sky. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. However, it was clear that Lin Feng's forces were not as strong as the cultivators from the 9 prefectures, the heavenly demons, and the outer realm. They had run into trouble, and these people would not rest until they killed Lin Feng. The scene instantly became extremely chaotic. Someone intercepted Du Zhu and the others. On the other hand, Gongzi Yu and more than a dozen God Realm experts charged toward Lin Feng. The situation was very bad. Ha 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 ha. You bastards. Get lost. A burst of laughter could be heard. After hearing this laughter, Lin Feng's originally tense mind immediately relaxed. Boom. A middle-aged man stepped out from the void. It was Yuan Bei Xian. He threw a punch at Gongzi Yu and the others. Bang! Gongzi Yu and the other godly state experts were all sent flying. They all coughed up blood in midair. You. Many people were scared out of their wits. What kind of cultivation was this? With a casual punch, he had injured so many god state experts. Let's go. Gongzi Yu gritted his teeth and flew into the distance. The other god state experts didn't dare to stay and quickly left. A bunch of trash. I don't even want to kill you because it will dirty my hands. Yuan Bei Xian pursed his lips. This uncle was as unrestrained as ever. However, Lin Feng was very happy that Yuan Bei Xian had appeared. He was also very grateful. Yuan Bei Xian must have heard about the 10-year life-or-death battle between him and Huangfu Qingtian. Yuan Bei Xian must have been worried that after the battle, he would be schemed against by Zhou, the heavenly demons, and the alien cultivators. That was probably why he was here. Lin Feng was about to talk to Yuan Bei Xian for a while. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar. A woman in white walked toward the god's arena. An endless amount of deadly energy was moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. The woman in white was masked, and her figure was very charming. He didn't know who she was, but Lin Feng felt that her strength wasn't any weaker than Lung Wushuang's. Who was she? Why was she targeting him? Boom. A terrifying aura surged over. The woman in white teleported to Lin Feng's side. She sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Back off. Yuan Bei Xian shouted and sent Lin Feng flying. He raised his right hand and met the woman's palm strike. Bang. When the two sides collided, Yuan Bei Xian was actually forced back 3 steps by the white-robed woman before he could stop himself. Fine. Someone else will come to deal with you. The woman in white glanced at Lin Feng. She grabbed Huangfu Qingtian's corpse and tore through the void, disappearing without a trace. Who is she? Why is she so terrifying? She took Huangfu Qingtian's corpse. Is she related to Huangfu Qingtian? Lin Feng's expression flickered. Yuan Bei Xian was a peak heavenly god or even stronger. The fact that the woman in white could force Yuan Bei Xian to retreat showed how terrifying she was. Moreover, she had said that someone else would come to deal with him. Who would come to deal with him? Lin Feng's heart was pounding. The information the woman in white revealed was too limited. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Yuan Bei Xian said. Lin Feng nodded and left with Yuan Bei Xian, Du Zhu, and the others. They boarded the ancient ship Shenyuan and left. What was the result of the battle between Uncle and the Palace Master of Heartless? Lin Feng asked. Yuan Bei Xian was lying in the cabin with his legs crossed. He. When we reached the outer realm, I ran, and she chased. I ran for 7 days and 7 nights, and she chased after me for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, she couldn't catch me and left. Is that even possible? Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He had thought that it would be a battle between 2 peak experts. He hadn't expected that it would end in a farce. Lin Feng was indeed surprised. However, when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. These things were all in line with Yuan Bei Xian's personality. After that, the Sky Martial continent was not peaceful. Huangfu Qingtian had been killed by Lin Feng, and this matter caused a huge uproar. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures, sky demons, and outer realm beings that had attacked Lin Feng left the Sky Martial continent one after another. This was because Lin Feng had a terrifying expert by his side. They were worried that Lin Feng would wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Lin Feng also planned to leave the Sky Martial continent. Now that he had broken through to the God realm, it was time to head to the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures, or more accurately, was called the 9 prefectures Great World. It was one of the top 7 great worlds among the 3,000 great worlds. Mysterious, powerful, and ancient. Over there was the most ancient inheritance. There was the most mysterious power. There were also some races that had long been extinct in other places. Even Pangu, Nua, Suiren, Gonggong, Kuafu, the 3 sovereigns, the 5 emperors, and other experts. They were all creatures born in the 9 prefectures' great world. Lin Feng still remembered the jade tube his father had left behind. He wanted him to go to the 9 prefectures' great world to find a cultivator called Dugu Ya. He was his father's good friend. His father wanted him to follow him in cultivation. Did this senior Dugu Ya, who he had never met before, know where his mother was being suppressed? Chapter 16:13. Kill. Heaven-shaking shouts resounded through the clouds. This was a mysterious small world located in the Blood Province. Now that it had been breached, a great battle broke out. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then did it stop. Reporting to my lord, everyone inside was killed. A cultivator came to report. Duzu nodded and said, "Go to the next stronghold." Then, Duzu led his men and left. This was a stronghold of the Assassin dynasty. The Assassin dynasty had tried to assassinate Lin Feng several times, causing Lin Feng to be greatly infuriated. Now that he was free, he began to investigate the Assassin dynasty. He searched for the Assassin dynasty's strongholds. They launched a counterattack. Lin Feng sent out Du Zhu, the Astral Beast, and the Void Shadow Beast, the 3 great experts. They led the experts of the Country of Desire and began to uproot the Assassin dynasty's strongholds. Du Zhu, the Astral Beast, and the Void Shadow Beast were all Divine Fire Realm experts. They personally led experts to do this. Lin Feng was also more at ease. The central province was vast and mysterious. Lin Feng arrived in front of a mountain gate alone. This was the ancestral land of the Geomaster lineage. The Celestial Master lineage and the Geomaster lineage had a deep grudge. This lineage had killed the successors of the Celestial Master lineage many times in history and snatched the inheritance of the Celestial Master lineage. Now, Lin Feng came to the Geomaster lineage to retrieve the inheritance of the Celestial Master lineage that had been snatched away by the Geomaster lineage. For example, the death substitution technique and other top-notch inheritances had all fallen into the hands of the Geomaster lineage. As the successor of the Celestial Master lineage in this generation, Lin Feng naturally had to perfect the Celestial Master lineage's inheritance. "Who are you? Stop immediately. Is the mountain gate of the Geomaster lineage something you can barge into? If you dare take another step forward, you will be killed without mercy." More than a dozen mountain guarding disciples looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He walked towards the mountain gate of the Geomaster lineage. Those disciples were all sealed in ice. Someone is attacking. It did not take long for the cultivators from the Geomaster branch to be alarmed. They blew their bugle horns and over 1,000 cultivators charged out to surround Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Someone recognized Lin Feng. His voice trembled. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Right now. Who hadn't heard of Lin Feng's name? Everyone's expression changed at the mention of it. After knowing that the person in front of them was Lin Feng, many people were so scared that they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. "I'm here to take the legacy of our Celestial Master. Lin Feng said indifferently. Lin Gongzi. We were all abandoned by the sect. 2 years ago, when the sea route from the Tianwu continent to the 9 continents was opened again, the upper echelons of the sect led the talented disciples away, leaving us to guard the sect. An old man said with a trembling voice. Lin Feng reached out and tapped the old man's head, using the soul-searching technique. Indeed, as the old man had said, these people were all abandoned by the sect. And they were very pitiful abandoned by the sect. They did not have the qualifications to cultivate the legacy of the Celestial Master branch. In fact, the only ones who had the qualifications to cultivate the legacy of the Celestial Master branch were the great elders and the most monstrous of the younger generation. Ordinary elders, deacons, and disciples naturally did not have the qualifications. The reason why these people were pitiful was because before the upper echelons of the Celestial Master branch left, they had made these abandoned disciples swear a blood oath. They had to guard the sect and were not allowed to leave. If they left without permission, their souls would immediately shatter. Their fates were very tragic. They would be imprisoned in this forest for the rest of their lives. Lin Feng left. He did not kill those people. They were just a bunch of abandoned disciples. They were not worth Lin Feng's time. He wanted to deal with the upper echelons of the Celestial Master branch. Since those people had already left, he could only wait until he reached the 9 continents and see if he could find them. Lin Feng returned to the country of desire. Du Zhu, the astral beast, and the void shadow beast were still outside carrying out their mission. On this day, Ning Hanzhuang came to the country of desire. I know you are eradicating the assassin dynasty. I can tell you where the assassin dynasty's Saint Palace is, Ning Hanzhuang said. What do you want? Lin Feng asked. Wealth. I want a lot of wealth. I want to go to the 9 continents. That is the holy land for cultivation. I know you have countless wealth here. I want divine artifacts and all kinds of cultivation resources. Ning Hanzhuang said. All these years, Ning Hanzhuang had been working for the assassin dynasty. Now, she wanted to betray them. Loyalty was not worth mentioning in the eyes of many people. Benefits were eternal. That was what they pursued. For benefits, these people could do anything. Ning Hanzhuang was clearly such a person. This woman had deep thoughts and might become a threat in the future. However, Lin Feng did not care. She was just a woman. She could not cause any waves. He satisfied Ning Hanzhuang's request. Ning Hanzhuang told Lin Feng the location of the assassin dynasty's Saint Palace. Then, she looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said, I hope we can meet again in the 9 continents. With that, Ning Hanzhuang left. Like Ning Hanzhuang, there were countless cultivators who left the Sky Martial continent for the 9 continents. Since 2 years ago, the sea route between the 9 continents and the Sky Martial continent had been opened again. Every day, there would be people taking the risk to go to the 9 continents. Even the Great Rock King and the Peacock King of the Demon Clan had left the Sky Martial continent. Originally, Lin Feng had made an agreement with Bai Shengyi, Dao Wushu, Sheng Tianyang, and the others to go to the 9 continents through the Heaven Opening Road. However, the Heaven Opening Road had never appeared. Now, Bai Shengyi and the others were on a ship to the 9 continents. Back then, before the 2 continents were separated, the Sky Martial continent was only one of the continents in the 9 continents world. Furthermore, it was very difficult for the Sky Martial continent to absorb the power of destiny. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for cultivators to break through to the divine realm. Therefore, it was normal for many cultivators to head to the 9 continents. After Du Zhu, the giant starry sky beast, and the void shadow beast returned. Lin Feng led them and 10,000 experts of the Raging Flame Corps. They boarded the ancient starship Shenyuan and charged toward the Assassin Temple. The Assassin Temple was located in the Yu Prefecture. This prefecture was very special. Throughout the year, there was no sunlight and it was always drizzling. The small world where the Assassin Temple was located in the depths of a primitive forest in the northwest of the Yu Prefecture. The ancient starship Shenyuan launched a strong attack on this small world. It tore open the entrance of this small world and charged into it. Kill! Deafening battle cries could be heard. Lin Feng led Du Zhu, the giant starry sky beast, the void shadow beast, and the raging flame core out of the ancient starship Shenyuan and engaged in a fierce battle with the assassins of the Assassin Temple. 3 toxic doppelgangers. Deity doppelgangers. All of them were summoned by Lin Feng. The Assassin Temple had many experts. However, compared to Lin Feng, the difference was too great. The experts of the Assassin Temple fell one after another. Blood flowed like a river. Do the heavens want my assassin dynasty to perish? An old assassin howled in grief. Wielding a cold sword, he stabbed toward Lin Feng. Have you ever thought about the innocent people you killed? For the sake of profit, you assassins are unscrupulous. Today, it's not the heavens that want you dead, but I want to destroy your assassin dynasty. Lin Feng sneered and charged forward, killing the old assassin with a single palm strike. In the end, the surviving assassins of the Assassin Dynasty retreated to the front of the Assassin Temple. This was a palace made of white bones. It covered over 10 acres of land and was 300 meters tall. It emitted a sinister aura. When Lin Feng saw the palace, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Such a huge palace made of white bones. Who knew how many people had to be killed to build it? Chapter 16:14. The Assassin Dynasty's temple was built from the bones of the gods. It's said that there's even a throne made from the bones of a quasi-emperor. Someone in the raging flame core whispered. Now that they saw this temple of bones, they couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Such a huge temple of bones was breathtaking. Kill. Lin Feng pulled out his sword and shouted. The raging flame core began to charge towards the assassins of the Assassin Dynasty. The most tragic battle between the two sides broke out. In front of the Temple of Bones, corpses were piled up like mountains. Kill. 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 Many old assassins' eyes were bloodshot. Their roars shook the sky as they charged towards the raging flame core. They chose to self-destruct. They chose to end their lives in this way. Before they died, they dragged many cultivators of the raging flame core down with them. Damn it. These people have been forced into a corner. Quickly retreat and let me deal with them. Du Zhu roared. The cultivators of the raging flame core quickly retreated. As for the poison ancestor, he flew into the air. Inside his body, endless poisonous fog was churning. Du Zhu released a deadly poison. He killed the assassins with poison. There were still more than 300 people in the Assassin Dynasty. Although there weren't many left, they were all experts. If these experts all chose to self-destruct, the raging flame core would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Du Zhu released a deadly poison. It was an excellent method. When the assassins were enveloped by the poison, immediately, he let out an incomparably shrill scream. The assassins with weaker cultivation were directly poisoned to death. Although the assassins with stronger cultivation were not directly poisoned to death, their skin started to fester. After the poison entered their bodies, their combat strength sharply decreased. Quickly take the antidote. An old assassin sternly shouted. The assassins of the Assassin Dynasty carried all kinds of pills with them. Naturally, they also had antidotes. They quickly took the antidote. But how could Du Zhu's poison be so easily neutralized? After these assassins took the antidote, it was only temporarily suppressed. They couldn't really neutralize Du Zhu's poison. Kill these assassins. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Yes, immediately, the cultivators of the raging flame core took out giant bows and arrows. Whoosh 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 whoosh, a dense rain of arrows was shot towards the assassins of the Assassin Dynasty. Puff, puff. Ripping sounds could be heard. The assassins of the Assassin Dynasty. They were all shot to death. It did not take long for the corpses to fall to the ground. Why is this happening? My Assassin Dynasty has stood tall for millions of years, but now, we're facing a calamity. Some of the older assassins found it hard to accept and shouted sorrowfully. It's you. It's all your fault. Lin Feng. You little bastard. You want to destroy our Assassin Dynasty. Even if we have to risk our lives, we'll make sure you die a horrible death. More than 20 high-level Assassin Dynasty's faces were distorted as they all pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, the Assassin Dynasty, this evil organization, should not exist. Which one of you is not covered with the blood of countless innocent people? Today, I'm killing you on behalf of the heavens. Lin Feng leaped out and rushed into the crowd. He fought with a group of assassins. Puff, puff. The assassin dynasty's high-level assassin's strength was far inferior to Lin Feng's, and now they were poisoned. Their battle strength was greatly weakened. They could not resist Lin Feng's attacks at all. It did not take long for more than 20 high-level assassin dynasty's high-level assassin dynasty to be killed by Lin Feng. As for the ordinary assassins, with the cooperation of Du Zhu and the Raging Flame Corps, they were all killed. At this point, the assassins of the Assassin Temple were completely annihilated. Clean up the battlefield. Raging Flame Corps, return to the ancient starship Shenyuan and wait for orders. Du Zhu, Astral Beast, Void Shadow Beast, the three of you come with me to the main hall to take a look. Lin Feng said. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. The Raging Flame Corps began to clean up the battlefield. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, Astral Beast, and Void Shadow Beast arrived in front of the main hall. They worked together to open the main hall. A gloomy aura was emitted from the main hall. The four of them entered the main hall. Du Zhu muttered, "This Assassin Dynasty's temple must contain the precious treasures collected by the Assassin Dynasty over the years, right? If we can find the treasury, we'll be rich." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I think so too. It's very likely that the treasures collected by the Assassin Dynasty are stored here. Let's split up and search." Then, the four of them separated. The main hall was divided into numerous rooms. Many of the rooms had restrictions placed on them. Lin Feng broke the restriction on one of the rooms. In this room, there were piles of array formation materials. Seeing the mountain of array formation materials, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. "Haha, the wealth of the Assassin Dynasty really is stored here," Lin Feng smiled. One by one, the treasuries were opened. There were a total of 364 treasuries. There were all kinds of treasures. For example, precious array formation materials, pills, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, artifacts on the level of divine tools, divine stones, immortal iron, origin crystals, and so on and so forth. This wealth was simply incalculable. After all, the wealth of the Assassin Dynasty was something that many ancient families could not compare to. And now, all of this wealth was stored in Lin Feng's mountain river ring. This time, the Assassin Dynasty was annihilated. Du Zhu, giant astral beast. The Void Shadow Beast's contribution was indispensable. Lin Feng naturally would not be stingy. Everyone was rewarded with 3 divine tools. As for the other rewards, such as all kinds of spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and pills, there were even more. In addition, Lin Feng planned to reward the cultivators of the Raging Flame Corps who participated in the annihilation of the Assassin Dynasty after returning to the Country of Desire. "There's still one last hall that hasn't been opened," Du Zhu said and pointed to the depths. "This should be the core hall of the Assassin Dynasty, right? Open it and take a look," Lin Feng said. Du Zhu and the other 2 walked forward and opened the door. A spacious hall appeared in their line of sight. This hall was paved with the bones of gods and demons. The aura was gloomy. In the depths of the hall, there was a white bone throne. It seemed to be the rumored white bone throne made from the bones of quasi-emperors. But what really attracted Lin Feng was the stone coffin placed in the center of the hall. Why was there a stone coffin in the core hall of the Assassin Dynasty? This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. He and Du Zhu entered the hall and walked towards the stone coffin. Lin Feng motioned for Du Zhu and the others to open the stone coffin. Rumble, the stone coffin was pushed open. The 4 of them looked into the stone coffin. A woman. What a beautiful woman. After seeing the woman lying in the stone coffin, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This was a woman so beautiful that it was suffocating. "She's already dead." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He did not feel any aura from this woman. He was just about to check the woman's condition. Suddenly, the woman who originally had no aura opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, The entire hall became dark and icy cold. Lin Feng felt a terrifying power from the woman's body that was awakening. It was as if a death god from hell had awakened from a deep slumber. Chapter 16:15. Retreat. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. This woman's aura was too terrifying, causing him to turn pale with fright. Du Zhu, the astral behemoth, the void shadow beast, and Lin Feng all retreated, looking at the woman with serious expressions. The woman's body floated out of the coffin into the air. After opening her eyes, she looked at her body, seeming to be at a loss. "Who am I?" the woman muttered. Did she lose her memories? Lin Feng immediately muttered. This was too strange, wasn't it? The fact that there was a coffin in the Assassin Temple's core hall was already strange enough. There was a woman in the coffin. More and more strange. And this woman. She was actually a woman who had lost her memories. There were strange places everywhere. Why can't I remember who I am? The woman muttered to herself. She stroked her beautiful face and looked at her hands and body. Her gaze became even more confused. "You're my young master's wife." Du Zhu grinned. Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. What the hell was going on? This woman's origins were unknown, and her cultivation was extremely terrifying. What if she took Du Zhu's words seriously and insisted on following him? She would regain her memories in the future. She knew she had been tricked. Would she kill him with a slap? Just thinking about it was terrifying. "I'm your young master's wife." "Who is your young master? Why can't I remember?" The woman looked at Du Zhu suspiciously. "This." Du Zhu pointed at Lin Feng and said, "Look at you two, you're practically a match made in heaven." "Are you my husband?" she asked. The woman looked at Lin Feng. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed violently and said, "This guy is just joking with you. Don't take it seriously." Suddenly, the woman's gaze turned cold. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to have turned into a world of ice. The woman coldly swept her gaze over Lin Feng's group. "Were you lying to me?" Her voice did not contain a trace of emotion. "Giant. The giant god." Lin Feng couldn't help but gulp. This woman's aura was even stronger than Palace Mistress Lung Wushuang. This was too terrifying. Du Zhu was also trembling with fear. If this were the primordial era, Du Zhu naturally wouldn't be afraid of this giant goddess. But now was not the time. Right now, Du Zhu's cultivation was only at the divine fire realm. A gigantic female god like her could kill him 100 times with a single slap. At this moment, Du Zhu knew that the joke had gone too far. This was not something that anyone could joke about. "Honey, don't be like this. Your husband was just joking with you, don't be angry." Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Regardless of whether or not this woman would slap him to death after she regained her memories. If this woman were to think that they had deceived her, she would definitely be taken aback. He was probably going to die soon. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Yunhong nodded. Only then did the giant goddess's ice-cold killing intent fade away. She frowned slightly and asked, "Why am I sleeping in a coffin?" Lin Feng howled inwardly, "Beauty, I also want to know why you're sleeping in a coffin." Du Zhu grinned and said, "Maybe it's a personal hobby." The astral beast and the void shadow beast couldn't stand Du Zhu any longer. They pulled him to a corner and started punching and kicking him. Lin Feng said in a serious tone, "It's like this. You were injured in the past, and this place has a lot of baleful yin energy. Putting you in here will help you recover, so I put you in the coffin. I can see that your face is still a bit pale, so you definitely haven't fully recovered. Continue lying in there and sleep for a while. Your husband will come and get you after a while." The woman frowned slightly and said, "But I feel like I've fully recovered." "Husband, let's go. I don't like this place." Lin Feng had a helpless expression on his face. This woman was definitely going to be a big problem. How could he take her away? He couldn't shake her off even if he wanted to. However, he didn't dare to say that he wouldn't take her away. What if he didn't take her away? What if she thought that he was playing with her feelings? Wouldn't he be slapped to death by her? Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "All right, let's go home." Lin Feng turned around and glared fiercely at Du Zhu. If this guy hadn't spouted nonsense, he wouldn't have provoked this woman. The poison ancestor acted as if he hadn't seen anything, turned around, and took the lead to run out. The woman flew down and stretched out her right hand. "What's this for?" Lin Feng asked. The woman said, "You're my husband. Shouldn't you be holding my hand?" Lin Feng muttered inwardly, "I'm not trying to take advantage of you. You're just letting me take advantage of you." Lin Feng grabbed the woman's slender hand. "It's so cold." Lin Feng was shocked. The woman's hand was too cold. It was so cold. It was very strange. It was as cold as ice and piercing to the bone. A human body. It was probably too hot. However, this woman's body was so cold. This made Lin Feng feel very strange. Could it be that she wasn't human? Was she from another race? This was the only reason why the woman's hand was so cold. "Husband, I've forgotten my name. I've also forgotten your name. Are you angry with me?" the woman asked. Looking at her pitiful and aggrieved expression, Ji Yunyenji thought to herself. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Was this beautiful woman really the terrifying existence that he and Du Zhu couldn't stand with her killing intent? Lin Feng patiently explained, "My name is Lin Feng. You're Yaoguang, Feng Yaoguang. So my name is Feng Yaoguang? That's a nice name." A smile appeared on the woman's face. She was born extremely beautiful. Before this, she had always been expressionless. Now, she was smiling. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Lin Feng couldn't help but stare blankly. The woman blushed slightly and couldn't help but feel a little shy. Only then did Lin Feng come back to his senses. He secretly warned himself not to do anything out of line. Even if this woman was more beautiful than the legendary fairy Chang'e, he couldn't have any ideas about her. Unless he was tired of living. If he really took advantage of her, when she recovered her memories in the future, he would be in trouble. Lin Feng held her hand and walked out of the hall. The corpses of the dead cultivators had been disposed of. But even so, the smell of blood was extremely strong. The ground was dyed red with blood. The woman said, "I seem to know this place. I seem to have lived here for a period of time." After hearing her words, Lin Feng's hand that was holding the woman's lily-white hand suddenly trembled. This woman couldn't be from the assassin dynasty, right? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed like it was really possible. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face almost turned green. "Husband, why is your expression so ugly?" the woman asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "I felt uncomfortable for a while, but I'm much better now. Let's board the ship and leave this place." He held the woman's lily-white hand and flew towards the ancient void ship, Shenyuan. Chapter 16:16. Greetings, madam. As soon as they returned to the Shenyuan, Du Zhu led the raging flame core cultivators to greet Feng Yaoguang. Feng Yaoguang blushed slightly and said, "Everyone will be rewarded." She waved her right hand, and a river of origin crystals flew out. There were at least 1,000,000 of them. What the? Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the river of origin crystals. He had emptied the Assassin Dynasty's treasury. The Assassin Dynasty had only accumulated 20 million origin crystals over hundreds of millions of years. Yet, Feng Yaoguang had casually taken out 1,000,000 origin crystals to reward Du Zhu and the others. He wondered how much wealth this cheap wife he had picked up actually had. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't covet her wealth. Lin Feng was also rich enough. "Thank you, madam." The poison ancestor grinned from ear to ear as he hurriedly kept the origin crystal. The raging flame core cultivators were also overjoyed. They were rewarded with 1,000,000 origin crystals just for a greeting. This was a pie that had fallen from the sky. Lin Feng and Feng Yaoguang returned to the cabin. The Shenyuan started up and flew towards the Kingdom of Desire. Lin Feng arranged for Feng Yaoguang to rest in a room for the time being. He then headed outside. Feng Yaoguang asked, "What are you going to do, husband?" Lin Feng replied, "I have some things to tell them. Then I'll wait for you to return." Feng Yaoguang said. Lin Feng muttered to himself, "Wait for me to return? Do you want to sleep on the same bed as me? Don't tempt me like this, okay? You're a great beauty. What if we sleep on the same bed and I can't control myself and make a mistake? All right, you rest first. I'll be back when I'm done. Lin Feng nodded and headed outside. He found the astral beast and whispered, "Go back and tell Shangguan Fei and the others about her. Don't let anything happen." The astral beast nodded. Feng Yaoguang was too terrifying. He had to be careful when dealing with her. Otherwise, everyone would be in trouble. The giant star beast left in advance. At the same time, the ancient starship Shenyuan also slowed down slightly. Lin Feng didn't go to Feng Yaoguang's room. Instead, he returned to his own room. A man and a woman alone in a room, what if something went wrong? Lin Feng's restraint towards women had always been weak. Late at night, Lin Feng felt the bed move slightly. He opened his eyes and saw Feng Yaoguang crawling under the covers. Lin Feng was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Feng Yaoguang said, "Hubby, hug me to sleep." Lin Feng said, "That's not very good, is it? You are my husband. What's wrong with hugging me to sleep?" Feng Yaoguang asked doubtfully. Lin Feng was left speechless by Feng Yaoguang's question. He reached out and hugged Feng Yao's sexy body. His hands were trembling slightly. Worry, nervousness, excitement, all kinds of feelings attacked him. "Today, yours truly slept with a female giant god. Hubby, why is your cultivation so weak?" Feng Yaoguang asked curiously as she lay in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng wasn't weak, of course. However, compared to Feng Yaoguang, he was indeed too weak. He said, "My cultivation will increase in the future." Feng Yaoguang nodded and shrank into Lin Feng's arms. That night was hard on Lin Feng. Hugging a beauty like Feng Yaoguang, he didn't dare to do anything too overboard. Happiness and pain coexisted. Feng Yaoguang slept very soundly that night. She even had a smile on her face. Perhaps she was dreaming of something happy. The ancient starship Shenyuan flew for 10 days before returning to the country of desire. After returning, Lin Feng arranged for Feng Yaoguang to stay in a courtyard that he had prepared beforehand. Apart from the servants, only Lin Feng was here. Lin Feng didn't dare to arrange for Feng Yaoguang to meet with Shangguan Fei and the others. If Feng Yaoguang knew that he had so many women, would she kill him? Of course, Lin Feng was most worried that Feng Yaoguang would harm Shangguan Fei and the others. Once a woman got jealous, it was very scary. Lin Feng also began to prepare for his trip to the 9 States continent. Lin Feng didn't have a nautical chart, but he could take another ship there. In the Eastern Sea, there were many huge ships that were said to be from the 9 States Alliance. The 9 States Alliance was the largest trading company in the 9 States continent. It was said that there were more than 10 ancient powers behind them. Thus, the 9 States Alliance was very powerful. Once the sea route between the 9 States continent and the Tianwu continent was opened again, the 9 States Alliance began to send out huge ships. The cultivators of the Tianwu continent could take the 9 States Alliance's ships to travel to the 9 States continent. Of course, the extraterrestrial beings, heavenly demons, and other powers cultivators had also arrived at the Tianwu continent and boarded the 9 States Alliance's ships to travel to the 9 States continent. This was because the 9 States continent's extraterrestrial world was protected by the Emperor's inscriptions. Those were the Emperor's inscriptions. If one wanted to travel to the 9 States continent from the extraterrestrial domain, they would be attacked by the Emperor's inscriptions. Even heavenly gods and giant gods couldn't resist the Emperor's inscriptions. Thus, if one wanted to travel to the 9 States continent, they had to set off from the Tianwu continent. That night, Lin Feng realized that Feng Yaoguang, who was sleeping beside him, had disappeared. He got up and went outside. He saw Feng Yaoguang standing in the courtyard. Lin Feng had been with Feng Yaoguang for more than a month. Perhaps Feng Yaoguang really thought that Lin Feng was her husband, so she was very obedient and gentle to Lin Feng. It was just that when it came to others, it would always have a cold look on its face. Lin Feng realized that he was starting to like this woman. Occasionally, he would have some intimate actions with Feng Yaoguang. For example, last night, something rather intense had happened. Feng Yaoguang was just one step away from becoming a young married woman. At the last moment, she pushed Lin Feng away. "Why are you up? Lin Feng hugged Feng Yaoguang from behind and pulled her into his embrace. I'm thinking about something. Feng Yaoguang said. What are you thinking about? Lin Feng asked. Feng Yaoguang turned around and hugged Lin Feng. She snuggled into his embrace and said, I can't remember clearly. It's a blur. Then don't think about it. Let's go into the house and do something special. Lin Feng carried Feng Yaoguang up. Thinking about the unbearable scene last night, Feng Yaoguang's face flushed red. She buried her head in Lin Feng's embrace and didn't dare to come out. The next day, when the sun was high up in the sky, Lin Feng woke up and found that Feng Yaoguang was not there. There was a piece of paper on the table. On it was Feng Yaoguang's beautiful handwriting. Husband Yaoguang vaguely heard a voice, as if calling Yaoguang to a place. However, the road ahead was vast, and she didn't know when she would be able to find that place. Yaoguang felt that that place was very important to Yaoguang. Thus, she left without saying goodbye. I hope my husband won't be angry with Yaoguang. When Yaoguang comes back, I'll let my husband punish me. Wife, Yaoguang. Seeing this message, Lin Feng sighed. Back then, he had hoped that Feng Yaoguang would leave as soon as possible. Now, Feng Yaoguang had really left. On the contrary, he was a little reluctant. Chapter 16-17. The Far North. The Palace of Cold Blood. Leng Wushuang looked at her sister, Leng Wuxin, who was imprisoned in the ice dungeon. She said, How long are you going to fight against your sister for a man? I'm not fighting against my sister, Leng Wuxin said. The old woman said, Third young miss, you should tell him. Don't hurt the relationship between the two sisters. Right now, the third young miss is the only relative of the second young miss. Everything the second young miss has done is for the third young miss' sake. Yet, the third young miss is going against the second young miss. Does the third young miss want to see the second young miss sad? Leng Wuxin sighed and remained silent for a long time. She looked at Leng Wushuang and asked, Why did you establish the Palace of Cold Blood? Leng Wushuang clenched her fists, and her eyes turned cold. She calmed herself down and said, Of course it's because of my sister. Leng Wuxin said, I know that you're really good to me, but I also want to have my own life. Leng Wushuang said, You're making me very sad. I'm not trying to control your life. Everything I do is for your own good. I'm just worried that you'll be deceived by a man. Second sister, as a person, you have to experience something different in your life, right? Even if the future won't be good, you won't regret it as long as you've experienced it. Leng Wuxin said. Won't regret it? You're speaking too soon. What do you think a wonderful life is? Fooling around with that man, and then letting that man play with your body wantonly? Then, when he's tired of you, he'll abandon you. Believe me, if you pursue your so-called life, you'll definitely end up like that. Leng Wushuang said. Leng Wuxin said, Sister, you're too extreme. You're really too extreme. You think all men are so bad. I even feel that there's something hidden about my sister's death. After all, I was only 3 years old when she died. You were the one who told me everything about her. Leng Wushuang's eyes twitched violently, and she said angrily, You dare to doubt your own sister? You're doubting your own sister because of an outsider. It's all because of that man. He bewitched you and made us sisters fall apart. Do you really think I don't know who that man is? I've already found some clues. He's Yuan Beishuan's friend, right? His name is Lin Feng, and he had a duel with Huangfu Qingtian some time ago. He killed Huangfu Qingtian in the God's Arena. I know him, he's the master behind the Country of Desire, the leader of the East Seas Cultivator Army. Leng Wuxin's expression changed abruptly after hearing Leng Wushuang's words. Leng Wushuang said, What? Are you surprised? Isn't it easy for me to investigate someone? Now, do you think I should immediately go to the Eastern Sea and kill him? Or should I capture him and let you see him before killing him? Leng Wuxin's face turned pale. She knew her sister too well. Vicious and merciless. There was nothing she couldn't do. Sister, let him go. I'll promise you anything. Leng Wuxin pleaded. Oh, promise me anything. Take this pill and I'll let him go. Leng Wushuang took out a pill and handed it to Leng Wuxin. Lung Wuxin didn't even think about it and swallowed the pill. Next, her body started to twitch. She couldn't even stand up and curled up on the ground. Not long after, her body started to tremble violently due to the intense pain. "Don't you want to ask what pill this is?" Lung Wushuang asked Lung Wuxin, who was twitching and trembling all over. Lung Wuxin stuttered, "I only hope that sister will keep your word. Don't make things difficult for him." Lung Wushuang chuckled and said, "Of course I keep my word." She paused for a moment before continuing, "This pill is called the heart-devouring pill. It's a type of GU pill that's concocted using GU refinement techniques. After consuming it, you'll be inflicted with the heart-devouring GU. The heart-devouring GU will cause you to go from loving someone to hating someone. You'll hate Lin Feng more and more until you want to cut him into pieces. At that time, I won't have to do anything. You'll kill him yourself. Sister, how can you do this to me?" Lung Wuxin looked at Lung Wushuang in fear. "My good sister, everything I've done is for your own good. In the future, you'll thank me. You can slowly enjoy the taste of the heart-devouring GU. I won't disturb you anymore." Lung Wushuang smiled. With a wave of her right hand, she tore open the space where the ice prison was and left with the old woman. They returned to the main hall. Lung Wushuang said, "Grandma, I'm going into closed-door cultivation. This closed-door cultivation, if everything goes smoothly, I won't have to sleep for 100,000 years anymore. When the heart-devouring goo's medicinal effects are fully unleashed, let third sister out. She'll go look for Lin Feng. Even if he's at the ends of the earth, she'll rely on the heart-devouring goo's senses to find him. Then, she'll use the sharpest dagger to dig out his heart." "Yes, second miss." The old woman bowed. During this period of time, Lin Feng was busy dealing with a lot of things. First, he went to the Spirit Array Master Temple to catch up with the Vice Hall Masters and more than 200 great elders of the Spirit Array Master Temple. Now that he was one of the 4 successors of the Spirit Array Master Temple, Lin Feng no longer put him in his eyes. Therefore, he let Wang Tianyao take over his position. Wang Tianyao's father was one of the 12 Vice Hall Masters, Vice Hall Master Wang Yangzi. He was also one of the first 4 Vice Hall Masters to join Lin Feng. Wang Tianyao was young and strong. His ability was also very outstanding, so Lin Feng was very assured that he would take over his position. This time, Lin Feng did not see the 4 ancestors when he returned to the Spirit Array Master Temple, because the 4 ancestors had already boarded the 9 States Alliance's ancient ship and left for the 9 States continent. After Lin Feng left the Spirit Array Master Temple, he went to many places. He wanted to take a good look at the Sky Marshal continent before he left. This time, he left the Sky Marshal continent. He didn't know when he would come back next time. 3 months later, Lin Feng returned to the country of desire. For this trip to the 9 States continent, Lin Feng planned to only bring Du Zhu and the Void Shadow Beast with him for the time being. He let the Starry Sky Beast stay in the Sky Marshal continent and let him continue to preside over the construction of the temple. As for Shangguan Feia and the others, they naturally had to stay in the Sky Marshal continent. For Lin Feng, this trip to the 9 States continent was an unknown matter, and his future was uncertain. Therefore, at the very least, he had to establish himself in the 9 States continent before he could bring Shangguan Feia and the others to the 9 States continent. Parting would eventually come, but Lin Feng did not let anyone send him off. He, Du Zhu, and the Void Shadow Beast set off for the number 1 cultivator gathering area in the Eastern Sea. That was the place where the 9 States Alliance's giant ship docked. From there, they would need to take a ship to leave the Sky Marshal continent, cross the Endless Sea, and head to the 9 States continent. P.S. The content of the Sky Marshal continent has ended, and the next step is to open a new world. Lin Feng waved his sword and roared, robbing everyone of their monthly votes, rewards, recommendation tickets. If it's a girl, then I'll rape. Chapter 1618. Lin Feng didn't want to draw attention to himself, so he pretended to be a scholar. Du Zhu and the Void Shadow Beast also changed their appearances. They turned into 2 followers. The #1 cultivator gathering area was now under the control of the Nation of Desire. Now, the Eastern Sea had become lively again. It even had the intention of becoming the center of the Tianwu continent. The reason was naturally because the sea route between the 9 states continent and the Tianwu continent was reopened. The endless sea that connected the two continents was located in the Eastern Sea. Therefore, it was natural for the Eastern Sea to become prosperous. Lin Feng saw the 9 states alliance's fleet from afar. Each giant ship was about 10,000 meters long and 4,500 meters tall. They were extremely huge. The ships were also equipped with a dense number of spirit stone cannons. Moreover, the ships were densely covered with formation runes. Their defense was also very shocking. Even if they encountered a giant beast in the sea, they would not be afraid at all. They could fight with it. There were a total of 10 ships in the fleet. Now, countless cultivators had boarded the ships. Lin Feng saw many extraterrestrial beings and even demons. These extraterrestrial races and forces had all landed on the Tianwu continent. Then, they took the ships from the Tianwu continent to the 9 states continent. Countless people yearned to go to the 9 states continent. After all, it was one of the top 7 worlds in the 3,000 great worlds. It was also the world that gave birth to Pangu, Nua, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other experts. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the Void Shadow Beast boarded the ship. "Young master, we have all kinds of services on the ship, including standing tickets, sitting tickets, hard berths, soft berths, double rooms, single rooms, ordinary VIP rooms, bronze VIP rooms, silver VIP rooms, gold VIP rooms, purple VIP rooms, and supreme suites. May I know which service you would like?" A beautiful female attendant came over and said with a smile. Lin Feng was speechless. This 9 regions alliance was indeed worthy of being called the largest and best merchant alliance in the 9 regions. It was a voyage on the sea. They actually divided the services so carefully. Lin Feng could not help but admire the business acumen of the 9 states alliance's higher-ups. Supreme suites. Lin Feng smiled. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on the female deacon's face. She could earn quite a bit of commission from selling a supreme suite. The female deacon smiled and said, "Please come with me, sir." Lin Feng nodded and followed behind the female deacon. "Sir, the supreme suite is on the 888th floor. Please come with me to the airship." "We need to fly up," said Lin Feng. The female deacon walked to the side of an airship. This kind of airship could accommodate about 6 to 7 people. It was covered with array patterns and was very convenient. Lin Feng nodded and boarded the airship with Du Zhu and the Void Shadow Beast. The female deacon controlled the airship and arrived at the 888th floor. The airship docked on the deck outside the 888th floor. The 4 of them got off the airship, and the female deacon brought Lin Feng and the other 2 to a private room. She opened the door to the room with a token. The VIP room was very luxurious. After entering, the first thing that came into view was a huge living room. In the living room, there were some high-end furniture. Even the carpet was made of white tiger skin. As for the sofa, it was wrapped in the skin of a deity realm beast. In addition to the luxurious decorations, the VIP room also had a training room, an alchemist room, a spirit array master room, a refining room, a bathroom, and more than 10 other rooms. In addition, there were 9 resting rooms. The entire journey to the VIP room costs 1,999 origin crystals. We support cash and card payment. Which method would you like to use? The female deacon smiled. The card payment that the female deacon was talking about was the origin crystal card. This was basically the same as the crystal cards of the Tianwu continent. They were all little things that spirit array masters invented and could be used in real life. Through the array patterns, one could enter the amount of money. Through the array patterns, one could also swipe the amount of money. It was very convenient. However, the crystal cards of the Tianwu continent stored spirit stones. On the other hand, the 9 regions' source crystal cards stored source crystals. Lin Feng did not have a spirit crystal card, so he paid 1,999 origin crystals. These 3 tokens are the tokens to open the room. If you have any requests, you can use these tokens to contact me. As long as you speak into the token, the information will be transmitted to me. The female deacon said. It was obvious that she was wearing a token that could be sensed. Lin Feng nodded and said, "No problem. Then I won't disturb your rest." The female deacon immediately left. After the female deacon left, Du Zhu laughed strangely and said, "That female deacon's figure is not bad, and she is also quite beautiful. The journey is long, and it is inevitable that she will be lonely. You can go and seduce her. With your charm, I think it will be easy for you to get your hands on her. Don't worry, when the time comes, the 2 of us will book another room and won't disturb you and that female deacon." Lin Feng kicked Du Zhu 4 or 5 meters away and said unhappily, "It's fine if you want to be vulgar, but don't drag me into it." Lin Feng went into the master bedroom to rest. Du Zhu said to the Void Umbra beast, "It will take a few days before the ship departs. How about we go to the island and enjoy ourselves?" Du Zhu was very interested in women. He often went to flirt with women. Now, they were about to go on a long journey. If they were slow, it would take more than a year. If they were slow, it would take several years. They would have to spend it at sea. The poison ancestor wanted to indulge himself to his heart's content before leaving. However, it was obvious that he had found the wrong person to fool around with. The Void Umbra beast said coldly, "Not interested. I want to stay and protect you." "Does the young master need your protection? He should be the one protecting you, right? You really don't understand. If you don't want to go, I'll go myself." Du Zhu muttered, then got off the ship and headed to the island's brothels to find beautiful girls to indulge himself. He boarded that ship. More than 10 cultivators, both men and women, stood at the harbor and pointed at the ship that Lin Feng had boarded. These people were led by a beautiful woman. She had a voluptuous figure, long legs, and a pair of voluptuous breasts. The clothes on her upper body looked like they were about to burst. Her voluptuous figure was extremely provocative. The beautiful woman was wearing a veil, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. However, one could tell from her figure. She was a beautiful woman. She was definitely the best of the best. "Get on the ship. Don't alert the enemy for now," the beautiful woman said. Her voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears, and it could melt one's bones. "Yes," the group replied, and more than 10 people boarded the ship. 5 days later, the sound of a bugle horn resounded through the clouds. The ship started moving. 10 huge ancient ships formed a row and sailed away from the harbor. They sailed in the direction of the endless sea. Chapter 16:19. The boundless sea region was extremely dangerous. There were powerful restrictions everywhere, and danger lurked in every direction. The slightest carelessness would result in death. For cultivators, a place like the endless sea domain was almost a forbidden area. Entering it was almost certain death. It was said that the reason the endless sea was so terrifying was because it had been a battlefield for gods in the past. Too many experts had died there. The shattered laws of countless experts had changed the laws of heaven and earth in the endless sea. Now, the 10 ships had entered the endless sea. The ships activated their defensive barriers. When the powerful fragmentation law floating in the endless sea bombarded the giant ship, it did not cause any damage to the ship. All of the attacks were blocked. They were all blocked by the ships. Many people stood on the deck and observed the situation. They couldn't help but sigh in amazement. The ship's defensive power was too shocking. Even the destructive restrictions of the endless sea were unable to break through the ship's defenses. Now, everyone was able to relax. The Void Shadow Beast laughed strangely. "About 30,000 years ago, I came to the Tianwu continent and entered the endless sea. The most dangerous thing about this place isn't the restrictions." Lin Feng looked at the Void Shadow Beast in astonishment. "You came to the Tianwu continent 30,000 years ago? Wasn't that during the Middle Ages?" The Void Shadow Beast nodded. "That's right. At that time, the celestial devils invaded the Martial Heaven continent because they wanted to go to the 9 provinces Great World through the Martial Heaven continent. However, the celestial devils were greedy, and not only did they want to use the Martial Heaven continent as a springboard, they also wanted to enslave the Martial Heaven continent. As a result, the Martial Heaven continent's cultivators counterattacked. At that time, some of the 8 heroes of the Middle Ages led the Martial Heaven continent's cultivators in a desperate counterattack and defeated the Celestial Devils. At that time, some of the Celestial Devils escaped into the Endless Sea, and I followed them. Duzu asked, "What did you see?" "In the water." The Void Shadow Beast pointed at the turbulent sea. "Some terrifying corpses will appear. Corpses of gods. Demonic corpses." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "It's not that simple. There are some strange creatures that aren't from the outer realms. Even I haven't seen them before. Those monsters are ugly, evil, and terrifying," the Void Shadow Beast said aloud. Lin Feng and Du Zhu looked at each other. When they heard the Void Shadow Beast's words, the first thing that came to their minds was Outer Realms. The Outer Realms' characteristics were exactly the same as what the Void Shadow Beast had said. Not only were they strange, the most important thing was that the evil aura seemed to come from the soul. If they were really creatures from the other world, then the great war that had happened in the Endless Sea before was not a simple battle between gods. It might very well be a great battle against the foreign creatures. But after the passage of countless years, ordinary cultivators, even God Realm cultivators, did not know much about the foreign cultivators. Lin Feng had only learned about the terrifying cultivators of the other world by chance. It was precisely because he understood the foreign cultivators that he knew just how terrifying they were. Of course, since the Nine States Alliance's fleet could sail smoothly, it meant that the Nine States Alliance's fleet could withstand the attacks of the corpses. About 10 days later, the giant ship actually swayed a little. Everyone was alarmed. Did we hit a reef? Many people rushed out. Soon, everyone rushed to the deck and looked at the sea. Suddenly, many people felt their hair stand on end. Because the sea was densely packed with corpses. Those corpses. No one knew how many there were. Each of the corpses gave off an aura like that of the netherworld. The densely packed corpses kept attacking the giant ship. Corpses of gods. Demonic corpses. Heavens, how many gods and demons have died? Many people cried out in horror. The scene in front of them was too terrifying. What kind of corpse is that? Suddenly, someone pointed at a monster. The creature was green in color. It was covered in scales, and there were silver-white bone spurs on its back. There were a total of 36 bone spurs. The creature was 20 meters long, and it quickly rushed toward the giant ship. Waves of evil energy were emitted from the creature's body and bombarded the giant ship. With every attack, the ship's restrictions were about to break. From this, one could see how terrifying the creature's attacks were. Fortunately, the giant ship had self-repairing runes. Otherwise, the defensive barrier might have been broken by the creature. It really is a foreign creature. When Lin Feng saw the evil beast's corpse, he took a deep breath. These corpses had most likely become special existences like corpse demons. An ordinary ship wouldn't have been able to withstand the attacks of these corpses. Fortunately, the giant ship's defenses were astonishing. In the end, the fleet broke away from the densely packed corpses and escaped from the sea. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. But fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. Many people began to talk about the corpses. They guessed what might have happened here in the past. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the Void Umbra Beast returned to the private room. Du Zhu was someone who couldn't stay idle. Soon after, he returned and said mysteriously, "I found a good place." Lin Feng asked curiously, "What kind of place?" "There's a place called the Blissful Pavilion on this ship. The women there are all top-notch. There are all kinds of women, and there are even women from various races. If you can afford it, you can even buy the rights to a top-notch virgin's first night there." Du Zhu's saliva was about to drip out. There was such a service on this giant ship. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. After all, it took a long time to sail the sea. Many people found it hard to endure loneliness. They needed to find women to vent. This was a business opportunity. Lin Feng wasn't very interested in such a place. Du Zhu, on the other hand, was in high spirits. The Void Umbra beast wasn't interested either. In the end, Du Zhu went there himself. Soon after, someone knocked on the door. The Void Umbra beast went to open the door. A beautiful female cultivator stood outside and looked into the private room. "What are you looking at?" The Void Umbra beast's gaze was cold. The beautiful female cultivator's face paled slightly, and she said, "Sir, please give the jade tube to your young master." The female cultivator handed the jade tube to the Void Umbra beast, bowed, and left. The Void Umbra beast closed the door and went to Lin Feng's side. "Young master, the female cultivator asked me to give this jade tube to you." Lin Feng nodded. He had also seen the female cultivator. She was tall and slender, and her long legs had left a deep impression on him. However, he remembered that he didn't know her. Why did she give him such a jade tube? What was so special about it? Chapter 1620. When Lin Feng's divine sense entered the jade tube, the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a strange expression. Seeing Lin Feng's strange expression, the Void Shadow Beast asked curiously, "Young master, is there anything wrong with the contents of this jade tube?" "You'll know when you see it." Lin Feng handed the jade tube to the Void Shadow Beast. The Void Shadow Beast's divine sense sensed it, and the corner of its mouth twitched violently a few times. Then, it placed the jade tube in front of Lin Feng. This jade tube was imprinted with all kinds of diagrams and words. Those diagrams were all the imprints of beautiful women. Some were pure, some were tall, some were voluptuous, some were charming. There were all kinds of beautiful women. Moreover, they were dressed scantily, stroking their hair coquettishly, and making all kinds of seductive gestures. Then, there was a text introduction for each beauty. It mainly introduced their names. Lin Feng guessed that they were also pseudonyms. Age. Characteristics of the charm technique. There were also services. Charging standards. And so on and so forth. Public morals are degenerating day by day. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Among those women, there were even a few beautiful female cultivators who had reached the deity realm. That was a high and mighty figure. But for money, they also came out to do this. Of course, not everyone could afford to spend a night with them. The overnight fee was more than 5,000 origin crystals. Only a very wealthy cultivator would be able to afford such a price. As expected, beautiful women can have everything when they open their legs. There's no need to work hard at all. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Male cultivators risked their lives and entered all kinds of dangerous places in search of ancient cultivators' caves, secret treasures, and so on. But some female cultivators who had fallen only needed to accompany male cultivators, who felt that all kinds of wealth were at their fingertips. Of course, such female cultivators were only in the minority. In fact, most female cultivators were very conservative. Lin Feng casually threw the jade tube to the side. He was not very interested in these services. Du Zhu returned after 3 days and 3 nights. When he returned, his glabella was dark and his steps were unsteady. He looked like he had overexerted himself. Lin Feng said, "Do you want me to prescribe you some tonic medicine?" Du Zhu grinned. "It's nothing serious. Young people don't need to be afraid of overexerting themselves. They'll be fine after a few days of rest." "Are you a youngster?" Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. The female deacon came to Lin Feng. She bowed towards Lin Feng and said, "Young master, there will be a Dao Arts exchange on the 888th floor. This is the admission ticket. If young master is interested, you can use the admission ticket to head to the VIP conference hall on the 888th floor at 6 in the evening tomorrow." The female deacon gave Lin Feng 3 admission tickets. Lin Feng nodded. The female deacon then took her leave. Lin Feng was rather interested in this Dao Arts exchange. Those who could live on the 888th floor were obviously of extraordinary status. Some of these people had come from the 9 states continent and were now returning to the 9 states continent. Most of them were experts from the various powers in the outer realm. It could be said that experts were as common as clouds. This kind of Dao Arts exchange was of a relatively high level. One could benefit a lot from discussing Dao Arts. The next day, Lin Feng went to the Dao Arts Exchange. Du Zhu was not interested in it. Thus, Lin Feng and the Void Shadow Beast went to the Dao Arts Exchange. Du Zhu was lying on the sofa alone with his legs crossed. He was eating spirit fruits and humming a tune. Suddenly, he caught sight of the jade tube that Lin Feng had thrown on the sofa. "What is this?" Du Zhu muttered. He held the jade tube in his hand and used his divine sense to enter it. "Wow! It's so good!" The poison ancestor cried out as saliva flowed out of his mouth. About 100 cultivators came to the Dao Arts Exchange. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and whispered to each other. Lin Feng saw 3 monks. They were 3 extremely young monks. Although they were young, they were all unfathomable. Especially the monk in the lead, there were 5 rays of Buddhist light behind his head. As for the other 2 monks, one had 3 rays of Buddhist light behind his head, while the other had 2 rays of Buddhist light behind his head. They were not simple people either. In Buddhism, only senior monks who had achieved the Tao would have Buddhist light behind their heads. Apart from the 3 monks, Lin Feng also saw 6 or 7 Daoist priests. They were old and young, and all of them had a sage-like demeanor. Not long after, a beautiful woman came to the living room. Her arrival attracted the attention of many people. This beautiful woman was alluring, charming, and mature. She was the best of the best. The way the man looked at the beautiful woman was somewhat different. The women looked at the beautiful woman with jealousy. The beautiful woman's arrival became the center of attention. Beautiful women were easily the center of attention. This beautiful woman was called Nzi Ru. Her origins were mysterious. Many experts gathered around her. Amid her, 3 monks walked towards Lin Feng. They put their palms together and chanted Buddhist scriptures. They bowed to Lin Feng. "Greetings, masters." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Benefactor, you have an affinity with Buddha," the leading monk said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This monk was not simple. Could it be that he had sensed the Buddhist divine ability that he cultivated? Lin Feng cultivated the Great Karma technique and the Great Purification technique. These were both Buddhist divine abilities. He said calmly, "Master, you are right. Speaking of which, I do have an affinity with Buddha. Back then, when I encountered danger in the starry sky world, I was saved by a holy monk. May I know the name of that holy monk?" The young monk asked. "Holy monk Ji Yuan," Lin Feng said. "Its ancestor Ji Yuan." The 3 monks were shocked. Lin Feng sighed. "Unfortunately, the holy monk died there in order to save us." "What? Has the primogenitor passed away?" The 3 monks looked at each other. They put their palms together. Then, he began to recite the scriptures to ferry the souls of the dead. He was ferrying the souls of the dead holy monks. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The holy monks group was an eminent monk from the Buddhist world. Could it be that these 3 young monks were also from the Buddhist world? It seemed like that was a possibility. After they finished ferrying the holy monk, the 3 monks looked sorrowful. The leading monk said, "My name is Liao Kong, this is my 3rd junior brother, Liao Fan, and this is my 7th junior brother, Liao Wu. May I know your name, benefactor?" "Lin Qing." Lin Feng cupped his fists. He did not say his real name, as that would cause a huge commotion. After all, who in the world did not know him? In the past, the 3 of us listened to the ancestors' teachings. Now that he has passed away, our hearts are filled with grief. We want to know how he passed away, but we don't know if it would be convenient for benefactor Lin to tell us what happened that year. Liao Kong asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course. It's like this." Lin Feng told them about what had happened in the ancient city in the starry sky. He heard that holy monk Ji Yuan had sacrificed himself to fight against the foreign creatures and died in the end. Liao Kong, Liao Fan, and Liao Wu put their palms together and said, "The ancestor was a Buddhist for his entire life, but in the end, he sacrificed himself for the sake of others. In the future, he would definitely have reached paradise." Amitabha. Chapter 1621. After sorting out their emotions, the expressions of the 3 brothers became much calmer. Lin Feng had a deep conversation with the 3 of them, and he discovered that they all had a deep understanding of the Tao. Especially monk Liao Kong, whose understanding of the Tao made Lin Feng feel ashamed of his inferiority. Liao Kong was the kind of person who looked like a fool. He had a unique way of looking at things, but he would not deliberately show off. Liao Fan's tall and burly figure did not make him look like a monk. Instead, he looked like a mighty general who had fought on the battlefield. He had a rather impatient personality, so he was the most talkative when it came to exchanging cultivation insights. He would say whatever came to mind, regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Liao Fan was quiet and did not speak much, but when he did speak, he was usually very insightful and focused. They got along well with each other. This exchange was first for exchanging cultivation insights, and secondly, it was a small-scale trade fair. Lin Feng had participated in this kind of Dao spell exchange meeting more than once, so he was very familiar with this kind of small but high-level Dao spell exchange meeting. Those who could participate in such an exchange were not simple people. Therefore, they usually had some good things in their hands. As for some things that he didn't need, he could take them out and exchange them for treasures that he could use. It was the same for this Dao art exchange. After the Dao technique exchange conference ended, an old man presided over the subsequent small-scale trade fair. The old man also introduced himself. The old man was called Sun Wu, and he was the elder in charge of the 888th level. Sun Wu smiled and said, "I'll start this trade fair. I have a piece of phoenix bloodstone here, a stone that has been stained with phoenix blood and turned into a divine stone. I want to exchange it for a piece of purple gold God's fire iron." Phoenix blood? Many people were shocked. Sun Wu took out the phoenix bloodstone. It was a stone about the size of a fist. There was an obvious bloodstain on the stone, and the bloodstain emitted a scorching flame energy. Many people were tempted and wanted to exchange for the phoenix bloodstone. Perhaps they could study the phoenix blood. For cultivators, the Phoenix clan was a very mysterious clan. However, the purple gold God's fire iron that Sun Wu needed was also very extraordinary. It was not easy to take out such a treasure. After waiting for a long time, seeing that no one came out to make a deal with Sun Wu was stunned. And Ziru stood up and said, "I just happen to have a piece of purple gold godly fire iron here. I'll trade it with you." As she spoke, Ziru took out a piece of immortal iron and made a deal with Sun Wu. One after another, people took out all kinds of treasures to trade. However, Lin Feng had never participated in it. Nowadays, there were very few treasures that could pique his interest. "I have 243 ancient star diagrams. I want to exchange them for 3,000 herbs that are over 70,000 years old." And Ziru took out a jade tube. Clearly, this jade tube contained an ancient star chart. The ancient star map was extremely precious. When Nziru took out the ancient star map to trade, it naturally attracted the interest of many people. However, it was too difficult to take out 3,000 stalks of 70,000-year-old and above spiritual herbs at once. The main reason was that spirit herbs would begin to wither and die after they reached 50,000 years of age. Spirit herbs that could continue to grow were very rare. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to cultivate spirit herbs that were 70 or 80,000 years old. Lin Feng said, "I can trade with you." And Ziru looked at Lin Feng, bowed slightly, and handed the jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng handed over 3,000 stalks of spirit herbs that were over 70,000 years old to Ziru. "We have an ancient Buddhist kasaya here. We want to trade it for a saria or a body seed." Monk Liao Kong took out a kasaya. The kasaya was embedded with a consecrated glass pearl that was surrounded by a Buddhist aura. It was definitely a precious treasure. Many people were tempted. Wearing such a kasaya would make it difficult for evil spirits and ghosts to harm them in the future. It was the bane of all evil spirits. However, the body seed and the saria that Monk Liao Kong needed were too rare. The body seed was a sacred item born from the body tree. The saria was a sacred item left behind by an ancient Buddha who had passed away. Both the body seed and the saria were very difficult to find. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had a body seed and a saria on him. The body seed and the saria were both precious treasures of Buddhism. But in reality, The Sarira's effect was not that great for other cultivators. This was because some of the Tao contained in the Sarira was the Tao of Buddhism. It was useful for Buddhist cultivators. It was naturally not useful for people who did not cultivate Buddhism. Although the Sarira could also restrain evil spirits, its effect was far inferior to the body seed. Lin Feng said, I obtained a Sarira by chance back then. Lin Feng took out the Sarira and exchanged it with monk Liao Kong. The small trade fair lasted for about 4 hours and only ended late at night. The crowd dispersed one after another. Monk Liao Kong said, Benefactor Lin, when you have time, let's exchange more cultivation insights. Lin Feng nodded and said, when the time comes, I will pay a visit to the 3 masters. After chatting for a while, the 2 of them returned to their respective rooms. They had just returned. Bang! 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 There was a knock on the door. The void shadow beast opened the door to the room. It found the charming and beautiful woman, Nziru, standing outside. What's the matter? The void shadow beast asked. His voice was always cold, even when facing such a delicate beauty like Nziru. Nziru said, Please help me report that Ziru is here to see your young master. I already heard it. Fairy, come in. Lin Feng's voice rang out. The void shadow beast allowed Nziru to enter the room. The void shadow beast was quite tactful. He closed the door and strolled out. Lin Feng gestured for Nziru to sit down. Nziru sat on the soft sofa next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, May I know why Fairy is visiting so late at night? Nziru giggled and said, If there's nothing, can't I visit Lin Gongzi? Nziru was naturally beautiful. She was charming and mature. Her every move. She exuded an alluring aura. Now that she smiled, she was becoming more and more alluring. Lin Feng muttered to himself. This woman's style was quite bold and unrestrained. Could it be that she wanted to seduce him? Of course, Lin Feng was only thinking about it in his heart. This Nziru was being very mysterious. Lin Feng did not think that this woman would try to seduce him. He smiled and said, I welcome Fairy here at any time. It's just that the night is long, and a man and woman are alone in a room. I don't have any problems with that, but I'm afraid that some rumors will spread. It won't be good for Fairy's reputation. Nziru licked her red lips and looked at Lin Feng. She smiled charmingly and said, What kind of rumors does young master want to spread? That woman was really charming. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but start pounding when he saw her charming and seductive face. Chapter 1622. Would Nziru really be so shallow as to seduce him? Lin Feng did not think so. First of all, Nziru was very powerful, and second of all, she was very rich. Moreover, this was only their second meeting. Was there a need for her to do this? Of course not. Thus, Lin Feng became even more cautious. He glanced at Nziru's hot body. He then asked, What kind of rumors are you trying to spread? Nziru giggled and said, I've always kept myself clean. At that moment, Nziru returned to normal. She no longer looked like a vixen. Lin Feng poured a cup of spirit tea for Nziru and said, Why don't you tell me why you're here? I like to get straight to the point. I don't like to beat around the bush. Nziru said, Since you're so straightforward, I'll be frank. She paused for a moment. Nziru continued, I saw that you were very generous earlier and seemed to have a lot of spirit herbs on you. I'd like to make a few more deals with you. What do you think? Lin Feng asked, What kind of deals do you want to make? I'd like to use some treasures to exchange for some of your spirit herbs. If you need any treasures, feel free to ask. Nziru said. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm not lacking anything right now, and I don't have many spirit herbs on me. I'm afraid I can't make any more deals with you. Nziru said, Since that's the case, I won't force you. I'll be holding a small gathering tomorrow, and I've invited a few friends to taste wine and discuss the Tao. I wonder if you have time to come? Lin Feng said, I'd be honored. Nziru smiled and said, Since that's the case, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. She then stood up. Lin Feng saw Nziru out. She has an ulterior motive. She's trying to get close to me. Her real purpose for coming today is to invite me to this gathering, right? Lin Feng frowned slightly. After Nziru left, the Void Shadow Beast quickly returned. Lin Feng said, "In the next few days, think of a way to investigate this Nziru's identity." "Yes, sir," the Void Shadow Beast replied. The next day, Lin Feng went to Nziru's small gathering. Quite a number of powerful people had come to this small gathering. Lin Feng was very low-key. He didn't deliberately express himself. The people who attended the party didn't pay much attention to Lin Feng at first. However, Nziru came to Lin Feng's side and poured some wine for Lin Feng. Then, she spoke to Lin Feng in a low voice. In the eyes of others, the two of them looked quite intimate. This caused some people to be jealous. Nziru was such a rare woman. The journey was long. Many people probably wanted to win her heart. And from Nziru's behavior, did it mean that she had fallen in love with Lin Feng? A group of experts who had been famous for a long time, which one of them wasn't a high and mighty figure? A woman that caught his eye. How could she be snatched away by a young cultivator? Lin Feng's smile became even more brilliant. In the eyes of others, it was the pride of someone who was about to win the heart of a beauty. But in reality, the reason why Lin Feng was smiling was because things were as he had guessed. This Nziru had ill intentions towards him. This made Lin Feng very puzzled. Who exactly was this woman Nziru? Why was she targeting him? Right now, he wasn't sure. He was still waiting for the results of the Void Shadow Beast's investigation. Since Nziru was acting, Lin Feng didn't mind acting with her. Thus, at the banquet, in front of everyone, he directly grabbed Nziru's willow waist. And his actions were rather presumptuous. Nziru's pretty face was flushed red. She was angry and annoyed. She wished she could slap this bastard who took advantage of her to death. But at this moment, she could only endure. Let Lin Feng take advantage of her. Of course, right now, Lin Feng could only move his hands. He couldn't do anything else. What Lin Feng did to Nziru naturally couldn't be hidden from everyone's eyes. Someone immediately stood up and walked towards Lin Feng. "Brat, who are you? Tell me your name." This was a cultivator who looked to be in his 30s. Of course, it was unknown how long he had lived. After all, a cultivator's lifespan was too long. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me so presumptuously?" Lin Feng glanced at the cultivator. "Do you know what you're saying? You don't want to live anymore?" The cultivator angrily looked at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with coldness. "I can't even be bothered to make a move against a piece of trash like you. Scram as far as you can, don't be an eyesore in front of me." Lin Feng curled his lips. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I want to see what ability you have to be so arrogant in front of me." The cultivator's expression was indifferent. His body emitted a cold aura, as if he was about to attack. Nziru struggled to break free from Lin Feng's embrace. She persuaded, "Fellow Daoist Aoyu, give me some face and forget about today's matter." Nziru naturally didn't really want to help Lin Feng. She was very good at reading people's minds. She had said a few simple words. It seemed like she wanted to resolve the dispute, but in reality, she was on Lin Feng's side. This made Nalan Aoyu even more jealous of Lin Feng. He said, "Fairy, youth is not an excuse for a person to make a mistake. This brat is so arrogant and has no regard for anyone. Today, I will teach him a lesson and make him remember. This is also for his own good. This way, he can be restrained and avoid offending people he can't afford to offend in the future. When that time comes, he will die miserably." The rest of the people watched this scene with cold eyes. Everyone was looking forward to the scene of Lin Feng being taught a lesson by Nalan Aoyu. As soon as Nalan Aoyu finished speaking, he used a grappling hand to grab Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "So much nonsense. Isn't it because Fairy is close to me? You're jealous, right? Just say it. Why do you need to find so many dignified reasons? Brat, you're courting death." After being exposed by Lin Feng, Nalan Aoyu angrily shouted. The attack that was originally aimed at Lin Feng turned into a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly splashed the wine in his hand towards Nalan Aoyu. Swish, The spilled wine instantly turned into a dense number of water swords that shot towards Nalan Aoyu. Nalan Aoyu's expression slightly changed as he swept his palm towards the water swords. Thump 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 thump, suddenly. He was pushed back by the water swords. Nalan Aoyu's expression changed again. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, he knew that he was far from being Lin Feng's match. Young Master Aoyu, are you injured? And Ziru pretended to be concerned and asked. Nalan Aoyu didn't have the face to stay any longer. He cupped his fists and glared fiercely at Lin Feng before bidding farewell and leaving. The gathering ended unhappily. The others also left one after another. Only Lin Feng and Nziru were left alone. Chapter 1623. Has the prince always been so domineering? Don't you know that taking a step back will make you feel better? Nziru looked at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng. Do you really want me to take a step back? Asked Lin Feng. Nziru said, of course. Ziru doesn't want the prince to get hurt. It seems like Fairy really cares about me. I'm very grateful. Actually, I also admire Fairy a lot. Lin Feng reached out and hugged Nziru's slim waist. Nziru nimbly dodged. She didn't refuse when Lin Feng hugged her, and when Lin Feng took advantage of her, she didn't even resist. She was just doing it for the others to see. Now, only she and Lin Feng were left. Nziru wouldn't let Lin Feng have his way again. Fairy, are you rejecting me? Lin Feng sighed. Nziru said calmly, there are differences between men and women. I'm not a casual woman. Just now, we had intimate contact. At that time, your body didn't resist. Clearly, Fairy likes the feeling of being teased by me, right? Lin Feng said with a smile. You, shameless. Nziru's face turned red. She couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, Fairy, you seemed like a completely different person. You didn't do it on purpose, did you? Did you provoke some people's anger so that they would act against me? I don't think so. I've never met Fairy before. There's no need for Fairy to harm me like this, right? Nziru's eyes twitched, and she smiled coquettishly. Why would I harm Prince? Prince, please don't think too much. I'm a pure woman, and women have to respect themselves. This is the bottom line that a woman should abide by. Just now, when Prince hugged me, I didn't struggle because I was worried that pushing Prince away would hurt Prince's reputation. That's why I tolerated Prince and allowed Prince to take advantage of me. But now, Prince is suspecting my intentions. It seems that I've belittled myself, causing Prince to suspect me. As Nziru spoke, she looked as if she was about to cry. This woman was a natural-born actress. Said Lin Feng. Don't be sad, celestial being. I was wrong. I didn't suspect you. I was just sad because you rejected me. I lost my composure and spoke nonsense. Please forgive me, celestial being. Nziru blushed and nodded. How could I bear to blame Prince? The future is long, and we can interact more. Who knows what will happen in the future? Fairy is right. Thank you for being magnanimous and forgiving. It's already very late, so I'll take my leave. Lin Feng cupped his fists and left. Nziru sent Lin Feng out before returning. More than 10 cultivators, male and female, old and young, appeared in the living room. One of the old men said, Master, he seems to have his suspicions. Nziru nodded and narrowed her phoenix eyes. This person is very vigilant and difficult to deal with. However, even if he has his suspicions, they're just suspicions. He doesn't have any evidence to prove his suspicions. For now, let's not make a move. I'll personally interact with him and make him lower his guard. When the time is right, we'll get rid of him. Yes, Master. The group of people answered. When he returned to his residence, Lin Feng saw that Du Zhu had returned. He didn't need to ask to know what Du Zhu had gone to do. Lin Feng looked at the Void Shadow Beast and asked, Have you investigated Nziru's identity? The Void Shadow Beast replied, reporting to Prince, Nziru is very mysterious. Nobody knows where she came from. Some say she came from outside the realm, while others say she came from Jojo. Thus, it's impossible to conclude. The only clue we can find is that this woman once appeared in the Yuhua immortal dynasty and stayed there for half a year. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. The Yuhua immortal dynasty is controlled by Huangfu Qingtian's family. It's reasonable to say that this woman staying in the Yuhua immortal dynasty for half a year isn't anything special. After all, a cultivator can go into seclusion for dozens of years. What's a mere half a year? However, this woman is scheming against me. I can't help but think about it. If she stayed in the Yuhua immortal dynasty for half a year, is there any connection? The Void Shadow Beast said, "Young master, are you suspecting that this woman is related to Huangfu Qingtian?" Lin Feng said, "Maybe, maybe not. Since she's biding her time, I'll wait and see. Sooner or later, she'll show her tail." The fleet continued to sail in the direction of Jiuzhou. About 3 months later, the fleet left the Endless Sea and sailed into another part of the sea. This part of the sea was called the Sea of Beasts by the cultivators of Jiuzhou. This was because there were many terrifying sea beasts living in the depths of the sea. If a small fleet passed by and encountered the sea beasts, it would be very dangerous. Only an extremely powerful cultivator would be able to intimidate the ferocious beasts in the sea. During this period of time, An Ziru had been running to Lin Feng's place quite diligently. Lin Feng had been feigning civility with this woman, waiting for her to show her tail. However, this woman was very patient and had been pretending very well. That night, in the sea, strong winds blew. Black fog covered the sky and the sun. Then, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and rain poured down. Huge waves surged into the sky, and the huge ships became extremely unstable as they floated along with the huge waves. Many people were even worried that the ships would be overturned by the huge waves. The situation in front of them, it was extremely bad. This is not good. This is a demonic wind. I'm afraid a powerful sea beast is about to appear. An old cultivator said in a serious voice. Clang, clang, clang. Not long after, a violent collision sound was heard. It seemed like something was hitting the ships. Many people rushed out and saw ferocious beasts appearing in the sea. They were huge snakes that were 3,000 to 4,000 meters long. The giant snakes were blue in color and could perfectly blend in with the seawater. If one did not look carefully, one would not even be able to see the huge snakes clearly. The tails of the huge snakes were very strange. Their tails were actually like the tails of scorpions. There was a huge barb. On the surface of the barb, it shone with a blue glow. Obviously, there was a strong poison hidden in the barb. Oh my God, it's the immemorial scorpion tail snake. Someone recognized this huge snake and said with a trembling voice. This huge snake had long been extinct in the outside world. Who would have thought that the terrifying huge snake that had gone extinct in the outside world actually continued its bloodline in the deep sea? In the immemorial era, the immemorial scorpion tail snake was a terrifying beast that hunted gods for food. Now, there were hundreds of immemorial scorpion tail snakes here, surrounding the 10 huge ships. Seeing the huge immemorial scorpion tail snakes, many people were so scared that their faces were as pale as paper. Chapter 1624. Don't worry, the 9 States Alliance's fleet has a way to deal with these ancient scorpions. One captain after another appeared and shouted. He calmed the panicked crowd. Spirit stone cannon. Defensive rune. Then, the 10 captains gave out orders in an orderly manner. Obviously, they were all very experienced and did not panic in the face of danger. It had to be said that the cultivators of the 9 States Alliance were very cultured. After receiving the order, the cultivators in charge of firing the spirit stone cannons started to adjust the spirit stone cannons in an orderly manner. After the adjustments were made, they began to load the spirit stone shells. A dense barrage of spirit stone shells flew toward those scorpion-tailed snakes. Some of the spirit stone cannonballs exploded beside the ancient scorpion tail serpent, while some spirit stone cannonballs bombarded the ancient scorpion tail serpent's body and exploded directly. The immemorial scorpion-tailed snakes suffered heavy blows. Although the defense of the immemorial scorpion-tailed snake was very shocking. But now, unable to withstand the power produced by the explosion of so many energy stone cannonballs, many immemorial scorpion tail snakes were bleeding profusely. At the same time, under the activation of the spiritual array masters, the restrictions on the 10 ancient ships were all activated. When those immemorial scorpion tail snakes hit the ancient ship, the powerful impact of the immemorial scorpion tail snake was neutralized by the restriction. There were also many ancient scorpion-tailed snakes that launched all kinds of powerful attacks. Energy balls blotted out the sky and covered the earth. However, all of the attacks were stopped by the defensive barriers of the ships. Seeing this, the cultivators who were still a little panicked were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Those gigantic ships are really incredible. The structure of the ships, the deployment spells, and the power of the spiritual stone cannons can't be compared to ordinary ships. Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded and said, after all, the Nine States Alliance is the largest merchant alliance in the Nine States continent. It's not easy to destroy their ships. These ancient scorpion-tailed snakes did not pose a threat to the fleet. The fleet successfully left the area where the ancient scorpion tail snake was located. A month later, the weather became colder and colder. We're about to reach the ICC region. Because of the rules of the world, it's extremely cold here. A pleasant voice resounded from the ancient ship. The beautiful female deacon on the ship was introducing the new sea area to everyone. Many people walked out, allowing the snow to fall on their bodies. Of course, there were also people who didn't like snow. Therefore, he stayed in the cabin and did not come out. What are you looking at? The void shadow beast asked when it saw Du Zhu staring in one direction for a long time. He followed Du Zhu's gaze and saw a woman wearing a black dress and a veil. She was standing on the deck and looking into the distance. The void shadow beast rolled its eyes. At this moment, Poison Ancestor retracted his gaze and said, "Are you ignorant and inexperienced? I'm not looking at that woman because she has a good figure or because she's pretty. It's because she's not simple." Lin Feng's heart stirred. He glanced at the woman in black, then turned to Du Zhu and asked, "What's so special about that woman?" Du Zhu said, "I feel like there's an unimaginable power dormant in her body. However, this power wasn't cultivated by her." Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "It wasn't cultivated by her? Then is this the power that someone sealed in her body? It's not like there aren't people like that. If a peerless powerhouse imparts power to them, they can indeed seal a powerful power within the cultivator's body." Du Zhu shook his head and said, "No, this matter isn't that simple." Lin Feng noticed that the woman in black was looking at the three of them. She seemed to have realized that Lin Feng and the others were talking about her. However, she didn't say anything. Instead, she returned to the cabin. The ship was attacked by a group of ice dragons in the ICC region. Fortunately, the 10 giant ships successfully blocked the attack of the ice dragons. After leaving the ICC region, they entered another region of the sea. This region was called the Nether Sea. Some cultivators on the ship were discussing the Nether Sea. They were very secretive about it. On this day, Lin Feng heard some rumors about the Nether Sea from monk Liao Kong. The creatures that die in the sea will come here because emissaries of hell will come here and bring the souls of the dead cultivators to the netherworld. Monk 3 Lives explained. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the strange things he had experienced in the Death Star field. He saw many small boats. On each of the boats, there was a person sitting on each boat. A vague voice could be heard. "They're all dead. I'm the only one left." Of course, the people sitting on the boats weren't real people. They were undead. Currently, the undead in the sea were gathering in the Nether Sea. It was very similar to the undead in the Starfield gathering in the Death Star field. Lin Feng said, "In the Starfield world, there's a place called the Death Star field. Undead come and go there. That's where the undead in the Starfield enter the netherworld through the passage. Emissaries of hell come and lead the undead back to where they belong." Monk Liao Kong explained. Lin Feng said, "I once entered the Death Star field and lost my way. I almost followed the undead into the netherworld." Liao Kong sucked in a cold breath and said, "It's said that once living creatures and undead come together and enter the passage to the netherworld, they will never be able to come out again. Benefactor Lin was actually able to come out safely. It seems that Benefactor Lin has received the blessing of Buddha, which is why you were able to escape the passage to the netherworld." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. How could that be the blessing of Buddha? He had almost died back then. Now that he thought about it, he still felt some lingering fear. Lin Feng said, "We won't lose our way in the Netherseer, right? The 9 States Alliance should have a way to determine our course." Monk Liao Kong said. Lin Feng nodded. After leaving Monk Liao Kong's place, he returned to his own residence. "If Yama wants you dead at midnight, he won't let you live until dawn." Late at night, Lin Feng heard a sinister voice. He woke up with a start and sat up on his bed. "I'm afraid something strange has happened." Lin Feng frowned. "If Yama wants you dead at midnight, he won't let you live until dawn." After that, the sinister voice was heard again. Lin Feng hurriedly got up, put on his clothes and shoes, and walked outside. By the time he reached the deck, there were already countless cultivators gathered there. Obviously, everyone had been alarmed. "Young master, this place." Du Zhu waved at Lin Feng. He and the Void Shadow Beast were near the bow of the ship, so they could see further and clearly see the situation in the sea. "Look, what's that floating thing in the sea?" Suddenly, someone pointed at the sea and shouted in a trembling voice. Chapter 16:25. Lin Feng came to the bow of the ship and looked into the sea. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Figures of Taoists floated in the sea. Upon closer inspection, he realized that those figures were the undead floating in the sea. These were creatures that had fallen in the sea. Their souls could not rest in peace. Now, the mysterious messenger of hell was going to bring them into the underworld. It sounded a little unbelievable, but it was indeed the truth. "It's the undead in the sea," someone said with a trembling voice. "The undead have appeared. We've entered the route to the underworld. That's a place where the dead go. We won't enter the underworld together, right? I don't want to die. I don't want to enter the underworld." Many people cried out in horror, and the ship suddenly became very chaotic. "Everyone, don't be afraid. We're here. We can definitely get out successfully. If our 9 States Alliance didn't even have this ability, we wouldn't have opened this route all these years." The captains of the 10 ancient ships shouted. Their words calmed the chaotic crowd down a little, but they couldn't calm everyone down completely. Many people were still worried about the situation in front of them. They were afraid that they would encounter a calamity here. When the underworld opens, these undead will gather together. "It's indeed troublesome to encounter such a situation," Monk Liao Kong said. Lin Feng nodded. Although he was confident in the fleet of the 9 States Alliance, it was impossible for him not to be worried. In this world, there was nothing that could be done with a 100% success rate. Even the fleet of the 9 States Alliance had successfully escaped from this passage to the underworld. But, what about this time? What if they didn't succeed? Therefore, Lin Feng was actually quite worried. Of course, he wasn't someone who would worry for nothing. He could only take one step at a time. In the distance, clusters of lights floated in the sea. Du Zhu said, "Look, it's the undead ship." Lin Feng looked over and nodded slightly. The undead ship carried the undead. Lin Feng guessed that ordinary undead were not qualified to board the undead ship. Those undead were floating in the sea. Only the stronger undead were qualified to board the undead ship. Many people stood on the ancient ships and looked at the undead ship floating over. "Ignite the exorcism lamp." The captains of the 10 ancient ships shouted. Buzz, the exorcism lamps on every ancient ship were lit. Light up a lamp in the darkness, illuminate the way forward, and search for hope and light. It was rumored that the exorcism lamp was invented by a senior monk. In the past, a senior monk accidentally entered the underworld. He chopped off one of his arms, refined the Buddha fat, and created an exorcism lamp. He held the exorcism lamp in his hand, illuminating the path ahead, and finally walked out of the underworld. Therefore, the oil used in the exorcism lamp was Buddha fat. After the exorcism lamp was lit, phantoms of Buddhas appeared one after another, sitting cross-legged on top of the ancient ship with their palms pressed together. The world was filled with the sound of chanting Buddhist scriptures. It was magnificent and vast. Buddha fat was very precious. The stronger the monk's body, the better the effects of the refined Buddha fat. Liao Kong, Liao Fan, and Liao Wu immediately put their palms together and chanted Amitabha. Many people hunted monks to refine Buddhist resin, and they were very clear about this matter. However, knowing was one thing. They were powerless to change anything. The Buddhist light shone on the sea, dispelling the darkness. One after another, ghost ships floated over. Everyone saw the cultivators sitting on the ghost ships. "Grandfather, why are you here?" Suddenly, a hoarse and sorrowful roar sounded. It was a woman in a purple dress. This woman was very strange. She had light blue hair, Mediterranean eyes, a high-nose bridge, and much deeper eye sockets than the cultivators of the 9 provinces. That's a special race. In the 9 provinces, they are called the Shi Nation. Monk Liao Kong said. Lin Feng nodded. He saw some Shi Nation people in the crowd. Those Shi Nation people were tall. Some had blonde hair and blue eyes, while others had black hair and brown eyes. They had light skin, soft wavy hair, deep eye sockets, low cheekbones, flat jawbones, high nose bridge, and thin lips. The Shi Nation woman with light blue hair was very beautiful. Not only was she tall, but she was also very beautiful. She also had a face as beautiful as an angel's. Some people were talking about her. Lin Feng faintly heard someone mention her name. She seemed to be called Avril. This name also sounded a little strange. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Could her surname be Ari and her name be Avril? Was there such a surname? Sitting on the ghost ship was an old man. When he saw Avril, his expression changed. Avril, why are you on the route to the netherworld? Are you dead too? Avril shouted, No, grandfather, I'm not dead. I'm still alive. I'll pull you up. Avril threw the rope to the old man. The elder shook his head and said, Avril, I'm already dead, and I can't go back. There are terrifying creatures in the ocean ahead, and there are legendary mermen there. You have to be careful of the mermen. They're extremely evil, and they can easily break through any restrictions and destroy ships. What? Mermen? One of the most evil and terrifying creatures in the oceanic world. At this moment, countless people panicked. Mermen had an incredible origin. This was a type of living creature in myths and legends. They had the most powerful blood of the oceanic gods flowing in their veins. It was rumored that the mermen had once ruled the ocean for countless eras. It was only when the god of the sea, Poseidon, and the divine dragons appeared that they began to lead the oceanic race to resist the mermen. After that, as time passed, the mermen disappeared without a trace. The ghost ship carried the old man and floated into the distance. Avril shouted, Grandfather, don't leave. I'll definitely save you. She wanted to rush out of the ship, but she was pulled back by her companions. Avril, you're crazy. This is the route to the netherworld. If you leave the ship, you'll become one of the ghosts. You won't be able to come back. Avril's companions said. Avril. Live well. The old man's voice came from afar. Soon, the ghost ship carrying Avril's grandfather disappeared into the rolling black fog. Avril, on the other hand, began to cry in pain. Of course, to others, Avril was just a stranger. Not many people continued to pay attention to her. When many people heard about the mermen, their expressions turned ugly. A cultivator said with a gloomy expression, This is troublesome. Even if we can get rid of the route to the netherworld, if we encounter the mermen, we'll still die. At this moment, a middle-aged cultivator said, I think the old man was mistaken. How can there be mermen now? If there really are mermen, why didn't the 9 States Alliance's merchant ships encounter them after so many voyages? The middle-aged cultivator's words made many people feel slightly relieved. However, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that this matter was not so simple. When a man was about to die, his words were kind. Moreover, the old man was already dead. For his granddaughter, he could not lie. Moreover, the old man should have been very strong when he was alive. How could such an expert be mistaken? Therefore, Lin Feng felt that there might really be mermen. He felt uneasy. If they really encountered mermen, it would be disastrous. Chapter 1626. The exorcism lamps illuminated the path of the fleet. A dim passage appeared on the dark and cold sea. Many people were praying that they would be able to successfully leave the sea route to the netherworld. If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, he won't let you live until dawn, the gloomy voice rang out again. It was as if the voice was whispering into their ears. However, when they looked carefully, they didn't find anything. The situation before them was extremely strange. Could that be the voice of the Hell Messenger? Lin Feng frowned. Many people felt uneasy when they heard the voice. This was especially so when they heard the voice on the sea route to the netherworld. They felt a chill run down their spines. Is the Hell Messenger trying to scare us? Or is he trying to warn us of something? Duzu couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Would the Hell Messenger scare them? As the saying went, humans and ghosts walked different paths. The Hell Messenger was a creature of the netherworld. In everyone's eyes, he was a type of ghost. Since humans and ghosts walked different paths, the Hell Messenger shouldn't have provoked them. Could it really be a warning? Does it mean that he will come and lead the souls of the dead to the netherworld, and that we are his targets? Lin Feng said. Monk Liao Fan touched his bald head and said, if it's really as Benefactor Lin says, I'm afraid that something terrible will happen later. Liao Wushuang put his palms together and said, fate comes and goes, vanishing into nothingness. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Liao Wushuang's words weren't very auspicious. Vanishing into nothingness? Did it mean that a great disaster was coming? The 10 captains of the 9 States Alliance's fleet were very experienced. They really steered the 10 ships away from the sea route to the netherworld. They successfully led everyone out. It was originally a dark and cold world that made people's hair stand on end. After they rushed out, the blue waves rippled, and there were no clouds in the sky. The warm sunlight shone down, and it was very comfortable. This is the world that the living should be in, many people said excitedly. They had successfully come out of the sea route to the netherworld alive. This made everyone feel as if they had been reborn. This is still the netherworld sea. The netherworld sea is extremely large. Previously, we were rather unlucky as we encountered the departed souls heading towards the netherworld realm. We were drawn into the sea route that was ordered to head towards the netherworld realm. Fortunately, we have successfully escaped. Now that we have left the netherworld sea, we can reach the northern icefield of the 9 prefectures. After that, we can directly enter the northern icefield from the northern icefield. We can also take a detour from the northern icefield and enter the northern icefield from other places. The female deacon's voice echoed in the cabin. Many people were excitedly discussing the arrival of the 9 continents. However, there were also some who had serious expressions because they thought of the mermaids that Avril's grandfather had mentioned. One day, Lin Feng saw Avril while he was taking a stroll in the sky garden on top of the ship. This woman looked like a Western angel. She was beautiful, charming, and had a noble temperament. Perhaps, her background was extraordinary. Otherwise, it was very difficult to cultivate such a temperament. Kid, what are you looking at? A tall young man with blonde hair and blue eyes looked coldly at Lin Feng. This person was one of Avril's companions. Perhaps, he was also one of Avril's admirers. When he saw Lin Feng looking at Avril, he immediately became angry. Clearly, this person had a strong desire to control. What does it have to do with you what I'm looking at? Lin Feng pursed his lips. Are you trying to provoke me? The golden-haired, blue-eyed, valiant man's eyes flashed with sharpness. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of me provoking you? Do you believe that I can slap you to death with a single slap? Lin Feng looked askance at this strange-looking guy. You're courting death. The man was clearly enraged. He swung his right fist and was about to punch Lin Feng. Hank, stop. At this moment, Avril's voice sounded. The blonde man called Hank stopped when he heard Avril's voice. He unwillingly stopped, but his eyes glared fiercely at Lin Feng from time to time. Friend. I apologize for my friend Hank's rudeness. I hope you can forgive him. Avril bowed slightly. Lin Feng said. It's fine. I won't take it to heart. He didn't stay any longer and walked away. What a strange person. Avril couldn't help but frown slightly. Avril, Why did you stop me from teaching that brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson? Hank said unwillingly. Hank. I think I've seen that person before. His two guards aren't simple. If there's a conflict between them, it won't be good for anyone. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Avril said. Hank nodded with a gloomy expression, but it was obvious that he didn't agree with Avril's words. It was just that Hank didn't refute Avril in front of her. This brat surnamed Lynn is as arrogant as ever. When we get off the ship, I must find a chance to kill him. Dozens of meters away, there were more than 10 people standing there. Naylan Aoyu, who had a conflict with Lin Feng before, was among the crowd. His cold eyes stared at Lin Feng's back as he left. A cold light flashed in his eyes. And Ziru still invited Lin Feng to meet her from time to time. It had to be said that this woman was really good at enduring. After such a long time, she didn't reveal any flaws. Sometimes, Lin Feng even suspected. Did she have a preconceived prejudice against Nziru and wronged her? Of course, Lin Feng wasn't sure if that was the case, but he still had to be on guard against Nziru. The world was too dangerous. If he didn't keep his guard up, he might not even know how he died. On this day, many corpses suddenly floated on the surface of the sea. This matter alarmed everyone, and they all ran to the deck to take a look. It's very likely that the ships out at sea were attacked. Someone said. The fleet continued to set off. 5 days later, the sea began to fog. The white fog covered the sky and the sun. The visibility was very low, and even the scene a few meters away couldn't be seen clearly. Why is there such a big fog? Many people looked solemn and worried as they looked at the fog around them. The other ships have disappeared. Lin Feng silently opened the eyes of the heavenly demon snake and looked around. He didn't see the other 9 ships, and his expression immediately became serious. I'm afraid the mermen are about to appear. An old cultivator said in a deep voice. His words made many people's expressions change. The mermen are the overlords of the sea. They can control the power of the sea. It's this mysterious ability that makes them the masters of the sea. The old cultivator said. Buzz. At that moment, in the depths of the sea, 2 suns slowly rose into the sky. Why are there 2 suns rising? Many people were puzzled. Lin Feng's eyes twitched violently. Those weren't suns, but the eyes of fierce beasts. They were too big, so it looked like 2 suns had risen. Chapter 16:27. What kind of beast was this? It was so huge, and its eyes were like 2 suns. Lin Feng was astonished. That ferocious beast in front of him was gigantic. The light in its eyes was so dazzling that Lin Feng couldn't see clearly what kind of beast it was. But in the end, Lin Feng overcame the difficulties and looked at the ferocious beast. But when he saw the ferocious beast, his expression changed drastically. It was a terrifying creature that was 4,000 to 5,000 meters tall when it stood up, and that wasn't even including its huge tail. It had a human body and a dragon's tail. Its body was perfectly streamlined and covered in scales. Merman. A giant merman. Lin Feng shouted in shock. What? You mean? That's a merman? Many people looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Its body is too huge. If you include its tail, it's probably much bigger than the ancient ship. The ancient ship was 10,000 meters long. It was much bigger than the ancient ship. How big was its body? Think about it. It made people's hair stand on end. Many people's faces were pale, and they were trembling in fear. Look, the sun is rising over there too. Over there. And over there. A cultivator pointed in another direction. Left. Right. Behind. The sun was rising. It wasn't the sun. It was the merman's eyes. There was more than one of these giant mermen. Everyone, be careful. I'm afraid the ancient ship won't be able to withstand the attacks of these giant mermen. A cultivator said in a deep voice. Rumble. Then, waves surged into the sky. Huge waves that were 10,000 meters tall began to churn. The ship shook violently with the rolling waves. Lin Feng looked into the sea and saw that half of a merman's body was sticking out of the sea. It was standing in the distance and looking at the ancient ship. Because of the fog. The other cultivators didn't see the mermen. The mermen that Lin Feng saw were different. Some of them were covered in black scales and were about 2 meters tall. They weren't particularly huge. This should be a merman from the black scale tribe. Some of the mermaids were covered in green scales. They were the mermaids of the green scale race. It was rumored that the mermen had dozens of branches, and there were many different races. However, the noblest race among the merfolk was the merfolk royalty. They were a merfolk whose entire body was covered in purple scales. Among the merfolk that appeared in the surroundings, there was no such merfolk royalty. Swish, swish, suddenly, the 4 giant mermen surrounding the ship radiated a terrifying aura. Their huge sun-like eyes shot out beams of terrifying light at the ancient ship. The other 9 ancient ships were nowhere to be found. Lin Feng guessed that the mermen must have used some special method to separate them. Mermen were the masters of the ocean. They were skilled in all sorts of terrifying forbidden techniques. Separating these ships was naturally a very simple matter. Lin Feng had even heard a rumor in the past. It was said that there was a mysterious sorcerer among the merfolk. This was an extremely ancient profession that had been passed down until now, but it had already disappeared without a trace. However, the sorcerers of the past were a very terrifying group of people. They had mastered the most terrifying sorcery. Of course, Lin Feng had never seen sorcery before. He had only heard that sorcery was very strange. However, how strange sorcery was, Lin Feng didn't know. The merfolk have launched an attack. Many people on the ancient ship cried out in horror. Activate the defensive light barrier, the captain ordered. Now, the captain's voice was no longer as calm as before. Encountering the merfolk was too sudden. There were no merfolk in this sea area originally. No one knew where these merfolk came from. The captain naturally knew how terrifying the merfolk were. Now, his heart was filled with worry. The spirit array masters on the ancient ship collectively activated the formation. All the defensive formations were activated. Layers of defensive light barriers protected the ancient ship. Back then, even the ancient scorpion tail snakes couldn't break the ancient ship's defense system. From this, it could be seen, the ancient ship's defense was astonishing. However, this time, in the face of the merfolk's attack, the ancient ship's defense system couldn't even withstand one round. When the 4 giant merfolk's gaze bombarded the ship, the defensive light barrier that protected the ship, it was directly torn apart. The merfolk have mastered the power of destruction. This power of destruction that they have mastered can easily tear apart any restriction or formation. A cultivator said with a trembling voice. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The 4 giant merfolk moved. Their huge bodies moved slightly, and huge waves surged. The 4 giant merfolk raised their tails. They smashed towards Lin Feng's ship. It was as if 4 continuous mountain ranges were smashing towards it. Fire the spirit stone cannons, the captain roared. Dense spirit stone cannons were fired, blasting towards the giant merfolk's tails. The captain hoped that the spirit stone cannons could blast open the giant merfolk's tails, causing a heavy blow to these giant merfolk. However, the captain's wish was ultimately unsuccessful. The giant merfolk's defense was too shocking. When the spirit stone cannons bombarded the giant merfolk's body, the energy from the explosion, it couldn't break the giant merfolk's defense at all. Immediately after, clang, 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 clang. 4 huge tails smashed down fiercely. The 4 thick tails smashed onto the ancient ship. The ancient ship couldn't withstand it. Crack, crack. The huge ship began to split apart. Shrill screams were heard. Countless people were directly blasted into meat paste by the 4 giant merfolk's tails. Boom, boom. Immediately after, destructive waves swept through the world. The 4 giant merfolk opened their bloody mouths. Each of the giant mermen spat out a ball of energy. Holy shit! Aren't these giant mermen a little too monstrous? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. Quick, leave the ancient ship. He roared loudly and quickly rushed outside. Many people rushed outside in a panic without knowing where to go. But the 4 huge energy balls had already flown over, smashing onto the ancient ship and directly exploding. Countless people were killed by the explosion. Lin Feng was sent flying by the powerful energy shockwave. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body stopped in mid-air with difficulty. The ancient ship began to sink. This was a disastrous scene. Countless people were buried in the sea. "Captain, let's leave quickly." Many people shouted. "All of you leave quickly." The captain's body was covered in blood as he said in a deep voice. The crew's expression was uncertain, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and abandoned the ship. The ancient ship continued to sink. The captain walked around the ancient ship, touching the destroyed ancient ship. A giant merfolk swam over, looking coldly at the captain. Then, the giant merfolk opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the captain. "Kill!" The captain roared, pulled out his sword, and jumped up, attacking the giant merfolk. But the giant merfolk was too terrifying. The captain was swallowed by the giant merfolk. Chapter 16:28. The captain didn't want to leave and decided to live and die with the ship. In the end, he died. Many of the crew members were sad, but it was obviously not the time to be sad. The situation was too dangerous, and they had to leave quickly. Otherwise, only death awaited them. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the Void Shadow Beast were separated, and he didn't know where they were now. Swish! Suddenly, Lin Feng was attacked. A figure rushed over as fast as lightning. It was a black merman. Its entire body was covered in black scales. Its body emitted a terrifying aura. Black-scaled merman. Lin Feng's expression didn't change, and he used the 9 slashes of the Devil Emperor to attack the black-scaled merman. Bang! The two of them collided, and in a flash, Lin Feng sensed a strength which could topple mountains and overturn seas. Lin Feng was blown away. Pu. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. The black-scaled merman was extremely strong. "Hey, your cultivation is not bad, human. You can actually block my attack." The black-scaled merman's cold eyes swept over Lin Feng, revealing a cold killing intent. "I can't stay here for long." Lin Feng turned around and rushed outside. With Du Zhu and the Void Shadow Beast's abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult to escape. This place was extremely dangerous, and even a black-scaled merman was so strong. If a few more of them attacked him together, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die. "Gigi, can you escape?" The black-scaled merman let out a sinister cry and quickly chased after him. Lin Feng didn't stop and continued flying. He dodged the attacks of the 4 giant mermen and finally left the area covered in fog, flying towards the deep sea. "Kid, you're really fast, but you can't compare to me." A demonic wind swept over from behind. Black fog rolled. Within the black fog, the black-scaled merman quickly chased after him. The methods of these mermaids were very strange. They could control the wind and rain, ride on the clouds, and travel at an extremely fast speed. The black-scale mermaid caught up with Lin Feng and clawed at him with its sharp claws. He felt the cold wind coming from behind. Lin Feng's face darkened slightly, and he quickly moved to the left. Puff! However, the black-scale mermaids were way too fast. Its sharp claws scratched Lin Feng's shoulder. It tore off a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder. This attack from the black-scale mermaid was too horrifying. One had to know. Now, Lin Feng's body was hard to be injured by magic treasures. His body was as hard as a magic treasure at the divine level. However, he was still easily injured by the black-scale mermaid. One could imagine how powerful the black-scale mermaid's attacks were. Lin Feng swiftly moved sideways, looking at those mermaids and mermen with a serious look. The black-scale mermaid laughed strangely. "Your reaction speed is really fast. You seem to be only at the Void God realm. You're even stronger than many divine flame realm cultivators. You're a true god?" Lin Feng asked coldly. "If I were a true god, I could crush you with one hand. However, I can feel the powerful bloodline power in your body. If I can devour your bloodline, I should be able to break through to the true god realm." The black-scale mermaid laughed strangely and charged at Lin Feng again. From the simple conversation, Lin Feng guessed that the black scale mermaid in front of him was very likely a terrifying existence with 1 foot in the true god realm. It was equivalent to half a step into the true god realm. No wonder he was so weak in his hands. This person's realm was too high. Whoosh! The black scale mermaid attacked again. His attack was very simple. It was a sharp claw that scratched at Lin Feng. Perhaps in his eyes. Lin Feng was not worth it for him to use such a powerful divine ability. The black scale mermaid turned into a black bolt of lightning. That light attack tore through the void in an instant. Its power was unimaginably terrifying. It was enough to make people pale. Facing this monster's attack, Lin Feng used the death god armor to protect himself. At the same time, he took the initiative to charge at the black scale mermaid. If it was a contest of physical strength, Lin Feng was not afraid. "Oh, you think you can fight me just because you're wearing a tortoise shell? What a joke." The merman from the black-scaled clan laughed in a strange way. He initially wanted to grab Lin Feng with his claws, but now he threw a punch at him. Clang! The black scale mermaid's punch landed on Lin Feng's body. Even though he was wearing the death god armor, that terrifying power still broke a few of Lin Feng's ribs. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were extremely serious. However, Lin Feng's powerful punch also landed on the black scale mermaid's body. Catcher! Catcher! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The black scale mermaid's bones were also broken by Lin Feng's punch. How is this possible? You're a human. Why do you have such a terrifying physical body? The black scale mermaid roared in disbelief. Go ask the king of hell. Lin Feng laughed maliciously. He quickly rushed up and punched the black scale mermaid again. The black scale mermaid's realm was too high. If he opened up the distance, they would compete in magic power. Lin Feng knew that he would lose without a doubt. And a physical battle might be the best way to deal with the black scale mermaid. So at this time, Lin Feng would not let the black scale mermaid widen the distance between the two of them. If this distance was widened, he would be in trouble. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them were fighting purely with their physical bodies. Catcher, 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 catcher. Lin Feng and the black scale mermaid's bones were constantly broken. The black scale mermaid was indeed terrifying. Even though Lin Feng was wearing the death god armor, he was still at a disadvantage in this kind of battle. However, even though the black scale mermaid had the advantage, he could not completely suppress Lin Feng. Moreover, he took Lin Feng's attacks and was also injured. The two of them fought over 100 rounds. Both of them had broken countless bones. Whether it was the black scale mermaid or Lin Feng, they were all bleeding from their 7 orifices. The black scale mermaid said sinisterly, "Our mermaid clan's body recovers extremely quickly. You humans need 3 months to recover from your injuries, but we mermaid clan only need half an hour to recover. Brat, my first broken bones have already begun to recover, you will definitely die." Lin Feng sneered, "I'm afraid you won't have the chance to recover." He activated the immortal god blood. Crackling sounds could be heard from his body. Lin Feng's broken bones. They instantly recovered. You. The black scale mermaid's face changed when he saw this, and he immediately retreated. "I can't leave." Lin Feng shouted coldly, and jumped out, charging towards the black scale mermaid. Chapter 1629. Although the black scale merman was powerful, he was seriously injured and did not have Lin Feng's ability to recover instantly. This was his biggest flaw and weakness. The main reason was that the black scale merman was too arrogant and did not take Lin Feng seriously. If it was not for his arrogance, he could use his Fa Li to attack Lin Feng. This way, he could completely suppress Lin Feng. But now, the black scale merman did not have this chance. In such a short distance, he could not get rid of Lin Feng. And Lin Feng would not give him the chance to use his Fa Li. Lin Feng punched towards the black scale merman again. The powerful physical strength seemed to be able to shatter the void. When the punch blasted out, it produced an incomparably violent tearing sound, accompanied by a gust of wind. That terrifying punch had already arrived in front of the black scale merman in an instant. The black scale merman roared and punched towards Lin Feng. He had to fight Lin Feng head-on because Lin Feng had already rushed over. If he did not fight Lin Feng head-on, Lin Feng's punch was about to hit him. He wouldn't be able to withstand it, and in the end, he would die. Bang! The two sides clashed again. This time, Lin Feng used his immortal body to recover. His battle strength rose to its peak. And the black scale merman was still heavily injured. One side was weakened while the other side was strengthened. The black scale merman could not withstand Lin Feng's attack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The black scale merman's arm was broken. Bone dregs. It was instantly exposed. Lin Feng increased the speed of his attack. Punch after punch landed on the black scale merman's body. Every punch landed on flesh. The black-scaled merman roared in anger. He was so angry that he almost went crazy. He did not expect this at all. He was a quasi-true God realm powerhouse. Wasn't killing Lin Feng an effortless matter? But because of a moment of carelessness, he had fallen into such a dangerous situation. Anytime, anywhere. They could all lose their lives. However, the black-scale mermaids and mermen couldn't organize an effective counterattack. Lin Feng looked indifferent. His attacks were getting faster and faster. The black scale merman's bones were almost broken, and his fighting power was increasing along with his broken bones. It had already fallen to the lowest point. The black scale merman knew his own condition very well. It was already impossible for them to turn defeat into victory. He smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't think that I would fall into the hands of an ant like you because of a moment of carelessness. Even if I die, I won't let you kill me. Little brat, die with me." As the black-scaled merman finished speaking, his body began to swell. This guy wants to self-destruct. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He didn't even think about it. He quickly flew into the distance. The black-scaled merman was a quasi-true God realm existence. If he were to self-destruct, the lethality of this attack was unimaginable. Bang! In the next moment, the black-scaled merman's body directly exploded. Mermen were proud. They would rather self-destruct. They were also unwilling to let others kill them. The black-scaled merman's self-destruction created a huge mushroom cloud. The destructive power drowned Lin Feng. The self-destruction of a quasi-true God realm cultivator caused a huge commotion. Many people were alarmed. Not good. A clansman is self-destructing. Let's go and take a look. When the mermen in the distance saw the mushroom cloud, their expressions changed. One merman after another quickly rushed towards the direction of the black-scaled merman's self-destruction. Lin Feng rushed out from the destructive energy of the black-scaled merman's self-destruction. Immediately after, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. Damn it. My source is injured. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Although he was escaping quickly and had the death god armor, a divine artifact level treasure to protect his body. But the black-scaled merman's cultivation was too high. The power of his self-destruction was far more terrifying than Lin Feng imagined. So, Lin Feng was still injured by the explosion. Go. He quickly rushed into the distance to find the other party to heal. The source injury was not like ordinary injuries. It was not easy to recover. So Lin Feng needed to quickly find time to stabilize the source injury. He could not let the source injury expand to a Dao injury. Huang Linger died because the source injury expanded to a Dao injury. Lin Feng clearly knew how terrifying a Dao injury was. After Lin Feng left, not long after, dozens of mermen quickly flew over. Reversal technique. A middle-aged merman's hands continuously formed hand seals and shot out a ray of divine light. As the divine light flew into the air, a series of images appeared within the divine light. Those images. It was the battle between Lin Feng and the black-scaled merman. It's the Blackwood Cliff. That idiot, his cultivation is so much higher than that brat, but he was still killed. When the middle-aged merman saw that the black-scaled merman was forced to self-destruct by Lin Feng, his face immediately turned gloomy as he said angrily, "Lord, what do we do now?" A merman asked. "This brat is injured. He definitely won't be able to escape." Arrest him. No matter where he escapes to, he will definitely die. The middle-aged merman said coldly. Yes, Lord. The group of mermen hurriedly replied. Lin Feng flew quickly on the sea. He saw an extremely large island. The island stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was covered with dense forests. The terrain was very complicated, and the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. There seemed to be many powerful ferocious beasts living on this island. Lin Feng landed on the island. He found an ancient ruin in the depths of the island. It was surrounded by formation runes, which surprised Lin Feng. He passed through the formation runes and entered the cave. He found that the cave was connected in all directions. After searching for a while, he did not find any traces of cultivators. Could it be a natural formation? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. He did not think too much about it. He found a hidden cave and sat down cross-legged. He began to circulate his immortal divine body to heal his injuries. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through to the god realm, his immortal divine body's power had increased greatly. He could now heal his injuries. Of course. It would take some time. Lin Feng went into seclusion for a month. It took him an entire month to heal the injury to his origin. When he opened his eyes, suddenly, a terrifying aura surged into the cave. Oh no, could it be an expert from the merman race? Have I been discovered? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He was hiding in a hidden cave, looking outside with a serious expression. Rumble. The ground trembled. A huge beast that was more than 10 meters tall walked in from outside. Chapter 1630. Lin Feng finally saw what kind of ferocious beast it was. It was actually a dragon. Saber-toothed dragon. Saber-toothed dragon's body was covered in sword-like barbs. Apart from that, its tail was extremely thick. At the end of its tail was a huge hammer-like object. It was actually a piece of dragon bone wrapped in dragon scales. Is this the saber-toothed dragon's nest? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He completely retracted his aura. Then, he hid in the cave and carefully observed the saber-toothed dragon's every move. The saber-toothed dragon did not seem to notice Lin Feng. After entering the cave, it lay down on the outermost side of the mountain to rest. Not long after, gusts of demonic wind blew in from outside. Demonic wind. A merman is coming. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Whenever a merman appeared, they would be accompanied by gusts of demonic wind. That was why Lin Feng had guessed. The saber-toothed dragon also noticed the arrival of an uninvited guest. It stood up and looked outside with its cold eyes. Not long later, a merman flew in. This merman was actually a merman from the purple scale race. The purple scale race was the royal family of the mermen. They had a high status. Back then, many mermen had attacked the fleet, but not a single purple scale race merman had appeared. Now, a purple scale race merman had actually appeared here. Lin Feng was very surprised. What are you doing here? The saber-toothed dragon said coldly. Clearly, it did not welcome the purple scale race merman. Old friend, we haven't met for 8 million years. Shouldn't we catch up? The purple scale race merman said with a strange smile. Catch up? Old friend? How laughable. How come I didn't know we were old friends? The saber-toothed dragon said coldly. The purple scale race merman clicked his tongue and said, there's no need to be so cold, right? No matter what, we were brothers who learned together back then. Hehe, if you hadn't schemed against me back then, would I have been chased out of the sect by my master? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for being impolite. Saber-toothed dragon said coldly. What happened back then? There was a misunderstanding. It's hard to explain in a short time. Besides, I've been sealed for over 8 million years. Even if there are some grudges between us, you should have calmed down by now, right? Saber-toothed dragon sneered and said, being sealed is your own fault. You merpeople. Back then, you relied on your enormous power and tyrannical rule to incur the wrath of the heroes. That was why they joined forces to seal you in the forbidden god world. Haha. Don't be so full of yourself, alright? The purple-scaled merman said indifferently, back then, for that thing, Didn't you devour the entire population of a cultivation country on the sea? If I remember correctly, that cultivation country on the sea had more than 300 million people. You said that our merman clan was cruel, but what about you? You aren't any better, yet you still have the cheek to mock us merfolk. Me. The saber-toothed dragon snorted coldly and said with a gloomy expression, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why bother hiding it? Paper can't wrap fire. That thing is still in your hands, right? My good senior brother, how about you give it to me? I can use countless riches to exchange for it," the purple-scaled merman said. "Are you dreaming?" The saber-toothed dragon said coldly. "If senior brother doesn't know how to appreciate favors, then I'll give it to you. Then, don't blame me for snatching it," the purple-scaled merman sneered. "If you want to die, you can try," the saber-toothed dragon said indifferently. Swish. The purple-scaled merman's figure flickered, and he arrived in front of the saber-toothed dragon and slapped at it. The saber-toothed dragon raised his dragon claw and slapped at the purple-scaled merman. Bang! The two terrifying creatures collided with each other. Lin Feng saw the energy waves from their battle dissipate into the void. They were devoured by the space-time reversal. The two of them were too terrifying. They could control the energy waves that dissipated during a battle. If it was Lin Feng fighting someone else, the cave would have been destroyed long ago. The two of them fought fiercely. All kinds of powerful skills were used, and it was hard to tell who would win. Pu. The purple-scaled merman was extremely terrifying. After hundreds of rounds, he arrived behind the saber-toothed dragon, and his right hand was like a sword, directly cutting open the saber-toothed dragon's spine, blood gushing out. The saber-toothed dragon let out a painful roar. The saber-toothed dragon's thick tail suddenly lashed out. The huge hammer-like tailbone at the end of the tail smashed towards the purple-scaled merman. Clang! The attack landed on the purple-scaled merman's body, and he was sent flying. Crack! Crack! The purple-scaled merman's bones were broken, and he was severely injured. The saber-toothed dragon leaped up, opened his bloody mouth and bit at the purple-scaled merman. Swish! Suddenly, the purple-scaled merman's figure flickered, and he disappeared. The saber-toothed dragon missed. For the saber-toothed dragon, it was simply a disaster. Because the purple-scaled merman had already arrived above the saber-toothed dragon. The purple-scaled merman turned into a purple light. That purple light followed the saber-toothed dragon's previous wound. An attack slashed over Kyla. The saber-toothed dragon's body was instantly torn apart, and his entire back was completely torn in half. Even the internal organs in his body were directly cut into pieces. The saber-toothed dragon let out a painful cry. As expected of the royal family of the merman, "Although I am your senior brother, I can't beat you," the saber-toothed dragon screamed. The purple light once again turned into the purple-scaled merman. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Senior brother only lost by half a move. Senior brother's attack just now even tore a huge hole in my origin, causing me to be heavily injured. However, the battle has been going on for so long, so it's time for everything to end." Bang! The purple-scaled merman raised his right hand and slammed it on the saber-toothed dragon's head. Crack! Crack! The saber-toothed dragon's head was shattered. The saber-toothed dragon screamed. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and its aura was completely gone. The purple-scaled merman could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. He sat cross-legged with difficulty and circulated his cultivation technique to heal his injuries. After circulating his cultivation technique 3 times, the saber-toothed dragon that was originally dead opened its eyes. This saber-toothed dragon's head was cracked open, and even its brain matter flowed out. It was actually still alive. Its vitality was too tenacious. The saber-toothed dragon raised its huge tail and smashed it towards the purple-scaled merman's head. With a bang, the purple-scaled merman's head was directly smashed into pieces. This purple-scale merman probably didn't even know how he died. The saber-toothed dragon could not hold on any longer, and its huge tail fiercely smashed onto the ground. It wailed, its eyes were wide open, and its aura of life dissipated. It was already dead. Chapter 1631. They're all dead. Lin Feng hid in the depths of the cave and muttered to himself. He didn't show himself immediately. The saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale merman were too powerful. They were at least true gods or even heavenly gods. They had endless means, so Lin Feng didn't dare to appear rashly. He was observing and waiting. After all, Lin Feng was only at the 5th firmament of the void god realm. With Lin Feng's current cultivation, if he faced an ordinary cultivator, he could even suppress an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the divine fire realm. However, he couldn't do that against a race like the merman. The merman's talent was abnormally powerful. Just like the merman who fought Lin Feng. He had heaven-defying talent. Geniuses could use all kinds of powerful divine abilities to kill high-level ordinary cultivators when they were at a lower realm. However, it was very difficult for them to kill genius cultivators at a higher realm. He was extremely lucky to be able to kill Huangfu Qingtian back then. However, Huangfu Qingtian was only at the 3rd firmament of the divine fire realm. He was still at the early stage of the divine fire realm. For example, the black scale merman that Lin Feng encountered before was a quasi-true god with heaven-defying talent. It was almost impossible to kill him. However, the black scale merman underestimated his opponent too much and was killed by Lin Feng in the end. However, the black scale merman was as weak as an ant in front of the purple scale merman in front of him. As the royal family of the merman race, the purple scale merman was even more powerful and terrifying. Lin Feng had to be careful. Who knew if the purple scale merman was really dead after his head was smashed? Didn't Qingtian live well after his head was chopped off? There was also the saber-toothed dragon. Although it was dead and its eyes were wide open, it looked like it died with a grievance. However, was it really dead? Lin Feng also thought it was dead just now. However, the saber-toothed dragon was still hanging on to its last breath, deceiving everyone. Even the purple scale merman was deceived by it. Therefore, Lin Feng was very cautious now. It would be fine if these two terrifying fellows were dead. If they weren't dead, it would be very dangerous for him to appear now. He waited for 3 days. Nothing strange happened. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He walked out of the hidden cave and went to the belly of the mountain outside. The two of you are so powerful. What are you fighting over? Both of them died. What a pity. For safety's sake, I've waited for 3 days. These two fellows' essences have largely dissipated. Now, there isn't much of their essences left. But fortunately, this saber-tooth dragon's dragon blood and dragon flesh are great nourishment. Once I've extracted their remaining essences, I'll cut open the saber-tooth dragon's stomach and eat it. As for this mermaid, damn, she's half human and half flood dragon. She's disgusting. I don't have such strong tastes. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He walked towards the corpses of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scaled merman. But at this moment, gusts of demonic wind blew in the cave. Something's wrong, let's go. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and rushed outside, but it was too late. The purple light sealed the exit. A purple blurry figure appeared in the belly of the mountain and looked coldly at Lin Feng. Kid, you won't be able to escape. The heavens really don't want me to die. Today, I'll devour your soul and take over your body. I'll be able to take over your body and be reborn. This purple figure was the purple-scaled merman's soul. Huff, 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 the demonic wind blew, and the purple-scaled merman's soul pounced towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. A soul flew out of the saber-tooth dragon's body and turned into the saber-tooth dragon's appearance. Oh! The souls of you dragons aren't particularly strong. Your soul can last for so long without dissipating? After seeing the saber-tooth dragon's soul, the purple-scaled merman was shocked. Normally, when a cultivator died, their soul would dissipate quickly. Only those cultivators who had specially cultivated their souls were able to preserve their souls. For example, the purple-scaled merman's soul had been preserved for 3 days because he had cultivated an extremely powerful soul secret technique. The saber-tooth dragon's soul said, if there's a weakness in the dragon race, it's that the soul is relatively weak. If it were any other dragon, their soul would have dissipated after 3 days, But I'm different. 3 million years ago, I had a fortuitous encounter and consumed a nourishing spirit fruit. My soul completed a transformation, and now, my soul is no weaker than yours. Is that so? Then let's see whose soul will be destroyed. The one whose soul is destroyed will die, then take over this kid's body and control that thing. The purple-scaled merman's soul sneered and pounced towards the saber-toothed dragon's soul. Bang! The two of them fought fiercely, and a powerful shockwave swept across Lin Feng. Lin Feng was sent flying. Then, he fell to the ground. He fainted. Control your energy waves. If you kill this kid, no one will die. No one will survive. The purple-scaled merman's soul roared angrily. You should be the one controlling it. The saber-toothed dragon's soul sneered and glanced at Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng had only fainted and was not dead, he relaxed. The two terrifying existences continued to fight. 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 I'll pretend to be unconscious. When both of you are injured and your soul energy is greatly weakened, I'll take action and devour your souls. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sneered. These two fellows did not put Lin Feng in their eyes because of their high cultivation. This was what the soul wanted to see. 9-star soul refining technique. The saber-toothed dragon's soul suddenly roared and used a powerful soul technique. 9 stars appeared and surrounded the purple-scaled merman's soul. Then, each of the 9 stars shot out a beam of light. The 9 beams of light turned into 9 chains. The 9 chains wrapped around the purple-scaled merman's soul. At this time, the purple-scaled merman's soul roared. Supreme soul refining technique. He also used a powerful soul secret technique. The supreme power of the supreme soul shone down and broke the 9 chains. Then, the two terrifying existences clashed again and again. Every time they clashed, their soul power was greatly weakened. After more than 3,000 rounds, there was still no winner. At this time, the unconscious Lin Feng opened his eyes. Then, he slowly got up. Although they saw that Lin Feng had woken up, the two terrifying existences did not stop fighting. They completely ignored Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was so weak that he could not do anything. No matter how he resisted, he could not escape. You really don't think I'm a piece of cake? Lin Feng muttered and looked at the saber-toothed dragon's soul and the purple-scaled merman's soul. He said indifferently, you can stop now and tell me what that treasure you're talking about is. I'll give you a quick death. What? What did you say? The saber-toothed dragon's soul and the purple-scaled merman's soul stopped fighting. They even suspected that they had misheard. Amir and actually dared to say such reckless words to them. Was he tired of living? Chapter 1632. No matter if it was the saber-toothed dragon or the purple-scaled mermaid, they were both furious. Humans lived on pride and Buddhas fought for an incense stick. The strong had their own dignity. But now, the ant in their eyes was trampling on their dignity. How could the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scaled mermaid accept this? Both of their eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng was still arrogant and domineering. What? Are you all deaf or something? Do you want me to say the same thing twice? The saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scaled mermaid were furious. They had lived for a very long time. They had lived for a very long time. What kind of person had they not seen? But someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. It was their first time seeing such a person. A mere level 5 empty god realm and dared to be so arrogant. It was an eye-opener for them. You're courting death. I'll suppress you first. Once we're done, I'll torture you until you wish you were dead. Then, I'll take your life. The saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scaled mermaid sneered and charged at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. You've been fighting for a long time, you're much weaker than before. You're just a broken soul, what can you do to me? The saber-toothed dragon sneered, even if you're just a remnant soul, it'll be easy for me to take your life. Brat. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant, said the mermaid from the purple-scaled clan, smiling ferociously. Purple lights moved towards Lin Feng. The saber-toothed dragon breathed out dragon breath, trying to drown Lin Feng. Did you really think that I had really fainted before? I was just pretending to be unconscious. I was waiting for the two of you to fight to the death. I've been waiting for this rare opportunity to show you how powerful I am. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he waved his hand. A scorching aura was emitted from his body. Shortly after, heavenly fire poured out. Lin Feng immediately summoned his golden dragon divine flame. Flames burned fiercely. It enveloped the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scaled merman. The heavenly fire was extremely effective in restraining souls. Originally, the saber-toothed dragon's soul and the purple-scale mermaid's soul were very powerful. They might be able to resist Lin Feng's heaven flame. However, the most important thing was that their soul strength had been greatly weakened after the intense battle. Now, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to contend with Lin Feng, who possessed the heavenly fire. Ah, heavenly fire. You actually have the heavenly fire. The souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid screamed in fear. But then, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes. So what if he had heavenly flames? He was only at fifth sky of ethereal god realm. Even if he had the heavenly fire, he couldn't unleash the power of the heavenly flame. Thinking of this, the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid sneered in their hearts. They resisted the burning of the golden dragon divine flame and quickly charged toward Lin Feng. However, when they were about to reach Lin Feng, they were shocked to find that two more clusters of heavenly fire appeared in Lin Feng's hands. He has three types of heavenly fire. The saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid's soul had the same thought in their minds. How was this possible? No matter how unbelievable they felt. However, the three types of heavenly fire had already appeared in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Sky-burning fury, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The three types of heavenly fire instantly merged into one. It turned into an energy ball and Lin Feng took it out. Bang! The two types of heavenly fire exploded. The souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid were blown away. They were severely injured. His soul had been blasted into pieces. Run! At this moment, the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid only had this thought in their minds. They did not even want to fight against Lin Feng. They only wanted to escape, but Lin Feng would not give the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid a chance to escape. He quickly rushed forward and sneered. It's too late for you to escape now. The five martial spirits in his dantian revolved. He took out the confinement magnetic field and enveloped the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid. Under the confinement of the confinement magnetic field, the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid could no longer move. Four ferocious cauldron, come out and take it. Lin Feng sneered and took out the four ferocious cauldron. Then, the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid were taken into the four ferocious cauldron and suppressed. Brat, let us out. Do you know who we are? How dare you suppress us? If you don't let us go, you're dead. The souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid threatened loudly. Lin Feng sneered, you're already my prisoner and you still dare to threaten me? You really don't know the difference between life and death. I'll refine you later. The saber-toothed dragon's soul and the purple-scaled mermaid's soul were astonished. They could see that Lin Feng wasn't just arrogant. This guy really did have some ability. Moreover, he had a fearless personality. Threats were useless against such a person. Since threats were useless, the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scale mermaid thought of tempting him. The purple-scale mermaid said, Brat, I'm the royal family of the mermaid race, and I have endless wealth. If you let me go, I'll give you endless wealth. How about it? The soul of the saber-toothed dragon said, Brat, I can tell you the secret of that item and give it to you. How about it? Lin Feng sneered, wealth? I don't lack it. The secret of that item? Later, I'll use a soul-searching technique to search your soul, and I'll know everything. Now, you two can give up. I won't let a tiger return to the mountain. Ah, brat, you'll die a horrible death. When the two saw that Lin Feng was unmoved, they started cursing him. You're about to die, and you still dare to curse me? Let's see who will die a horrible death. Lin Feng sneered and waved his hand, separating the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale mermaid. Then, he took out the remaining source energies of the two souls. They haven't become Empyrean gods yet, but they're almost there. They're only a step away. Lin Feng sensed the energy contained in their source energies and frowned. It was a quasi-Empyrean god's source energies, and it was definitely a treasure that could increase one's cultivation. Unfortunately, Lin Feng could only collect a small amount of source energies. He estimated that he only had about 1% of their original source energies. The rest had already dissipated. However, Lin Feng was already very satisfied to be able to collect the source energies and suppress the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale mermaid. After collecting the source energies of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale mermaid, Lin Feng looked around and his eyes lit up. He saw a storage ring on the purple scale mermaid's finger. Chapter 1633. The purple-scaled clan was the royal family of the Merman clan, so it was obvious that this fellow's storage ring should have a lot of treasures. Thus, after seeing his storage ring, Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. Although Lin Feng had more wealth, but he didn't mind having more. Just like in the real world, those rich people were already so rich, but they still continued to invest and earn money. Who would complain that they had too much money? Unless there was something wrong with their brains. What's more, Lin Feng still planned to build his own forces in the 9 provinces in the future. The 9 provinces was not comparable to the Sky Martial continent. There were not many experts in the Sky Martial continent, so it was relatively easy to build a force. But the 9 provinces, there were as many experts as the clouds. That was one of the 7 strongest great worlds in the 3,000 great worlds. To build a force in the 9 provinces great world, one had to establish a foothold. This was not an easy task. Furthermore, when the time came to build a force, it would definitely cost a lot of wealth. Thus, Lin Feng continued to accumulate his wealth, all for the sake of the future. He took off the purple-scaled clan's storage ring. Next, his spiritual will invaded it. In the purple-scaled clan storage ring, there were piles of origin crystal S, all kinds of primordial sacred arts, soul refining techniques, spirit fruits, spirit medicines, pills, formation materials, divine stone, immortal iron, and more than 50 divine artifacts. There were too many treasures, causing one's eyes to be dazzled. Haha. Not bad. Not bad. This guy is not a pauper after all. Lin Feng revealed a smile, and kept all the wealth into the small world inside the mountain river ring. Following that, his gaze landed on the saber-toothed dragon's corpse. The saber-toothed dragon was also an expert who had lived for 8 to 9 million years, so the wealth on his body was definitely extremely great. However, the saber-toothed dragon did not have a storage ring on him. Lin Feng guessed that he had kept all the treasures in his own small world. Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded the saber-toothed dragon's body, searching for the small world that he had cultivated. Not long after, the saber-toothed dragon's inner small world was found by Lin Feng. In the saber-toothed dragon's inner small world, all kinds of treasures were piled up like mountains. Lin Feng collected these treasures. However, with so many treasures, it would not be easy to find the treasure that the saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale mermaid were fighting over. After collecting all the treasures, Lin Feng burned the corpses of the mermaids and mermen. Then, he sealed the gigantic body of the saber-toothed dragon in ice and put it away. This was dragon meat. Such a great tonic should not be wasted. Lin Feng immediately sat down cross-legged. The 4 ferocious cauldron floated in front of him. Then, Lin Feng cast out the 3 heavenly flames and started burning the cauldrons, refining the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the mermen. The cultivation of these 2 experts was too strong, so it was very difficult to directly refine their soul origins. It needed to be burned. Under the burning of the sky fire, the soul powers of the saber-toothed dragon and the mermaids and mermen had been weakening. They were gradually unable to hold on. Little bastard. We won't let you off even if we become ghost. We curse you to die a horrible death. The souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale mermaid were constantly cursing Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "If you want to die a horrible death, you should die a horrible death." Needless to say, the mermen are not good people. As for you, the saber-toothed dragon, you are also not good people. In order to obtain that treasure, you actually killed hundreds of millions of people. I will kill you on behalf of the heavens. Hoo. The heavenly flames burned more and more vigorously. The souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale mermaid wanted to rush out of the ferocious cauldron. But they failed again and again. Spare us. As long as you don't kill us, we will agree to any conditions. In the end, the two of them did not dare to curse Lin Feng and begged. Lin Feng was not moved. He continued to burn them with the heavenly flames. When Lin Feng felt that they no longer had the strength to resist, he began to use the soul-searching technique and forcefully searched their souls. He wanted to search for the secrets in their souls. You want to search the memories in our souls? You are daydreaming. We would rather destroy our own souls than let you succeed. The souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale mermaid roared. Immediately after, their souls began to burn. This was them burning their own soul memories. Damn it! Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He had only captured a very limited amount of soul memories. The vast majority of their soul memories had been erased by themselves. Lin Feng destroyed their souls, and in the end, only their original souls were left. Lin Feng refined their soul origin. Next, Lin Feng's soul force began to crazily increase. In the end, Lin Feng's soul level actually increased by a full 8 small realms, reaching the 3rd level of the divine fire realm before stopping. This made Lin Feng very happy. He did not expect that after refining part of the soul origin of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale mermaid, his soul power would increase by so many levels. To Lin Feng, this could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Immediately after, Lin Feng began to look at the memories he had obtained from the souls of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale mermaid. He carefully looked through them. He did not find much useful information. After all, the vast majority of their memories had been erased by themselves. Especially those important memories, they were the first to be erased. The remaining memories were just some unimportant memories. However, Lin Feng discovered that the two seemed to have a deep obsession with one thing. And the thing that made these two so obsessed was actually a hairpin. Lin Feng only knew that it was a hairpin, but he did not know what kind of hairpin it was, or the origin of the hairpin. Such a strong obsession. Could it be that the thing they fought for in the battle of life and death was a hairpin? Lin Feng could not help but think to himself. This hairpin was obviously with the saber-toothed dragon, so Lin Feng began to search for this mysterious hairpin in the saber-toothed dragon's wealth. Lin Feng found hundreds of hairpins of all kinds. Some were ordinary accessories. Some were powerful magic treasures. There were even 3 divine artifact-level magic treasures. However, Lin Feng observed the 3 divine artifact-level hairpins and did not find anything special. These 3 divine artifact-level hairpins. They were very powerful, but they seemed to be simple magic treasures and did not hide any secrets. Could it be that they are not these 3 divine artifact-level hairpins? Lin Feng muttered as he looked at the other hairpins. Finally, his gaze landed on a wooden hairpin. It hasn't decayed after so long. This wood material is not ordinary. Lin Feng could not help but think to himself. He held the wooden hairpin in his hand. He saw that there was a name written on the wooden hairpin. Chapter 1634. Mu Lianqing. This name was written on the hairpin. The workmanship of this hairpin was slightly rough, so Lin Feng felt that it was very likely that it was not made by a craftsman. Since it was not made by a craftsman, then it was very likely that it was polished by a male cultivator himself. And then he gave it to his lover. Mu Lianqing. Mu Lianqing. Mu Lianqing. Lin Feng muttered this name. After finally confirming that he had never heard of this name, he could not help but frown slightly. He tried to use his spiritual will to invade the hairpin. Hey, vaguely, Lin Feng actually heard a clear laughter. This was the laughter of a woman. A woman's laughter actually came out from the wooden hairpin. It was truly extremely strange. Lin Feng felt. This wooden hairpin. It was very likely that this was the treasure that the saber-toothed dragon and the purple-scaled clan were fighting over. However, his spiritual will was unable to find any more clues from the wooden hairpin. I need to find time to properly study it. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He put away the hairpins and walked out of the cave. On the island, the roars of beasts shook the sky. It was night time. There were vicious beasts roaming the forest, but Lin Feng released a trace of a powerful aura. The vicious beasts on the island had very sharp senses, so after sensing Lin Feng's aura, they all left, not daring to approach. Lin Feng took out the saber-toothed dragon and then cut open its stomach. He took the dragon blood and boiled it into dragon blood wine. Then, he cut off a large piece of dragon meat and roasted it over the bonfire. He added all kinds of seasonings and dripped some oil. Not long after, the fragrance of the meat filled the air. Yeah. Bibi, the greedy little cat, seemed to have smelled the fragrance of the meat and flew out from the small world inside the mountain river ring. It looked at the roasted meat eagerly, drooling. The dragon rabbit also flew out and looked at the roasted meat eagerly. Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. It was one thing for Bibi to eat meat. The dragon rabbit was a rabbit, but it also ate meat. But thinking about it, the dragon rabbit was not an ordinary rabbit. Eating meat did not seem to be a particularly strange thing. Lin Feng cut off 2 pieces of dragon meat, one for Bibi and the other for Dragon Rabbit. The 2 little guys immediately began to eat with relish. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was eating meat and drinking wine. My barbecue skills are getting better and better. Lin Feng ate with relish and a little complacent. He was very confident in his barbecue skills. Lin Feng's culinary skills were average. But when it came to barbecuing, it was hard to find a match. After the dragon blood wine and dragon meat entered his stomach, Lin Feng felt waves of heat flow through his body. The dragon blood wine and dragon meat both contained powerful essence qi, which was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. Now, the essence qi began to spread throughout his body. Yeah. Bibi jumped in front of Lin Feng, stretching out its snow-white little claws and pointing at the dragon blood wine. This little guy also wanted to have a taste of the dragon blood wine. Lin Feng poured a bowl of dragon blood wine for Bibi, and the little guy immediately gulped it down. However, the dragon blood wine was too strong. After drinking half a bowl, the little guy was already swaying left and right, unable to stand steadily. The dragon rabbit curiously ran over and drank the other half of the bowl. Plop! After drinking, the dragon rabbit fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. The dragon rabbit's alcohol tolerance was much worse than Bibi's. Bibi could not hold on any longer and fell into Lin Feng's embrace, snoring loudly. Lin Feng kept the 2 drunk little guys into the small world inside the mountain river ring. Then, he continued to eat meat and drink wine. Sometimes, eating meat and drinking wine was a form of cultivation. Of course, the prerequisite was that it depended on what kind of meat was eaten and what kind of wine was drunk. Ordinary demon beast meat naturally could not increase one's cultivation. Ordinary wine could not increase one's cultivation either. But dragon meat and dragon blood wine were definitely great supplements, treasures that could increase one's cultivation. Lin Feng drank all of the dragon blood wine. Then, he ate all of the roasted dragon meat. All of the pores on his body were spitting out essence energy. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to refine the majestic essence energy in his body. All of the essence energy was refined by him. And Lin Feng's cultivation increased from the 5th level of the empty god realm to the 6th level of the empty god realm. Then, he took out the origin of the saber-toothed dragon and the purple scale merman. He refined these origin, and his cultivation increased to the peak of the 6th level of the empty god realm. Phew! Lin Feng let out a long breath. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the empty god realm. I can absorb the power of faith every day. It won't take long for me to break through to the 7th level of the empty god realm. Lin Feng stood up, the corner of his mouth revealing a trace of a smile. Then, he could not help but sigh. Now, he did not know where Du Zhu and the Void Shadow Beast were. And this was the Netherworld Sea. Without a nautical chart, Lin Feng did not dare to act rashly. Because without a nautical chart, he did not know the direction and thought that he was heading to the Jojo continent. In the end, he might end up in some desolate sea. The sea was the same as the starry sky world. There were dangers everywhere. It was easy to get lost. Is there a gathering place for cultivators on the sea in the Netherworld Sea? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Since there was a powerful cultivator like the saber-toothed dragon, Lin Feng guessed that the Netherworld Sea was very likely to have a gathering place for cultivators on the sea. He planned to search for it. It would be best if he could find a gathering place for cultivators on the sea. If he could not find it, he would wait for the new fleet of the Jojo continent to arrive. At that time, he would think of a way to get a nautical chart from them. After resting for a night, Lin Feng set off the next day. He flew in the Netherworld Sea, looking for traces of cultivators. Corpses. He saw some corpses floating on the sea. They should be the cultivators who had been killed by the merfolk. The storage rings on these corpses had been taken away by the merfolk. These merfolk were very greedy. They killed people for their treasures and made a fortune. The 9 States Alliance lost 10 ships this time. Moreover, the failure of this voyage is a great blow to the 9 States Alliance's reputation. The 9 States Alliance is very powerful and will definitely not let this matter rest. It is very likely that they will send experts here and declare war on the merfolk. Looking at the corpses on the sea, Lin Feng could not help but think. Although the 9 States Alliance was the #1 merchant alliance in the Jojo continent, there were still many powerful merchant alliances in the Jojo continent that wanted to replace it. The 9 States Alliance's reputation had been severely damaged. Declaring war on the merfolk was something that they had to do to restore their reputation. Otherwise, the creatures on the sea would think that the 9 States Alliance was easy to bully. How could the 9 States Alliance go out to sea in the future? In the distance, black fog covered the sky. It flew over quickly. Look. It's that kid. The kid who forced the Blackwood Cliff to self-destruct. In the black fog, a black-scale merfolk pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, "Capture him and cut him into 10,000 pieces." There were more than 10 black-scale merfolk in the black fog that covered the sky. At that moment, the black-scale merfolk all had ominous looks in their eyes. They roared and rushed towards Lin Feng. Chapter 1635. F***CK. So many mermen. Seeing the group of mermen rushing over, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. There were simply too many mermen. There were more than a dozen mermen, and each one was stronger than the last, each one more terrifying than the last. Lin Feng turned around and fled into the distance. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't win, he would run. This was Lin Feng's principle of doing things. If he couldn't win and still didn't know how to run, then there would be something wrong with his brain. Behind him, waves of demonic wind swept over. When these mermen flew, they would bring with them an incomparably violent demonic wind. Waves of demonic wind swept over, the merman's speed was extremely fast, but now that Lin Feng's cultivation had broken through again, his speed had also increased by a lot. It would not be easy for these black-scaled mermen to catch up to Lin Feng. "Brat! You won't be able to escape. No one in the world can save you." The group of mermen roared angrily, their faces filled with killing intent. These mermen had heaven-defying talent and terrifying strength. But the more heaven-defying a race was, the harder it was for them to grow. It was even more difficult to breed them. At their peak, there were about 1 million merfolk clansmen. But in the battle 8 million years ago, the number of mermen decreased sharply, from 1 million to 200,000. And these 200,000 people were sealed in the Forbidden God Realm. The Forbidden God Realm was an extremely mysterious world. Rumor had it that it was an independent world created by a mysterious Xiantian lifeform. This world had always been used to imprison some divine devil realm experts who had committed grave mistakes. Once sent to the Forbidden God Realm, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to come out alive. In the battle 8 million years ago, many forces of the 9 provinces joined forces with many cultivation countries in the sea to attack the mermen. The mermen suffered heavy losses. The forces of the 9 provinces and the cultivation countries on the sea suffered even heavier losses. At the end of the battle, countless people died miserably. Although the mermen only had 200,000 people left, these 200,000 people were all the most elite warriors of the mermen. The remaining experts of the mermen decided to counterattack, and a great battle was about to break out. At this time, the 3,000 godly realm experts from the Jojo continent and the cultivation countries on the sea sacrificed themselves to connect to the forbidden god world. Then, the spiritual array masters from the Jojo continent and the cultivation countries on the sea worked together to activate the time and space teleportation array and teleported the 200,000 mermaids into the forbidden god world. The forbidden god world was a place where danger lurked everywhere. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Even for someone as powerful as the merman race, it was extremely difficult to survive there. 8 million years passed. The number of mermaids had been reduced from 200,000 to 2,500. Therefore, the current merfolk race was extremely united. One of their clansmen had died. The entire merman race would go on a crusade against him. That was also the reason why Hei Muya, a merman from the Black-Scaled clan, had been forced to explode by Lin Feng. Even though he had died a long time ago, many mermaids were still looking for Lin Feng. The current merfolk race was indeed facing the threat of extinction. They could not continue to die. Every time a clansman died, there would be one less clansman. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know much about the current situation of the merfolk race. The only thing he knew was, the merman race was a group of extremely abnormal fellows. Each of their cultivations was more heaven-defying than the other. They were said to be favored by the heavens. They were indeed worthy of this title. Both sides, one fleeing and one chasing, fled for a total of 10 days and 10 nights before Lin Feng finally escaped the pursuit of more than 10 mermaids. He was planning to find a place to rest when he encountered another group of mermaids. This group of mermaids had a total of 8 people. They clearly recognized Lin Feng and chased after him. Damn, I'm too unlucky. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out gloomily. He didn't dare to stay any longer and continued to flee into the distance. 7 days later, after shaking off the second wave of mermaids chasing him, Lin Feng was finally able to find an island to rest. He landed on a huge island. On this island, the roars of beasts shook the heavens and earth. Lin Feng saw many ferocious beasts on the island. For example, the scarlet snake, blood-crown eagle, 9-headed flaming tiger, dragon-tail-winged lion, and other beasts. These beasts were rarely seen in the outside world, but in this place, they could be seen everywhere. And the overlord of this island was a group of thunder dragons. Thunder dragons had wings. An adult thunder dragon's body was about 20 meters long. Thunder dragons controlled the power of thunder and were a type of fierce beast with extremely powerful attacks. This kind of thunder dragon was not from the Eastern Dragon tribe. Instead, it was from the Western Dragon tribe. In terms of appearance. In fact, it was a bit like a lizard growing 2 wings and becoming many times larger. The Western Dragon tribe's body was a bit bloated, and was far from being as slender as the Eastern Dragon tribe's body. The Thunder Dragon was the overlord of this island. They lived in the deepest part of the island. The Thunder Dragon would come out from time to look for food. If one was targeted by the Thunder Dragon, only death would await them. Lin Feng leaned against a tree branch to rest. He was in a daze. He fell into a deep sleep. Open the seal. Open the seal. Suddenly, Lin Feng vaguely heard a voice. It resounded in his mind. He was startled awake. Just as he woke up, he saw a large python that was more than 10 meters long crawling over. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards his head. Lin Feng was shocked and quickly moved to the left. He waved his hand and released a sword chi, killing the python. Human flesh and blood, this is human flesh and blood. A charming voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard that voice, Lin Feng felt waves of pain in his head. What is it? He turned pale with fright. He vaguely felt as if he had been targeted by some terrifying existence. Whoosh! He flew into the distance. This is heaven. Everything you need is here. Come quickly, Yi Zichen said. That charming voice once again resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng felt his head hurt more and more. Moreover, he felt as if his consciousness was about to fall into an abyss. It was endless darkness. Once his consciousness fell into the abyss of endless darkness, it seemed as if it would sink forever. Bang! Lin Feng fell from the sky. His body fell on the branch of a large tree. That tree was really too big. It was at least 100,000 meters tall, and its branches stretched out for 30 to 40 miles. The trunk was as thick as a mountain. Even an ordinary branch had a diameter of over 100 meters. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, trying hard to wake himself up. However, he found that his willpower was getting weaker and weaker, and his vision was becoming blurry. I am the ruler of this world. I will let you enter the celestial kingdom that everyone dreams of. In the celestial kingdom, you will be able to achieve immortality. That bewitching voice sounded once again. Ah! Lin Feng's head was about to split open. He couldn't help but scream. He half knelt on the branch, panting heavily. His vision was very blurry. He vaguely saw that in the distance, there seemed to be a breathtakingly beautiful woman walking towards him step by step. Chapter 1636. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the woman. His mind was already in a trance. Lin Feng tried his best to wake himself up. However, his line of sight, it became even more blurry than before. This woman is very scary. Lin Feng's heart sank. He felt that the situation was very bad. This woman in front of him was definitely not a good person. Lin Feng guessed that he was under the influence of some kind of seduction technique. Let go of your guard and come into my embrace. I know everything in your heart and know what you want. I will satisfy everything you want. The voice became more and more charming, causing Lin Feng to lose himself and be unable to extricate himself. He felt that the situation was getting worse and worse. Lin Feng quickly retreated and distanced himself from the woman. Are you leaving me? Do you have the heart to leave me? The woman said as if she was crying. Her voice was pitiful. It was pitiful. Lin Feng's will to resist with great difficulty instantly collapsed. He walked towards the woman step by step. My baby. Very good, just like that, obediently walk over here. The woman's seductive voice drifted into his ears. Lin Feng found it difficult to control his body. He was approaching the woman step by step. Suddenly, the demon orb in his dantian shook slightly. It allowed Lin Feng's originally lost mind to regain a trace of clarity. Then, he raised his right hand and slashed a wound on his body. Blood immediately flowed out from the wound. The intense pain stimulated Lin Feng. Lin Feng instantly woke up. The beautiful woman in front of him disappeared. What appeared was a huge python. The python's thick body wrapped around the tree branch and was swimming towards him. It was a silver-white python with a golden snake crown on its head. The golden snake crown seemed to be a symbol of status. Lin Feng had never seen such a python before. When the python noticed that Lin Feng had woken up, its huge body jumped up and rushed over. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. What a huge python! Lin Feng was shocked. He suddenly kicked off the tree branch and his body shot backwards, avoiding the python's swallowing. Then, he raised his right hand and used sky-splitting. 1,000-foot-long blade light condensed and slashed towards the python. Clang! This attack slashed the python's body and a clanging sound rang out. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that, surprisingly, the gigantic python easily blocked Lin Feng's attack. It was not injured at all. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed. The python's defense was too terrifying. At such a close distance, and completely defenseless against his attack, it was as if nothing had happened to it. He really didn't know what kind of terrifying cultivation this python had. Lin Feng wanted to use void travel to leave as soon as possible. However, at that moment, the python's tail had already lashed out. With a light strike, it shattered the void. Then, there was a bang. The huge python's tail slammed into Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Whoa! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. This python's cultivation was too terrifying. You lowly creature, you actually managed to resist my bewitchment technique? How did you do it? Said the gigantic python coldly while looking at Lin Feng. Its eyes were filled with killing intent. This was a huge python. She was called the Snake Queen. This was an extremely terrifying existence. The Snake Queen reigned supreme in the Dark Sea Serpent clan. This towering ancient tree. This was where the Snake Queen cultivated. Even Lei Long, who lived in the depths of the island, did not dare to set foot in the Snake Queen's territory. You want to know? Hurry up and beg me, and I might tell you. Lin Feng grinned. The corner of the Snake Queen's mouth twitched violently. Lowly ant, are you trying to bargain with this empress? This queen will capture you right now and search your soul. Then, everything will be clear. The Snake Queen screamed. Immediately after, he opened his bloody mouth and spat out a ball of energy which moved towards Lin Feng. Sensing the Snake Queen's brewing attack, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. The Snake Queen was too terrifying. The attack she was brewing made his hair stand on end. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He really didn't know where this monster had come from. It actually had such terrifying strength. He quickly bounced up and down the huge tree trunks, dodging the Snake Queen's energy attacks. He charged out of the area covered by the tree canopy. However, the Snake Queen chased after him. Skywave art. The Snake Queen let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. Then, an energy ripple formed from a sound wave came from behind. It quickly swept toward Lin Feng. Bang! Bang! That energy ripple bombarded Lin Feng's body and immediately sent Lin Feng flying. His back was a bloody mess. Lin Feng's expression changed again. The Snake Queen was too powerful. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to escape. The Snake Queen said coldly, "Lowly creature, your fate has long been decided. Be obedient and be devoured by this queen." Although the Snake Queen's body was huge, her speed was extremely fast. Her body meandered and spiraled. She was like a giant dragon. Lin Feng used the 8 directional worlds to increase his speed to the maximum. At this time, he felt the energy fluctuations beginning to condense behind him. His expression suddenly changed. This was the Snake Queen brewing a new attack. He hurriedly took out the Death God armor to protect himself. Sure enough, at this time, more energy ripples rushed over from behind. These energy ripples were like the waves created by a huge wave in the sea. One wave after another. The coverage was very wide. There was no way to avoid it. He could only take it head-on. Lin Feng was sent flying again by the Snake Queen's attack. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked around with an uncertain expression. Finally, his gaze landed on the depths of the island. That was the habitat of the Thunder Dragons. Could he escape to that place? Perhaps he could use the group of Thunder Dragons to scare the Snake Queen away. Thinking of this, Lin Feng rushed towards the depths of the island. However, the Snake Queen's eyes were filled with contempt. It was as if she knew what Lin Feng was planning. She was not in a hurry to kill Lin Feng. Instead, she was toying with Lin Feng like a cat toying with a mouse. When Lin Feng arrived in the depths of the forest, 1,000 thunder dragons roared and attacked Lin Feng with thunderbolts, which blotted out the sky and covered the earth. F***CK. Lin Feng immediately cried out gloomily. Those thunder dragons did not fight with the Snake Queen. Instead, they targeted him. Lin Feng guessed that these thunder dragons were afraid of the Snake Queen and did not dare to attack her. Instead, they hated him for leading the Snake Queen to their nest. Lin Feng quickly dodged the attacks of the thunder dragons and flew to the right. The Snake Queen and the group of thunder dragons quickly chased after him. This is troublesome. I'm afraid I'm dead for sure. Lin Feng's expression became extremely gloomy. Suddenly, he saw a huge valley between the mountains to his right. There were many corpses scattered around the valley. There were even thunder dragon corpses. The thunder dragons died, but the other thunder dragons didn't collect their corpses. There must be something wrong with that valley. That's why these thunder dragons don't dare to approach it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the valley. Die! The Snake Queen screamed, as if she did not want Lin Feng to rush into the valley. She spat out a huge energy ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Besides, the group of lightning dragons also spat out an endless amount of lightning towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed the destructive attacks behind him and did not resist them. He used Skymender to dodge the Snake Queen and the Thunder Dragon's fatal attacks and rushed into the valley. The Snake Queen and the Thunder Dragons did not dare to chase after him. Many of them roared angrily. The Snake Queen stared coldly at Lin Feng. She gave Lin Feng a deep look before turning to leave. However, the Thunder Dragons did not leave. They circled outside the valley and blocked Lin Feng's path. Chapter 1637. Damn, why are these lightning dragons blocking the entrance of the valley and not leaving? Could it be that you want to trap me inside? When Lin Feng saw the group of lightning dragons outside the valley, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He tried to sneak out of the valley. However, he was immediately attacked by the lightning dragons. Lin Feng hurriedly returned to the valley. The lightning dragons didn't dare to enter the valley and attack him. "Kid, come out. How about we make a deal?" one of the lightning dragons asked. It wasn't surprising that a powerful creature like the lightning dragon could speak. Thus, Lin Feng didn't seem surprised. "What kind of deal?" Lin Feng asked. "Come out. Let's calm down and talk." The lightning dragon rolled its eyes and said. Lin Feng sneered. He naturally wouldn't believe the lightning dragon's nonsense. The lightning dragons didn't seem like they wanted to make a deal with him. Lin Feng decided to head deeper into the valley. What was in the valley that could scare the Snake Empress away? Why didn't the lightning dragons dare to enter? There must be some shocking secret hidden in the valley. However, he didn't know what it was yet. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He looked around cautiously. There were many skeletons scattered around the valley. Lin Feng guessed that these skeletons had flown above the valley by mistake and were killed by the valley's restrictive spells. Of course, it was also possible that they had died while exploring the valley. "This is the skeleton of a white tiger." Lin Feng was shocked. He inspected it carefully and found that this white tiger skeleton had been dead for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. White tigers were sacred beasts. They were even more terrifying than divine beasts. Even if this white tiger's bloodline wasn't at the level of a sacred white tiger's bloodline, its descendant was still a terrifying existence. Lin Feng was even more careful now. He didn't want to lose his life here. This place was extremely strange. It was filled with killing intent, and there were restrictions everywhere. Ordinary people couldn't see these restrictions with their naked eyes. Lin Feng opened his celestial beast snake eyes and looked at the deployment spells in front of him. Many restrictions could even move in mid-air. This was the most terrifying part. Generally, restrictions that could move could easily catch people off guard. Once they were attacked by this restriction, only death would await them. Fortunately, Lin Feng had extraordinary means. Besides the heavenly demon Snake Eye, he was also the successor of the Celestial Master Sect. With the combination of the two abilities, he dodged the restrictions and entered the valley. There were many skeletons scattered in the depths of the valley. Being able to enter the valley was definitely not simple. When Lin Feng saw those corpses, he couldn't help but frown. That's... Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng. He saw the storage ring on the ground. There were 3 of them. The skeletons to the skeletons to the human cultivators. Generally, only human cultivators would use storage rings. If some beast cultivators obtained any treasures, they would like to put them in the living small world that they condensed in their bodies. Lin Feng picked up the 3 storage rings and probed them with his spiritual force. But then, he sighed. The space of the 3 storage rings had been destroyed, and the treasures stored in them had also been destroyed. It was a pity. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the valley and realized that there was a fork in the road. You can go to the left or the right. Lin Feng chose the left passage. As soon as he entered this passage, his body was pierced with more than 10 bloody holes, and blood immediately flowed out. Lin Feng coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and was severely injured. He was shocked to discover that his lifespan had been instantly deprived of 300,000 years. He quickly retreated. After exiting the left passage, he heaved a sigh of relief and then smiled bitterly. He didn't even know what had happened to cause him to be so severely injured. Even his left chest had been pierced through, and his heart had been severely injured. If it had been anyone else, they would have died long ago after suffering such a serious injury to their heart. Lin Feng's physique was too strong, and his immortal divine blood could heal his injuries, so he managed to survive. He quickly circulated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries. However, his face was still a little pale. What's in this valley on the left? Could it be a terrifying restriction? What level of restriction is this? I didn't even notice it, but it injured me to this extent. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He was really lucky to be able to survive. Could it be an Emperor rune? He couldn't help but mutter. Emperor rune. It was a divine rune set up by a great emperor. Emperor runes were extremely terrifying. It was very difficult to understand the wonders of emperor runes without becoming a great emperor. Lin Feng walked towards the right passage. Outside the passage, he stopped and couldn't help but hesitate. The left passage had almost cost him his life. What about the right passage? Would it be incomparably dangerous? Open the seal. Open the seal. Just as Lin Feng was hesitating, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the voice. Wasn't this the voice that had sounded in his mind when he was attacked by the python while he was asleep? If it hadn't been for this voice, he would have woken up. Perhaps he had already been eaten by the python. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and walked towards the right passage. Lin Feng was surprised to find that the left passage was so dangerous, but the right passage was incomparably safe. After entering the right passage, he didn't encounter any attacks. That's... Lin Feng looked into the depths of the passage and was shocked. He saw a huge 8 trigrams diagram platform. Why is there an 8 trigrams diagram platform in this valley? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He went to the 8 trigrams diagram platform and observed the diagram on it. The more Lin Feng looked at it, the more he felt that the arrangement of the 8 trigrams diagram platform was very familiar. The arrangement of the Celestial Master sect. Lin Feng was shocked. Open the seal. Open the seal. The voice in his mind became clearer and louder. Of course, the voice also became more urgent. Who's talking to me? Lin Feng asked. However, no one answered him. Even the mysterious voice from before had disappeared. Lin Feng's expression changed. Was this 8 trigrams diagram platform a seal? What was sealed inside? Chapter 1638. Lin Feng was naturally worried about these things. If something terrifying was released, he might even die. However, Lin Feng thought about it again. Now that he was surrounded by the lightning dragons, there was no way for him to escape. He had to think of a way to escape. Otherwise, he could only wait for death. Since that was the case, it would be better to open the seal now. If some powerful creatures were released, he might be able to escape during the chaos. After thinking about it, Lin Feng had already made his decision. He took a step forward, wanting to step onto the 8 trigrams. Wang. At this moment, a violent wave of energy was transmitted from the 8 trigrams. Following that wave of energy, a human figure condensed and formed. It was a very handsome man who looked to be in his 30s. He stood in the center of the 8 trigrams and looked at Lin Feng. Waves of destructive energy were emitted from the man's body. The man raised his right hand and was about to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face turned pale. This man's strength was terrifying. The aura he emitted made him feel an aura of death enveloping his entire body. Is this the ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He quickly activated the wordless scripture passed down by the Celestial Masters sect. This was a cultivation technique recorded in the stone scripture, and it was also the basic inheritance of the Celestial Masters sect. In the future, if he could find the Celestial Masters sect's sacred artifact, the stone scripture, he would be able to communicate with the stone scripture by activating the wordless scripture. When Lin Feng activated the wordless scripture, the ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect revealed a shocked expression. The powerful attack that he had condensed instantly dissipated. What a powerful method. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years ago this imprint still has its own consciousness. Lin Feng was extremely shocked in his heart. The successor of the Celestial Masters sect. The illusory figure said. Junior Lin Feng. Greetings, ancestor of the Celestial Masters sect. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Good. The Celestial Masters sect finally has a successor. The man nodded in relief and then disappeared. Lin Feng stood where he was and muttered, "I wonder which generation of the Celestial Master Path this ancestor is from." Obviously, it was impossible for Lin Feng to get an answer. He quickly collected his thoughts and stepped onto the 8 trigrams diagram platform. Why did this ancestor build this 8 trigrams Dao platform? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. However, he then said, "I don't care about that right now. No matter what the reason is, I just want to get out of here as soon as possible." He squatted on the 8 trigrams diagram Dao platform and studied the layout of the 8 trigrams diagram. There were thousands of ways to arrange the 8 trigrams, and they were unpredictable. Only by finding the correct method would they be able to break it. If he tried to decipher it carelessly, he would be killed by the 8 trigrams. 3 Qian links, 6 Kuan breaks. Zhenyang Tuan, Zhen Fu Wn, empty in Li, full in Kan. The upper part of Dui is lacking, and the lower part of Zun is broken. Lin Feng recited the general principles of the 8 trigrams formation. He carefully studied the structure of each formation pattern. Qian Dui was metal, followed by Li, fire. Zhen Zun was wood, followed by Kan, which was water. Finally, Zhen Kuan was earth. Metal took the firmness of the heavens, earth took the softness of the earth, fire attached to the heavens, and water attached to the earth. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he looked at the structure of the 8 trigrams diagram. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't understand what he meant. This was a formation method that Lin Feng had researched through the Celestial Masters sect's inheritance. Lin Feng studied it for 3 days and 3 nights before he completely comprehended all the formation methods of the 8 trigrams diagram. He took out 8 origin crystals and placed them in 8 different positions on the 8 trigrams diagram. The 8 positions were 1 inch to the east-west, 2.5 inches to the left-south, 1 foot and a half inches to the right-west, 3 inches to the east-east, 2 inches to the southeast, the intersection between the northwest line and the Qian trigram, the intersection between the southwest line and the Kuan trigram, and the intersection between the east, south, west, and north. After placing the origin crystals, a miraculous scene appeared. The 8 trigrams diagram actually began to actively absorb the origin crystal's energy. Lin Feng hurriedly ran into the distance and hid behind a huge rock, carefully observing the changes in the 8 trigrams diagram. If there were any changes, he would completely conceal his aura and not come out. Crack! 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 Suddenly, the 8 trigrams diagram, Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Kan, Zhen, Zun, Li, and Dui seemed to have come to life. A cracking sound could be heard, and then the 8 trigrams diagram began to shrink to the sides. A huge black hole appeared. A black hole actually appeared when the 8 trigrams diagram shrank to the sides. How strange. Where does this black hole connect to? Lin Feng muttered. He didn't show himself, continuing to hide and secretly observe. Whoosh! 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 Then, endless black fog emitted from the black hole. Within the black fog, a strange cackling sound could be heard. One figure after another quickly rushed out of the black hole. A total of 5 figures rushed out. Wu Dao's figure was suspended in midair. We're free, we're free, we're finally out of the forbidden divine world, the ninefold forbidden divine world. We've been trapped in the most dangerous and terrifying ninefold forbidden divine world for 47 million years. What a long time. I even thought we wouldn't be able to come out alive. How many years has it been? No one has been able to escape from the ninefold forbidden divine world, but we've managed to escape. We're so lucky to have found such an opening. The heavens are looking out for us. Our 4 brothers who died are so pitiful. In order to protect us, they died one after another in the 9th layer of the divine forbidden world. Now, we're lucky enough to escape, but our 9 brothers will never see the outside world again. We must live well. We're not just living for ourselves, we're living for our brothers who died, shouted the being who had rushed out of the black hole. He was both excited and sad. They were excited because they could see the outside world again. They were sad because of their brothers' tragic deaths. The ninefold forbidden divine world. The 8 trigrams diagram is connected to the legendary forbidden divine world. Lin Feng was astonished. Back then, The mermaids had been trapped in the forbidden divine world. However, the mermaids had only been trapped in the first forbidden divine world. The first forbidden divine world couldn't be compared to the ninefold forbidden divine world. However, the 5 creatures in front of him had been trapped in the ninefold forbidden divine world. It was hard to imagine how terrifying they were. Who transmitted the message to me? It shouldn't be those 5, thought Lin Feng. He calmed himself down. It wasn't the time to think about that. He stared at the creature in the black fog. The 5 creatures were so hungry that they were only skin and bones now. Lin Feng suspected that a gust of wind could blow them away. The 5 creatures didn't take human form. Instead, they took the form of ferocious beasts. The 5 ferocious beasts had the body of a dragon and the head of a wolf. They had sharp fangs, and flames were burning in their eyes. An extremely evil aura was emitted from their bodies. The son of the true dragon great emperor, holy beast Yazi. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw the appearance of the 5 ferocious beasts. Chapter 1639. As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, but the 9 sons are different. The dragon mentioned here was not an ordinary dragon, but the most powerful true dragon. Since the beginning of the world, the number of true dragons could be counted on one hand. It was precisely because true dragons were too rare, and at the same time, it was difficult to find a second true dragon. Therefore, true dragons usually gave birth to offspring after mating with other races. This was why there was a saying that the dragon had 9 sons. Descendants born from different races would naturally be different. The 9 sons of the true dragon were all famous holy beasts. Eldest Chunyo 2nd Yazi 3rd Chao Feng 4th Pulio 5th Yazi 6th Yazi 7th Yazi 8th Yazi 9th Yazi Kiss. As the second son of the true dragon great emperor, the Yazi was naturally very terrifying, and its bloodline inheritance was abnormally powerful. However, the Yazi's temperament was cruel, and if there was even a small grudge, the Yazi would take revenge. This was also the origin of the idiom revenge for the smallest grievance. It described the small grudge between 2 parties, but they would still be retaliated against. In the secular world, the Yazi's status was actually very high. Because of its cruel character, it was filled with ferocity, so many people would use the Yazi's portrait to ward off evil spirits and ghosts. For example, during the New Year, there were 2 pictures of houses pasted on the door, and one of them was a drawing of a Yazi. In addition, the Yazi was used the most in the weapons of the soldiers in the secular world. These weapons were often drawn with the Yazi's image in order to suppress the evil spirits. After all, when 2 armies fought, countless casualties would be caused, and it was very easy for evil spirits to be born. However, after the soldiers' weapons were drawn with the Yazi's image, even if evil spirits were born, those things would not dare to approach the soldiers. In the past, Lin Feng had only heard of the Yazi's name from myths and legends. Now that he finally saw the legendary Yazi, his heart was filled with shock. He completely concealed himself, and even stopped breathing, because he was worried that he would be discovered by the 5 Yazis. Once they discovered him, he would probably die. This kind of famous evil beast killed people without batting an eye. Hungry. For more than 40 million years, I haven't eaten a full day. I'm really hungry, a Yazi said. Then let's eat our fill. The second Yaz said sinisterly. Among the 5 Yazis, the 5th was called Ao Zhong, the 6th was Ao Hua, the 7th was Ao Xin, the 8th was Ao Sheng, and the 9th was Ao Ba. Although they had been trapped for more than 40 million years and their cultivation had dropped significantly, this was only relative to their peak. Now, these 5 Yazis were still unimaginably terrifying. From the fact that they could float in midair and not be affected by the restrictions of the valley, it was obvious how terrifying these 5 Yazis were. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 5 Yazis quickly rushed out of the valley. Lei Long. He, it's just an appetizer. The 5 Yazis let out sinister cries. They separated into 5 different directions and floated in midair. They opened their bloody mouths and suddenly inhaled. Hoo 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 hoo, violent winds swept across the world. A terrifying devouring power surged out and enveloped the hundreds of lightning dragons within it. The lightning dragons flew uncontrollably toward the 5 Yazis. Roar roar roar, The lightning dragons let out terrified cries as they struggled frantically. They wanted to break free from the 5 Yaz's devouring, but it was useless. The 5 Yaz's were too powerful. They were simply undefeatable. The hundreds of lightning dragons were instantly devoured by the 5 Yaz's. It's so comfortable. But I'm still hungry. There are still many creatures on the island. Then let's continue eating. It's enough for us to eat until we're 30% full. The 5 Yaz's quickly flew toward the periphery of the island. They continued to open their bloody mouths and devour the creatures on the island. Many powerful beasts were devoured by them. Many beasts noticed that something was wrong and wanted to escape from the island. You can't escape. Be devoured by us. Hee. The 5 Yaz's let out strange laughter and continued to open their bloody mouths to devour the beasts that tried to escape. None of the beasts were able to escape. They were all devoured by the Yaz's. Whoosh! The Snake Empress rushed out of the huge tree and fled into the distance. Even someone as powerful as the Snake Empress didn't dare to fight the 5 Yaz's. Golden-crowned silver snake. A demon snake with the bloodline of a sacred beast. Not bad, not bad. Be devoured by us. After seeing the Snake Empress, the 5 Yaz's finally showed a trace of excitement. The stronger the bloodline they devoured, the faster they recovered. If they could devour the Snake Empress, it would be more effective than devouring all the beasts on the island. The 5 Yaz's quickly chased after the Snake Empress and waved their huge claws across the void to grab the escaping Snake Empress. 5 sharp claws condensed in the void. Pu. 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 The 5 sharp claws directly scratched the Snake Empress's body until it was dripping with blood. A large piece of flesh was torn off. Hiss. When Lin Feng saw that, he took a deep breath. He knew clearly how terrifying the Snake Empress was. Back then, he had attacked the Snake Empress with all his strength at such a close distance, but the Snake Empress hadn't been harmed at all. Not even a mark was left on the Snake Empress's scales. This showed how powerful the Snake Empress was. Her defense was terrifying. However, when the 5 Yaz's attacked, the Snake Empress's defense was so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it wasn't that the Snake Empress was weak. It was that the 5 Yaz's were too terrifying. This was the son of the true dragon Great Emperor. 5 abnormally strong existences. After smelling the Snake Empress's blood, the 5 Yaz's became even more excited. They let out strange cries and increased their speed, wanting to kill the Snake Empress in one fell swoop. Huff! The Snake Empress suddenly turned her head and spat out a ball of light green gas. The void was instantly corroded. Not good, this is the origin poison. It will harm the origin. Retreat. Facing the move that the Snake Empress would only use when she was desperate, the 5 Yaz's didn't dare to be careless. They quickly retreated and avoided the Snake Empress's origin poison. The Snake Empress tore through the void and escaped. She can't escape. Chase. The 5 Yaz's cried out sinisterly. They also tore through the void and quickly disappeared. The 5 Yaz's clearly wouldn't rest until they killed the Snake Empress. Although the Snake Empress was powerful, she was probably doomed after being targeted by the 5 Yaz's. How terrifying. At that moment, Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and sigh. The strength of the 5 Yaz's. He was deeply shocked. Even the Snake Empress didn't have the strength to resist. He really didn't know what level the 5 Yaz's were at now. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng rushed outside, leaving the valley and rushing out of the island. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Not long after Lin Feng left, black shadows flew out of the black hole. Half an hour later, the 8 trigrams automatically closed again, sealing the black hole. It feels so good to come out. Gloomy voices echoed between heaven and earth. Chapter 1640. The Netherworld sea was boundless, with no end in sight. Lin Feng flew for a long time, but he still couldn't see a cultivation country or a gathering place for cultivators. Finally, he landed in the middle of a cluster of islands. There were many islands here, but none of them were very large. Lin Feng discovered a few strange fish here. This was a type of fish that was the color of crystal. It was called the deep-sea blue crystal fish. Feng Feng had read about this type of fish in the classic of mountains and seas before. This type of fish contained a very special kind of crystal that could greatly increase a cultivator's spiritual energy. Therefore, when Lin Feng saw the deep-sea blue crystal fish, he decided to practice cultivation there for a while. He opened up a cave on one of the islands. Then, he began to enter the sea to catch deep-sea blue crystal fish. But what made Lin Feng rather depressed was that catching deep-sea blue crystal fish was too difficult. These deep-sea blue crystal fish could always disappear without a trace. Catching them in the sea was obviously not feasible. Perhaps I can set up some traps. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He felt that this method was feasible. He could use traps to catch deep-sea blue crystal fish. But if he wanted to set up a trap, he would need bait. Lin Feng thought about the deep-sea blue crystal fish's characteristics recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Deep-sea blue crystal fish's diet consisted mainly of crystals and spirit stones. This type of fish was very special. They wouldn't eat vegetation, nor would they eat other fish. Origin crystals should be very attractive to these deep-sea blue crystal fish, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He set up a trap in the shallow waters. First, he inserted a dozen or so formation flags into the sand. Then, he set up a large formation. Finally, he placed a few origin crystals. As long as the deep-sea blue crystal fish entered the range of the formation, it would activate. Then, the formation would activate. He caught deep-sea blue crystal fish. This method was quite good. The next day, when Lin Feng arrived at the beach, he found that he had caught more than 20 deep-sea blue crystal fish. He cut open the bellies of the deep-sea blue crystal fish and took out their crystals, then boiled them into a pot of fish soup. It was extremely delicious. Bibi and the dragon rabbit ate happily. Their stomachs were round, and after they finished eating, the two little fellows started playing and chasing each other on the island. Lin Feng, on the other hand, returned to the cave mansion and began to refine the fish crystal. Is it really as effective as the rumors say? Looking at the fish crystal in his hand, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then he began to refine these fish crystals. The energy stored in the fish crystal was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng. Immediately after, Lin Feng felt that his soul force was actually growing crazily. This made Lin Feng very happy. These fish crystals were very effective. For the next 3 months, Lin Feng had been catching deep-sea blue crystal fish in this area. His soul force had achieved a tremendous breakthrough. First, it broke through to the 4th level of the divine fire realm. Immediately after, he broke through to the 5th firmament of the divine fire realm. Of course, during this time, Lin Feng had done many things. For example, he had refined the 3 toxic puppets again. The 3 toxic puppets had all reached the peak of the void god realm. As for the deity realm clone, his cultivation base had risen to the 6th firmament of the divine fire realm. As for Lin Feng's own cultivation base, he had finally broken through to the 7th firmament of the void god realm. With Lin Feng's powerful accumulation, every time he broke through, his combat power would increase by an unimaginable amount. During this time, Lin Feng found that he was able to absorb more and more faith energy. This made him very satisfied. Clearly, the astral beast had stayed on the Tianwu continent and helped him build many temples. Lin Feng's cultivation base had been able to break through so quickly because of his talent, his fortuitous encounters, and the faith energy he had devoured. He had been devouring faith energy every day. Even if he didn't cultivate, his cultivation base would continue to rise. Yeah. Bibi and the dragon rabbit had returned to the island from outside. They were bouncing and jumping in front of Lin Feng, waving their little paws as they spoke. "There's a palace in the sea?" asked Lin Feng. The two of them immediately nodded. Lin Feng continued, "Didn't I tell you not to casually enter the sea? Be careful of the sea beasts eating you." The two of them immediately lowered their heads, looking extremely wronged. Recently, the two of them had become more and more daring. Originally, they had only been playing on the island, but now, they had begun to explore the mysterious sea. Lin Feng was naturally worried about their safety, but when he saw their pitiful appearances, he couldn't help it. He didn't have the heart to blame these two little fellows. "Take me to see the palace," said Lin Feng. The two of them hastily nodded and flew into the sea. 10 nautical miles away from a small island, the two little guys stopped. They pointed downwards. Lin Feng raised an energy barrier, protecting the two of them. Then, they quickly dove downwards. The sea was very deep. After diving for more than 40,000 meters, they reached the bottom. Lin Feng saw a gigantic ancient city. Inside the city, there were many palaces and palaces. A kingdom in the sea? He was very surprised. It was just that the kingdom in the sea had long since been destroyed. In the past, there should have been a sea civilization here, but for some reason, it had been destroyed. Lin Feng descended into the city and saw a huge statue of a god standing in the plaza. This was a very strange creature of the oceanic race. It had 8 arms, each of which held a weapon. Its face was ferocious and ugly. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a statue. He didn't know what kind of god this country worshipped. Lin Feng guessed that this was a sea god. Among the sea gods, the most famous one was naturally Poseidon. However, there were many races in the sea, and there were many sea gods. Many of the sea creatures didn't believe in Poseidon. It was as if the civilization in front of him didn't believe in Poseidon. This underwater civilization doesn't seem to have experienced a great war. Everything is well preserved. Why did the people here disappear without a trace? Lin Feng walked around the city. He went to many places and found that every place was well preserved and undamaged. However, it was because of this that Lin Feng found it strange. What happened here in the past? He muttered to himself. Yeah. Bibi pointed in a direction. Lin Feng looked at it and saw a blue light flash through the air. He was very surprised. What was that? He quickly chased after it, but he didn't find anything. Chapter 1641. The ancient nation was very quiet, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Perhaps he had really seen wrongly just now? Normally, Lin Feng wouldn't find it strange if something unexplainable happened in an ancient nation that had been silent for many years. He headed straight for the imperial palace, wondering if he could find the treasury there. He also wondered if there were any other treasures in the treasury. If there were really treasures in an ancient underwater nation, it would be a shocking amount of wealth. Lin Feng arrived at the imperial palace. It was a magnificent palace with endless palaces. The first thing he saw after entering the palace was a huge hall. This hall should be equivalent to the throne room of the human clan in the secular world. It was also where the emperor would hold morning court. Civil and military officials. They were divided into 2 rows. Lin Feng strolled around the golden imperial hall and found a jade seal. The jade seal itself was a powerful treasure, and it was actually a divine artifact. Lin Feng was shocked. Even the jade seal is placed on the table. Everyone in the ancient nation seems to have disappeared in an instant. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong with the ancient nation. He had a vague feeling of unease. Bei Bei and Dragon Rabbit were still as carefree as ever as they ran around the hall. They were still young. Perhaps in their eyes, everything in front of them was very fun. They were indeed at the age to have fun. After leaving the hall, Lin Feng headed deeper into the palace. If there was a treasury in an ordinary palace, the treasury would be located in the depths of the palace. In the end, Lin Feng found the treasury. It was a huge courtyard with a huge hall. It was over 300 meters tall and covered more than 40 mu of land. The door to the treasury had been sealed for an unknown number of years. It emitted a cold luster. This door is made of netherworld frost iron. Damn! How extravagant! This is a material used to forge a giant divine artifact. How many giant divine artifacts can be forged with this material? Lin Feng exclaimed when he saw the pitch-black door. Divine weapons were divided into virtual divine weapons, divine fire weapons, true divine weapons, sky divine weapons, and giant divine weapons. Above that would be quasi-emperor weapons, emperor weapons. Lin Feng's great desolate war spear was a giant divine weapon, and its power was heaven-defying. A treasure at the level of a giant divine soldier was definitely an incredible treasure even in the entire universe. Very few people could take it out. And the door of this ancient undersea country's treasury was actually made of 9 nether cold iron, which could be used to forge giant soldier gods. Obviously, this ancient country must have been extremely powerful in the past. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so extravagant. Later, we'll remove the door as well. We can't waste such a precious item. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He pushed hard against the door. Whoosh! At this time, many bubbles appeared behind Lin Feng. A blue light flashed within the bubble. Immediately after, a woman appeared and slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. Feeling the killing intent coming from behind him, Lin Feng turned around and struck out with his palm. Bang! The two sides collided, and the woman was sent flying by Lin Feng. Obviously, although she had sneak attacked Lin Feng, there was still a big gap between Lin Feng's cultivation and Lin Feng's. Lin Feng was as fast as lightning. He instantly arrived in front of the woman and was about to strike her with his palm. But when he saw the woman, Lin Feng's mouth opened wide in shock. This woman had a head of beautiful light blue hair that draped over her shoulders. Her figure was slim and slender, and her towering twin peaks were covered by a white gauze dress. She had a face that was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. What touched Lin Feng the most was that pair of blue eyes that were like the Mediterranean Sea. They were so pure that one couldn't bear to hurt her. But what surprised Lin Feng the most was not the woman's beautiful face. It was the lower half of her body, which was actually not a human body. The lower half of her body was very slender and had a perfect curve. This was the body of a fish. The woman in front of him was actually a mermaid. Lin Feng had heard of mermaids before, but he had never seen one before. The mermaid race was a very special race. According to legends, mermaids were born in the deepest part of the sea. They were born in the deep blue sea. The mermaid race only had women and no men. In the past, Lin Feng had even read a story about mermaids. The story went like this: at the very, very deep bottom of the sea, there was a majestic castle. Inside it lived 6 mermaid princesses. They were all very beautiful. Especially the youngest princess. She had long blonde hair and was prettier than her sisters. She loved to listen to her sisters talk about the sea. Because of this, the little princess always wanted to go to the sea one day and see it for herself. She waited and waited. On the little princess's 15th birthday, she quietly swam to the surface of the sea. There was a very large ship on the sea, and many people were holding a grand birthday banquet on the ship. The people on the ship raised their cups and congratulated him. "Prince, happy birthday to you." That prince was awe-inspiring and handsome. The mermaid princess was also captivated by him. But, suddenly, a gust of wind blew the ship over. The prince fell into the sea and floated on the surface. Oh no! If we don't hurry and save the prince, his life will be in danger. The mermaid princess spent a lot of effort to save the prince. "Prince, wake up." The mermaid princess touched the prince's hand and said. At this time, the mermaid princess heard footsteps approaching and hid behind a rock. It was a girl. She was shocked to see the prince lying on the beach. Under her careful care, the prince quickly woke up. The prince smiled at the girl and said, "Thank you. You saved my life." The mermaid princess was very sad when she heard this. "Prince, I am the one who saved you." The mermaid princess could not forget the prince. Because she was a mermaid, she could not get close to the prince. So every night, she would swim outside the castle and look at the prince from afar. The mermaid princess said to herself, "I really want to become a human." Thus, the mermaid princess asked the witch to help her achieve her wish. The witch said, "I have a way to turn you into a human. But when your tail turns into legs, it will be as painful as being cut by a knife when you walk. Also, if the prince marries someone else, you will turn into bubbles and die. Also, if you want to become a human, you will have to pay me. You will have to give me your beautiful voice." "Okay. As long as I can be by the prince's side, I don't care about anything else." Thus, the mermaid princess swam to the shore of the castle and drank the witch's medicine. Her body felt very uncomfortable and she fainted. After an unknown period of time, the mermaid princess's tail slowly split into 2 legs. "Miss, what happened to you?" When the mermaid princess slowly opened her eyes, the person in front of her was the prince. However, the mermaid princess could not answer because she had already given her voice to the witch. The prince brought the mermaid princess back to the castle and dressed her in beautiful clothes. "She is really a beauty." The people in the castle all praised the mermaid princess's beauty. Although the mermaid princess could not speak or sing, her beautiful dance attracted everyone's attention. However, no one knew that the mermaid princess endured the pain in her legs to entertain the prince and everyone else. The prince treated the mermaid princess like a sister and took care of her in every possible way. One day, the prince brought the mermaid princess to the neighboring country. It was the place where he was saved when he fell into the sea. The prince went to meet the girl. The prince was very happy and said, "My life was saved by her, so I want to marry her." "No. No. Prince, I saved you," the mermaid princess shouted, but the prince still could not hear her. The prince finally married the girl. On the ship back home, the mermaid princess cried sadly. At this time, the voices of her sisters came from the sea. "In order to save you, we went to the witch and used our hair to exchange for this sword. You can use it to kill the prince. Use the prince's blood on your feet and you will turn back into a mermaid. You have to have the courage to do it. Otherwise, you will turn into bubbles and die tomorrow morning." The mermaid princess made up her mind to enter the prince's bedroom when he was asleep. However, looking at the prince's peaceful face, she could not do it. At dawn, the mermaid princess said to herself on the deck, "Prince, goodbye." Thus, the mermaid princess's body slowly turned into many colorful bubbles. The light of dawn shone on the bubble, and the figure of the mermaid princess seemed to be faintly discernible in the bubble as it rose. "My cute sister, where did she go?" The prince was looking everywhere for the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess who turned into air only looked at the prince and flew into the depths of the pink clouds with satisfaction. Of course, Lin Feng could not be sure of the authenticity of this story. However, the story of the mermaid princess had been passed down. When Lin Feng saw such a beautiful mermaid with his own eyes, he could not help but feel shocked and moved. "So beautiful!" Lin Feng exclaimed. The mermaid sent a palm towards Lin Feng. She wanted to take Lin Feng's life. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed the mermaid's palm. Then, he pressed the mermaid against the wall with his other hand, making her unable to move. "Despicable human, let go of me." The mermaid looked at Lin Feng fiercely. "You can speak human language?" Lin Feng was shocked. However, the mermaid did not say anything else. Her beautiful eyes looked coldly at Lin Feng. The mermaid seemed to hate Lin Feng very much. This made Lin Feng feel very strange. He asked, "I didn't provoke you. Why do you want to kill me? You despicable outsiders, trying to capture our mermaid sisters. None of you are good people." The mermaid said coldly. Human nature was often greedy, and mermaids were so beautiful that they would definitely attract the interest of many people. For profit, many people would take the risk to capture mermaids and then sell them. Those mermaids who were sold would be raised in captivity, and many mermaids would be wantonly played with by those big shots. Their fates were very tragic. It was no wonder that the mermaid hated people from other races so much. Chapter 1642. Lin Feng said, "You can't just kill everyone, right? Take me for example. You ambushed me and tried to kill me, but I didn't kill you in the end." The mermaid harumphed. "Who knows what kind of dirty thoughts you're harboring?" Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He hadn't done anything, yet he was being called dirty. He felt even more wronged than Do-yi. However, when faced with this beautiful mermaid, Lin Feng thought to himself, "Who asked me to be such a tender and protective person? I'll just forgive her." Lin Feng said, "I can let you go right now, but don't attack me again." The mermaid looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and asked, "You'll really let me go?" "Of course." Lin Feng nodded and released the mermaid. The mermaid was clearly very surprised after being freed. She looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, "You're quite different from the foreigners I've met in the past." Lin Feng asked, "What's different?" The mermaid thought for a moment and said, "You're a good person." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Had he been given a good person card? Fortunately, the mermaid's good person card was different from the good person card he usually received. Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" "Angel." "You're pretty, and your name is nice as well." Lin Feng couldn't help but praise her. Angel's pretty face reddened slightly, and she asked, "What's your name?" "Lin Feng." Angel then asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin Feng replied, "I came from the other side of the ocean on the 9 States Alliance's fleet. I originally wanted to go to the 9 States, but I was attacked by the mermaids. The fleet was destroyed, and many people fled in all directions. I found a place to cultivate in seclusion for a while, and I planned to find a cultivation nation on the ocean and think of a way to go to the 9 States. So that's how it is. This is the Nether Sea, and there are very few cultivation nations on the ocean. However, it's not like there aren't any. I heard from my elders that there's a Nether Sea divine nation in the Nether Sea, but I don't know where it is." Angel said. In order to avoid being captured, the mermaids usually hid in the depths of the ocean. They rarely appeared in other places. Angel's age of the mermaids was still quite young, so she had only heard about many things in the outside world. She had never seen it for herself. Elle said Lin Feng, "Thank you very much, Angel. Since I know there's a real cultivation country on the sea, I'll definitely find it someday. I didn't help you much, so you don't have to thank me." Angel waved her hand. Lin Feng asked, "How did you end up in this ancient city?" Angel replied, "I vaguely heard a voice calling out to me, so I swam over and saw this ancient city. Not long after I arrived, I saw you enter." At this point, Angel lowered her head in embarrassment. She was clearly thinking about her sneak attack on Lin Feng. It seemed that she didn't dare to face Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng knew that Angel was actually very kind. He could see her kindness from her pure eyes. However, in the past few years, many cultivators had captured mermaids, causing great harm to the mermaids. Ever since she was young, Angel had heard her elders talk about the greed and evil of foreign cultivators. In addition, over the years, she had seen some of her sisters being taken away. She was both afraid and hateful of foreign cultivators. That was why she had attacked Lin Feng. "Angel, step back a little. I'll push open this door and see what's hidden in this treasury," Lin Feng said. Angel said, "The voice that called me over came from this treasury. You must be careful." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Then, he arrived in front of the door and pushed open the 2 doors made of 9 nether cold iron. When the door was pushed open, all that could be seen inside was colorful and dazzling. All kinds of treasures were piled up like a mountain. Deep sea night pearl, water-repelling pearl, jellyfish stone, frost iron. There were countless treasures piled up here, and many of them were treasures that could only be found in the deep sea. It was rare to see them on land. "Wow, I'm rich." Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Angel looked at the treasures with a calm expression. The mermaids lived in the deep sea region. Therefore, their clan had collected too many treasures of all kinds. It was rumored that the palace where the mermaids lived was paved with pearls and decorated with all kinds of treasures. It was magnificent. Therefore, the treasures in the treasury were not attractive to Angel. Lin Feng did not directly collect the treasures. Instead, he began to remove the door of the treasury. The 2 doors were over 100 meters tall. They were made of 9 nether cold iron. Such a treasure. How precious was it? If he wanted to collect it, he would naturally have to collect these 2 doors first. Angel asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I think the material of this door is not bad. It's too wasteful to leave it here. After removing it, I'll carry it home. It might be useful in the future." Angel was very innocent and did not doubt Lin Feng's words. After Lin Feng removed the 2 doors, he was overjoyed. In the future, he would find a powerful refiner and have him cut open the 2 doors and forge them into giant divine weapons. This would be able to forge at least 100 giant divine weapons, right? Using 100 giant divine weapons to form an elite team. At that time, even if a quasi-emperor level expert came, he would have to retreat. He would not be able to defeat a quasi-emperor in a one-on-one battle. A group of experts using giant divine weapons to gang up on a quasi-emperor. Would they not be able to defeat him? Lin Feng was immersed in this beautiful fantasy. However, he quickly retracted his thoughts and entered the treasury. He looked at Angel and said, "If there's anything you like, feel free to take it. There's no need to be courteous with me." This guy had already regarded the treasures in the treasury as his wealth. Angel shook her head and did not choose any treasure. Instead, she watched as Lin Feng collected the treasures in the various halls. After passing through the 18 halls, Lin Feng and Angel arrived outside the hall in the deepest part of the treasury. This hall's door was tightly shut. On top of the restriction, there were also densely packed formation patterns. While Lin Feng was studying the formation runes, Angel suddenly hugged her head and cried out in pain. "Angel, what's wrong?" Lin Feng hurriedly supported Angel, who was on the verge of collapse, and asked worriedly, "My head hurts. Inside, there's something inside." Angel's face was pale as she pointed at the door. There was something inside the hall that was affecting Angel. Is it the thing that summoned Angel here? What was it that had summoned Angel? Why did it summon Angel here? Lin Feng's expression was uncertain as he looked at the tightly shut door of the hall. Rumble. Suddenly, the tightly shut door, which was densely covered in formation runes, began to shake violently. Chapter 1643. The door shook more and more violently. Lin Feng and Angel stared at the door. The door was obviously opening by itself. It was extremely strange. At this time, Angel's face regained some color. Only then did Lin Feng let go of her. "There's something wrong with this palace. When the palace opens later, don't go in. Just watch from the outside. I'll go in and see what's going on," Lin Feng said. Angel nodded. Rumble, rumble. The door violently rubbed against the ground and opened to both sides. Finally, the door opened. In the deepest part of the palace, it was pitch black. Furthermore, there was a mist that filled the air. A cold aura surged out from it. Lin Feng felt goosebumps all over his body. He looked at the palace with a serious expression. He didn't see anything strange from the outside, so he walked in. Angel stayed outside. Stepping into the palace, Lin Feng realized that the palace was very big. There were thick pillars inside. There were a total of 18 pillars. Crack, crack. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard the sound of cracking under his feet. He lowered his head. He found that there were many skeletons scattered on the ground. Lin Feng lowered his head to observe the skeletons. He immediately noticed something different. These skeletons. They were all slender. Obviously, these were the skeletons of women. So many women have died here. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. This place was too strange. He didn't know why so many women had died. He stood up and walked towards the first huge pillar. He found that there seemed to be something tied up by chains on the first pillar. When he got closer, he saw it. What was tied to it was actually a skeleton. And it was the skeleton of a mermaid. On the pillar, there were densely packed runes. Those runes emitted an evil power. It's an evil sacrificial rune. What kind of terrifying thing is using mermaids as a sacrifice? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and rushed out of the palace. At this moment, Angel let out a scream from outside. A ball of black fog flew out and rolled towards Angel. "What the hell is this? Get out of my way," Lin Feng shouted as he sent a palm strike towards that mass of black chi. "Keik, brat, who do you think you are? How dare you ruin my plans?" A gloomy voice came from the black fog. Immediately after, a blurry figure appeared in the black fog, and a palm shot towards Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided, and Lin Feng was immediately sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. "Hurry up and run away. Don't care about me," Angel's weak voice sounded. Lin Feng got up and wanted to escape. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and didn't leave. As a man, if he ran away now, would he still be a man? Even if he managed to escape, Lin Feng felt that this matter would become an inner demon that would hinder his cultivation for the rest of his life. Thus, he didn't run away. Instead, he took out 3 heavenly fires and sent them towards the black fog. The creature in the black fog was clearly a soul body. Although it was powerful, it didn't have a physical body. As long as it didn't have a physical body, no matter how powerful it would have a fatal weakness. The physical body was the foundation of cultivation. Without a physical body, one would be like a rootless duckweed. A. Heavenly fire. 3 types of heavenly fire. You're dreaming if you think you can use heavenly fire to deal with me. That blurry existence let out a series of sinister laughter. He waved his hand and an endless amount of black smoke appeared, blotting out the sky and moving towards Lin Feng's celestial fire. It blocked the heavenly fire's attack. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng from afar. Bang! Lin Feng's chest was hit by an invisible force. Crack! Crack! His chest caved in, and he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng, hurry up and run. Angel's eyes twitched violently when she saw Lin Feng heavily injured. An unprecedented emotion welled up in her heart. It was a complicated emotion. Sadness. Touching. There was also another emotion that she couldn't quite put her finger on. Lin Feng wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and chuckled. If you leave now, can you still be considered a man? Brat. You have quite a backbone. I'm even a little reluctant to kill you now. If you kneel on the ground and swear to become my slave, I'll spare your life. How about it? The being in the black fog looked at Lin Feng with sinister eyes. Lin Feng sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can become my master? You're courting death. You're courting death. You dare to say such reckless words to this god? You are blaspheming the majesty of a god. The being in the black fog's voice turned extremely cold. Then, his body began to appear. Lin Feng finally got a good look at what kind of creature it was. The creature had 8 arms. His face was sinister and ugly. Aside from the hands, the 8 arms were not holding any weapons. They were actually the same as the statue in the ancient underwater kingdom's plaza. Lin Feng shouted in horror, "Are you the god that this ancient underwater kingdom worships?" That's right. I'm the 8-armed sea god. I'm a high and mighty god that countless Oceanids worship. Why don't you kneel and kowtow to me and beg for forgiveness for your foolish actions? The 8-armed sea god's sinister voice rang out. Lin Feng's expression flickered. This fellow was actually the 8-armed sea god. Lin Feng hadn't expected this at all. However, this fellow's aura was extremely evil, and he had sacrificed so many mermaids. Clearly, he wasn't a good person. Even if he was a god, Lin Feng guessed that he was at least an evil god. He looked at the 8-armed sea god and said, "It's not impossible for me to submit to you, but you have to answer a few of my questions first." The 8-armed sea god immediately said impatiently, "Why do you have so much nonsense to say? If you want to ask something, hurry up and ask. Where did the people of this ancient underwater kingdom go?" Lin Feng asked. Keik. The 8-armed sea god cackled. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Had they been devoured by the 8-armed sea god? You ate them? Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked. They are my subjects. They sacrificed themselves to save me. It's their honor. The 8-armed sea god said sinisterly. Then why did you sacrifice the mermaids? Lin Feng continued asking. The 8-armed sea god said, I've been cursed, and it's the most terrifying curse. I'll be reincarnated once every 1,000,000 years. Only the purest mermaid blood can temporarily dispel the curse during the 1,000,000 years of reincarnation. Once the curse is dispelled, I'll be able to move freely for 100 years. 100 years later, the curse will erupt again, and I'll have no choice but to return to this palace and hibernate. Then, I'll have to wait for another 1,000,000 years of reincarnation. Chapter 1644. Curse. What a good one. Why didn't the curse kill him? Lin Feng muttered inwardly. Instead of killing the 8-armed sea god, he had left behind such a terrifying scourge. Of course, Lin Feng didn't say that out loud. He then asked his third question, who cursed you? The 8-armed sea god roared furiously when he heard Lin Feng's question. Roar. As he roared, the entire world trembled. The entire underwater world trembled violently. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. So what if the sea god was angry? Was there a need to cause such a huge commotion? There were only 3 of them here. Everyone knew that the sea god was amazing. Could you please stop acting tough? Who did this to me? Who did this to me? Who did this to me? The 8-armed sea god roared again and again. With a ferocious expression, he said, "It was the sea god Poseidon, that despicable and shameless bastard. He cursed me. If not for my vigilance, I would have been killed by Poseidon back then. I will never forget what happened back then." The 8-armed sea god stopped at this point and didn't continue. Lin Feng had been listening with great interest, but the sea god had stopped talking. Lin Feng was naturally displeased. He said, "Continue. Why did you have a conflict with the sea god Poseidon? Why did the sea god Poseidon curse you?" The 8-armed sea god looked furiously at Lin Feng and sneered, "Lowly ant, you already know enough. This god has no time to waste on you. Kneel down and acknowledge this god as your master. Otherwise, this god will take your life immediately." "Did I say that I would acknowledge you as my master?" Lin Feng said indifferently. The 8-armed sea god's expression turned gloomy. He said coldly, "You said that you would acknowledge me as your master if I answered a few of your questions. Are you trying to go back on your word now?" Lin Feng said, "Is there anyone who can testify? If you don't have a witness, please don't slander me here." Lin Feng turned hostile and refused to admit it. The 8-armed sea god flew into a rage. He sneered and said, "Brat. How dare you trick me? Do you know the price for doing that? So what if I tricked you?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. "This god will make you wish you were dead." The 8-armed Neptune roared and quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. He raised his right hand and blasted a palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not retreat. His body began to burn. Everything in this world has a cause and effect. Now, I have burned 1,000,000 years of my lifespan to summon the power of karma that is slumbering in this world. Low voices could be heard one after another. Lin Feng's lifespan began to burn crazily. He knew very well how terrifying the 8-armed sea god was. Right now, the only thing that could suppress the 8-armed sea god was perhaps the supreme Buddhist technique, the great karma art. Buddhist techniques were inherently the bane of yin and evil beings. The 8-armed sea god did not have a physical body, so he was essentially a ghostly cultivator. Ghostly cultivators were yin and evil beings. The great karma art was not only a Buddhist technique, but it was also a heaven-defying Grand Tao ranked 3rd amongst the 3,000 Grand Taos. It contained the Grand Tao of karma. Lin Feng had not hesitated to burn 1,000,000 years of his lifespan in order to unleash the full power of the great karma art. Lin Feng was worried that the power of the great karma art would not be enough. If that happened, it would be very difficult for him to deal with the 8-armed sea god. The 8-armed sea god would definitely not give him a second chance to use the great karma art. Thus, he had burned 1,000,000 years of his lifespan. This way, he could ensure that the great karma art's full power could be unleashed. After the causal power collided with the attack of the 8-armed sea god, it resisted the attack of the 8-armed sea god. The 8-armed sea god was powerful. However, he was still just a soul. Now, he was completely suppressed by Lin Feng's great karma art. He was unable to unleash his full power. This is the great karma art. You actually know the great karma art. Kid, what is your relationship with the monks of the Great Thunderclap Temple? The 8-armed sea god was shocked when he sensed the power of the great karma art. He did not dare to take it head-on and tried to retreat. At the same time, he roared repeatedly, trying to figure out Lin Feng's identity. At a time like this, Lin Feng naturally could not allow the 8-armed sea god to pull away from him. Once he pulled away, the 8-armed sea god would be able to attack him from a very far distance away. In terms of magic power, he would definitely not be a match for the 8-armed sea god. Thus, Lin Feng quickly charged towards the 8-armed sea god. He did not say a word and instead used the great karma art with all his might. The power of karma that blotted out the sky all surged towards the 8-armed sea god. The power of karma enveloped the 8-armed sea god. You want to use the power of karma to deal with this god? Kid, you are still too inexperienced. This god is an undying and indestructible existence. You cannot kill me, the eight-armed sea god roared angrily. Although this guy was only a soul body, he was still unimaginably terrifying. He suddenly slashed with his hands. He actually wanted to tear apart the power of karma that Lin Feng had brought out. Lin Feng said, "Of course, I know that I cannot kill you with my strength. However, I am still confident that I can seal you." Lin Feng did not dare to delay and immediately used the void teleportation technique to wrap the eight-armed sea god, who was enveloped by the power of karma, and then directly teleported into the depths of the palace. Close. Then, Lin Feng used his magic power to wrap around the two doors and closed them. Lines of runes were formed by Lin Feng and imprinted on the door. These were sealing runes. After setting up the sealing runes, Lin Feng used the Great Suppression technique at the same time. The word suppression condensed and formed. It suppressed the center of the door, becoming the center of the entire sealing runes. "Little boy, you want to seal me? Impossible. Break." The furious roar of the eight-armed sea god could be heard from within the palace. Bang! 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 The eight-armed sea god attacked the door from within the palace, one attack after another. The sealing runes that Lin Feng had set up became extremely unstable. Crack! 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 The sealing runes actually began to crack. When he saw this, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. The eight-armed sea god sneered, "Kid, your seal is cracking. Let's see how you die when this god leaves." Lin Feng said coldly, "Eight-armed sea god, don't be so happy just yet. With my ancestral blood." Suppression formation. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he stretched out his right hand. He forced out a drop of the sovereign's blood. The sovereign's blood dripped onto the suppression word, which was the core of the sealing formation. Instantly, the sealing formation, which had been about to crack, began to shine with divine light. The formation became extremely stable. No. Why is this happening? No matter how hard the eight-armed sea god attacked the door, it did not budge. The eight-armed sea god, who was trapped within the palace, let out an unwilling roar. Lin Feng, on the other hand, could not hold on any longer. He fell to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Chapter 1645. After breaking through to the seventh firmament of the Void God realm, Lin Feng's lifespan had reached 10 million years. Burning 1,000,000 years of his lifespan at once was not a big problem for Lin Feng. However, it was only a tenth of his lifespan, so Lin Feng still felt waves of weakness sweep through his body. Angel recovered and quickly ran to Lin Feng's side. She asked with concern, "Lin Feng, are you alright?" "I'll be fine after resting for a while." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Yeah, Jia." At that moment, Bibi and Dragon Rabbit ran in. When they saw Lin Feng's pale face, they immediately cried out in worry. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Lin Feng caressed the two little ones' heads. He put Bibi and Dragon Rabbit into the small space in his mountain and river ring. Then, he said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." Angel nodded and said, "Then I'll help you." Lin Feng was already feeling much better, and he had even used his immortal divine body to recover from his injuries. However, since Angel wanted to help him, it would be unreasonable if he did not take advantage of it. Moreover, he was taking advantage of a mermaid. "I'll have to trouble you," Lin Feng said. Angel said, "If it wasn't for you, I would have died long ago." She stretched out her hand and helped Lin Feng up. Lin Feng's body seemed to have no strength. His entire body leaned on Angel's body, and one of his hands even hugged Angel's willowy waist. This was the first time Angel had such contact with a man. Her pretty face was pink, and her heart was beating wildly. Lin Feng discovered that Angel had a unique fragrance on her body. It was very pleasant, and he guessed that it was a fragrance unique to the mermaids. Angel and Lin Feng left the ancient underwater country. Then, they returned to the island where Lin Feng was. At this moment, Lin Feng was too embarrassed to continue hugging Angel's waist. He let go of Angel, went ashore, and said, "Angel, let's part ways here." Angel said, "I would like to take a look at your cultivation cave. Is that all right?" Lin Feng asked, "Aren't mermaids unable to go ashore?" "Who said we mermaids can't go ashore?" Angel asked doubtfully. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The story of the mermaid was passed down from generation to generation. But now it seems this was simply a pure story. A lot of the information about the mermaids was fabricated. He said, I saw it in a story. Poof. Angel immediately smiled. Angel's beauty was already breathtaking. Now, he smiled. Her beauty was unparalleled. Even Lin Feng was mesmerized by it, unable to extricate himself. Feeling Lin Feng's somewhat scorching gaze, Angel couldn't help but feel very shy in her heart. Only then did Lin Feng retract his gaze. He couldn't keep staring at a girl, right? How impolite was that? Angel flew out of the sea and landed on the shore. The lower half of her fish body had turned into a pair of slender and straight legs. These legs were long, white, and straight. Lin Feng had never seen such a beautiful pair of legs. Angel's feet were bare. Because she was originally only wearing a gauze dress, after completely transforming into a human, the gauze dress on her body could only barely cover her breasts. Such an outfit was as seductive as it could be. Angel's pretty face was pink. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Obviously, she also knew that it was embarrassing to be exposed in front of Lin Feng like this. Lin Feng took out a long robe and helped Angel put it on. Then, he took out a pair of crystal shoes. This was a treasure found in the underwater world's treasury. The shoes were inlaid with 999 crystals. It was extremely beautiful. Lin Feng smiled and said, Angel, raise your foot and try to see if this shoe fits. Angel blushed and nodded. She put her small and cute right foot into the shoe and found that it fit her very well. Thus, she put on the other shoe. Angel followed Lin Feng to the cave that Lin Feng had temporarily opened up. Did you cultivate here? Angel asked curiously. Lin Feng nodded and said, because I didn't stay here for long, I didn't decorate much. It's very simple. Don't you feel lonely when you're alone? Angel asked. Lin Feng said, I'm used to it. When Angel heard Lin Feng's words, she suddenly felt a little sad. All these years, Lin Feng had experienced many things in his life. That was why he was used to being alone. In this world, what was the most terrifying thing? Loneliness was the most terrifying thing. Many people found it unbearable when faced with loneliness. In the end, they walked on another path and cut off their cultivation path. Only those who could taste loneliness could become stronger and stronger. The strong were always lonely. Angel stayed at Lin Feng's place for 3 days. Lin Feng cooked his best barbecue for Angel. It was even barbecued dragon meat. It was Angel's first time eating it. Thus, she ate with relish. On the other hand, Bei Bei and the dragon rabbit were running around the island. On the third night, a strange sound came from the depths of the sea. Lin Feng and Angel were originally sitting together and looking at the moon. After hearing that sound, Angel's expression changed slightly. Your clansman? Lin Feng asked. Angel nodded and said, it must be because I haven't returned for a while. My clansmen came out to ask about it. Now, they're making a sound that only the mermaid clan can understand. I'm going back. Lin Feng nodded and said, you must be careful in the future, don't get caught by other races. Angel bit her red lips and nodded slightly. Lin Feng sent her to the shore. Angel jumped into the sea and turned into a mermaid. She waved at Lin Feng. Then, he dove into the sea and disappeared without a trace. Am I too much of a gentleman? I haven't even held hands with such a beautiful woman these past few days. After Angel left, Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. After Angel left, Lin Feng also planned to leave this place. To find the Dark Sea Divine Kingdom that Angel had mentioned. However, Bibi and Dragon Rabbit, the 2 little fellows, had run off to who knows where. When the 2 little fellows returned, Lin Feng planned to leave this place. At noon the next day, terrifying waves of energy came from afar. Yeah. From afar, Lin Feng could hear Bibi's panicked voice. Lin Feng hurriedly rushed out of the cave, only to see Bibi shooting out a rainbow divine light that wrapped around the dragon rabbit, whose entire body was covered in blood and whose aura was weak, quickly fleeing towards them from afar. Behind him, there were more than 20 cultivators chasing after him. Chapter 1646. Seeing Bibi and Dragon Rabbit being chased, and Dragon Rabbit suffering such serious injuries, Lin Feng only felt an endless killing intent rising in his chest. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit were like his family. Dragons had reverse scales. Touching it was death. Family was Lin Feng's reverse scale. Bibi finally escaped to the island and fell into Lin Feng's arms. Yeah. The little guy was exhausted. He cried out tiredly and looked pitifully at Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly took out a divine-level healing pill and fed it to Dragon Rabbit. Dragon Rabbit's injuries were stabilized, but the little guy's injuries were too severe and he was still very weak. Lin Feng gently patted the little guy's head. Go back and rest well. Lin Feng patted Bibi's head again. He sent Bibi and Dragon Rabbit into the mountain river ring. At this time, a group of cultivators who were chasing Bibi and Dragon Rabbit had already flown over. These 20 people were actually all Deity Realm experts. And there were 4 Divine Fire Realm experts. The person in the lead should be the strongest, at the 7th level of the Divine Fire Realm. This person didn't look particularly old. He had an arrogant expression on his face and was dressed in black. That cultivator whispered to a Divine Flame Realm expert next to him. That Divine Fire Realm expert immediately replied, "Yes, young Master Chong." That Divine Fire Realm expert should have received some instructions from that young Master Chong. He walked forwards and looked at Lin Feng in a domineering way. "Little boy, you're so arrogant. Those 2 spirit beasts are yours." "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "Hand over the 2 spirit beasts now and we'll spare your life. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll kill you. The spirit beasts are also our young masters." That Divine Fire Realm cultivator said with a high and mighty expression. Lin Feng's chest was burning with rage. He had basically guessed what was going on. These people must have seen Bibi and Dragon Rabbit by chance. Then, he began to harbor evil intentions. They might not know Bibi, but they definitely knew Dragon Rabbit. Dragon Rabbits were rare, and their ability to find natural treasures made countless people go crazy. When capturing Bibi and Dragon Rabbit was injured. Bibi fled back with Dragon Rabbit. Clearly, in the process of chasing Bibi and Dragon Rabbit, these people discovered that Bibi was even more extraordinary than Dragon Rabbit. Now, these people were determined to get Bibi and Dragon Rabbit. In this vast ocean, there were too many cases of people killing others to steal their treasures. And Lin Feng was alone. He was alone and weak. This group of people thought that Lin Feng was easy to bully, so they bullied him like this. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. The group of people looked at each other. What's wrong with this kid? Did he lose his mind? The Divine Fire Realm expert's eyes immediately revealed a cold expression. He looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "Brat, what are you laughing at?" Lin Feng said coldly, "I'm laughing at you people. You're already at death's door, and you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of this young master. You hurt my companions, so I'll take your dog lives. Brat, I gave you face, but you don't want it, do you? Since you want to die, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Tear this brat into 1,000 pieces for me." The Divine Fire Realm expert shouted coldly. "Yes, my lord." Immediately, more than 20 Nihility God Realm cultivators all rushed towards Lin Feng. This was definitely someone from an extremely terrifying force. Or else, it was impossible for there to be so many Divine Realm experts. Die! The eyes of more than 20 Nihility God Realm cultivators flashed with dense killing intent. These people attacked together, using all kinds of powerful abilities, attacking towards Lin Feng. Among these 20 Nihility God Realm cultivators, the strongest one was at the 10th firmament of the Nihility God Realm. At this level, he could naturally be considered an expert of a region. The weakest one was at the 3rd firmament of the Nihility God Realm. With so many Nihility God Realm cultivators together, it was extremely terrifying. Who dared to underestimate them? However, they had offended the wrong person today. In Lin Feng's eyes, this group of people was nothing at all. You don't know death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His large hand shook the sky, pressing down across the void. Wang. An intense energy wave swept through the heavens and earth. A huge energy palm was formed and charged towards the 20 over empty God realm cultivators. One palm enveloped more than 20 people. In an instant, it broke the attacks of these 20 nihility God realm cultivators. No, feeling the terror of Lin Feng's palm, the 20 nihility God realm cultivators all cried out in fear. Bang! No one could save them. This palm struck down. More than 20 nihility God realm cultivators were directly killed. You actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. The eyes of the cultivator called young Master Chong instantly shot out endless killing intent. More than 20 nihility God realm cultivators were killed, and he returned to the clan. He would also be heavily punished for this. Now, this young Master Chong wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Just a bunch of trash. Kill them all. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, pressing towards the 4 divine fire realm cultivators step by step. Kill him together, young Master Chong shouted. Yes. The other 3 divine fire realm cultivators responded. Immediately after, the 4 cultivators of the godly fire layer all attacked Lin Feng at the same time. Heaven's thunder palm. 10,000 beast fists. Great desolate Buddha art. Demon Emperor God destroying finger. The 4 great divine fire realm powerhouses, each one of them executed an extremely formidable divine ability. The 4 of them cultivated their abilities to an extremely high level. When they unleashed their divine abilities, each of their divine abilities evolved into a phantom of a deity. This was the result of cultivating their abilities to the great perfection realm. Lin Feng fought 1 against 3, but he didn't show any fear. He used Hell's Gate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Hell's Gate opened. A terrifying devouring power instantly swallowed the 4 divine fire realm cultivators' divine fire realm cultivators. Then, Lin Feng used ruler of the world's destruction. The 5 devouring martial spirits revolved. Then, the 5 devouring martial spirits merged into one, turning into a devouring black hole. Standing in the black hole, he looked at his ancestor. With Lin Feng as the center, the surrounding space was sealed. The 4 divine fire realm cultivators were shocked to discover that their bodies couldn't move at all. Only now did they realize how terrifying Lin Feng was. Brother, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding, young Master Chong shouted. Right now, he wanted to stabilize Lin Feng. As long as he could escape, Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng remained unmoved. He raised his right hand. A beam of sword chi shot out. Pu. The first divine fire realm cultivator was cut in half. He died on the spot. Poof. Then, the second divine fire realm cultivator was cut in half. Spare me. Spare me. I'm willing to be your master, please spare my life. The third divine fire realm cultivator begged. Lin Feng remained unmoved. He directly sent out a beam of sword chi, cutting the person in half as well. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you won't die either. You'll die too, shouted young Master Chong, his face pale. He wanted to threaten Lin Feng. Even if you're the son of the Celestial Emperor, I'll still kill you today. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and slashed at young Master Chong. Let's see if you dare. Right at this moment, a furious roar rang out as a void gate appeared above the 9 heavens. An old man stepped out of the void gate. The old man's body exuded a destructive aura. A true God realm cultivator. Ancestor, save me. Young Master Chong shouted as if he saw hope. I'll kill him. What can you do to me? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He directly ignored the true God realm cultivator. He waved his hand and sent out a beam of sword chi. Pu. The head of this young Master Chong was chopped off, and blood immediately gushed out from his neck. Chapter 1647. Little bastard. You're courting death. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The old man's furious roar shook the heavens, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. He raised his right hand and sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. This was a true God expert. Lin Feng was naturally no match for him. He had no intention of fighting the old man to the death. Facing the old man's attack, Lin Feng took out the spatial transference talisman that he had prepared beforehand. He crushed the talisman. His body instantly vanished. The old man's attack landed in midair. "Where do you think you're going?" The old man roared and chased after him. "Old bastard. You're still far from being able to catch up to me," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly when he saw the old man chasing after him. He might not be a match for this old tortoise. But if it was a competition of speed, Lin Feng was full of confidence. "Little bastard. Don't be so smug. When I catch you later, I'll tear you to pieces, extract your soul, and throw it into the boundless purgatory. I'll make you suffer endless pain and make you wish you were dead." The old man cursed loudly. Said Lin Feng mockingly. "Everybody knows how to brag. You're as slow as a turtle and you think you can catch up with me? You're dreaming." Hearing Lin Feng's mockery, the old man's face turned ashen. He wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Feng right now and tear Lin Feng to pieces. Otherwise, it would be hard to vent his anger. However, the old man soon realized that the distance between him and Lin Feng was gradually increasing. Lin Feng used the octagonal world, then used the octagonal world and the empty space teleportation skill. One moment, he was in a parallel world, the next moment, he was back in the real world. The old man was confused. 3 days later, Lin Feng shook off this true god realm old fellow. He descended on an island, and his divine perception entered the mountain river ring. He found that the dragon rabbit had almost recovered, and he was relieved. Then, he took out the storage ring of young Master Chong. After scanning the storage ring with his spiritual force, Lin Feng realized that there were quite a lot of treasures in the storage ring. There were even 4 divine artifacts. However, the highest grade divine artifact was only a divine fire weapon. To Lin Feng, it wasn't very useful, but it could be sold for a good price. Or, it could be used to recruit elite troops in the future. "Hey, this is a nautical chart." Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He found a nautical chart in the storage ring. After studying it carefully, he realized that this nautical chart was the nautical chart of the Netherworld Sea Realm. The nautical chart was very detailed. It was very clear which places they couldn't go and which forces were located in which places. Even the sea regions where the Hell's emissary led the souls of the dead to the underworld were marked. Those seas were not to be casually set foot in. The 9 States Alliance's fleet had originally passed through one of these seas. In addition to the various topography and terrain, some of the forces in the Netherworld Sea were also marked. There were 4 great forces in the Netherworld Sea. They were called the One Nation and 3 Islands. The One Nation referred to the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom. The 3 islands were Bloodcloud Island, Scarlet Flame Island, and Devil Prison Island. When Lin Feng had asked Angel about the division of forces in the Netherworld Sea, she only knew of the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom. She didn't know about the other 3 islands. It seemed that she didn't understand the structure of the Netherworld Sea realm at all. Of the 4 great forces, the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom was the strongest. The other 3 islands combined might not be as strong as the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom. Therefore, the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom was the undisputed hegemon of the Netherworld Sea realm. It was also the center of the Netherworld Sea realm. The nautical chart mainly marked the Netherworld Sea realm. There was no indication of what lay beyond the Netherworld Sea. Lin Feng was a little disappointed. "Maybe I can go to the Eternal Divine Kingdom first. Let's see if I can buy a nautical chart to the 9 provinces continent." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He confirmed the route to the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom. Then, he flew towards the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many wonders on the sea. For example, he saw a very strange island. At first, it was snowing heavily, but it didn't take long for spring to arrive. Then, it was hot summer, and soon, it was autumn. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were changing rapidly. It was very strange. However, Lin Feng didn't explore the island. It was better to stay away from such a strange island. On the way to the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom, Lin Feng was attacked by some powerful beasts in the sea. However, most of them were no match for Lin Feng. That was until Lin Feng encountered a vicious flood dragon. The flood dragon was nearly 10,000 meters long. Its cultivation was very profound, and its magic power was overwhelming. Lin Feng was no match for it and fled. He was chased for 10 days and 10 nights before he shook off the flood dragon. Such a vast sea. Naturally, some extremely terrifying creatures would be born. Some of them could even destroy a huge fleet. A month later, Lin Feng finally saw the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom. It was a continent on the sea. It was incomparably huge, and one couldn't see the end of it. The terrain of the continent was very complicated. There were basins, valleys, mountains, and all kinds of complicated terrain. In the center of the continent, there was an ancient city. This ancient city stretched for 300,000 kilometers. It was very huge. In the ancient city, people came and went. That was the main city of the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom. Netherworld Sea Ancient Capital. Lin Feng entered the Netherworld Sea Ancient Capital. There were all kinds of races in the Netherworld Sea Ancient Capital. Of course, humans were the main race. Other than humans, there were many sea races, such as the Heavenly Star race, Clam race, Crab race, Sharkman race, and so on. These were all sea races. There were also some demons. There were earth demons, sky demons, and sea demons. Other than that, there were also demons. Of course, there were also some other races, such as the white-haired race, the skeleton race, and so on. However, there were very few of them. Lin Feng even saw a few mermaids. These mermaids were very bold. They swaggered into the Netherworld Sea Divine Kingdom. Lin Feng noticed that many people seemed to hate them. He wondered if the mermaids had robbed them before. These mermaids were now the biggest robbers in the sea. Moreover, they were so strong that no one dared to provoke them. If the mermaids dared to destroy the fleet of the Nine States Alliance, what more other powers? Have you heard? Fairy Clear Snow is going to embark on the immortal platform's ancient path to the Undying Realm. Is that true? Is Fairy Clear Snow really going to the Undying Realm? It's absolutely true. Countless people are heading to the immortal platform to watch. Lin Feng walked on the street and heard many people talking about Fairy Clear Snow's journey to the Undying Realm. This shocked him greatly. Chapter 1648. The Undying World was the #1 world in the 3,000 major worlds. It was filled with mysterious experts. It was said that only the Undying World could allow cultivators to break through to the Emperor Realm. Many experts would choose to head to the Undying World. Only in the Undying World could one pursue the pinnacle of cultivation. Of course, how could the Undying World be so easy to find? Since ancient times, countless experts had gone to the Starry Sky World in search of the Undying World. But they had found nothing. Many people had been trapped and died in the Starry Sky World. This Fairy Clear Snow. Could she really find the Undying World? Or would she turn into a pink skeleton in the dark and cold Starry Sky World? Lin Feng found a high-end inn and rented a courtyard. The environment here was very elegant. There were small bridges, flowing water, fake mountains, and strange rocks. There were around 30 courtyards in the surroundings. Of course, such a courtyard was expensive, but for Lin Feng, it wasn't a big deal. As he strolled through the courtyard, a beautiful woman walked toward Lin Feng. Her name was Tang Miao, and she had a voluptuous figure. She was the attendant in charge of the courtyard. Lin Gongzi, are you out for a stroll? She asked with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. Is attendant Tang taking a stroll as well? The beautiful woman immediately smiled and said, how could I have such a good life? I'm so busy every day that I can't breathe. As the beautiful woman spoke, she patted her plump chest with her hand. Lin Feng smiled but didn't say anything. The woman said, young master, are you interested in attending an auction? Auction? What auction? Lin Feng asked. That place specializes in auctioning top-tier women, such as flirtatious vixens, charming clam girls, and so on. Furthermore, they're all virgins and absolutely clean. You can buy them and train them yourself. The woman smiled. Lin Feng raised his brows slightly. He had heard of such auctions before. The Tianwu continent also had such auctions. However, Lin Feng had never attended one before. He wasn't very interested in it. The beautiful woman continued to persuade Zhao Fu, saying, "Sometimes, the auction will sell extremely rare mermaids. Sir, you can try your luck there." This beautiful woman spared no effort in persuading Lin Feng to go to the auction. Naturally, it wasn't without reason. Every time a client was introduced, they would be able to gain a lot of benefits from the auction. Lin Feng replied, "I have important matters to attend to these few days, so I'm afraid I won't have time to attend the auction. I'm truly sorry for letting down Deacon Tang's good intentions." Although the beautiful woman was a little disappointed, she didn't show it on her face. She coquettishly smiled as she replied, "Sir, of course you have important matters to attend to. As for the auction, you can go whenever you want." The two of them chatted for a while before the beautiful woman left. At night, Lin Feng went out to the trading company to see if he could buy a nautical chart to the 9 continents. But the result disappointed Lin Feng. The trading company didn't have a nautical chart to the 9 continents. Moreover, the elder of the trading company told Lin Feng that it was almost impossible to buy a nautical chart to the 9 continents. This kind of nautical chart couldn't be circulated at all. Perhaps some of the top forces had it, but how difficult was it to obtain a nautical chart from them? After Lin Feng left the trading company, he pondered for a moment. He planned to wait for the 9 Continents Alliance's battleships to arrive. The 9 Continents Alliance would definitely wage war against the merfolk race. When the 9 Continents Alliance's fleet returned, he would see if he could ride their fleet to the 9 continents. If they didn't let him ride, then he would stay far behind the fleet. Although this method was a little stupid, he would still be able to reach the 9 continents. Now, Lin Feng couldn't wait to go to the 9 continents continent to find his father's old friend. He wanted to ask his father about what happened back then. He wanted to ask him if he knew where his mother was suppressed in the starry sky world. While eating in a restaurant, Lin Feng heard the people around him talking about Fairy Qing Shui. From these people's discussion, Lin Feng learned a lot of shocking news. Fairy Qing Shui was an immortal infant born from an immortal lotus. Later, she was adopted by a Granny India who lived in seclusion overseas. Fairy Qing Shui had shown amazing talent since she was young. When she was 18 years old, she became a Void God Realm expert. After cultivating for 500 years, she became a female giant. She began to travel the heavens. Now, she had cultivated for 1,325 years. She wanted to go further. Fairy Qing Shui wanted to go to the legendary Undying Realm. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be amazed when he heard about Fairy Qing Shui's legendary life. Wasn't this woman too monstrous? She actually became a female giant after cultivating for 500 years. This was the late ancient era. Some cultivators also called it the Age of Doom. The spirit qi and resources between heaven and earth were far from what they used to be. Therefore, it was very difficult for top experts to appear in this era. However, Fairy Qing Shui had broken through to the realm of a female giant at such a young age. It was really unbelievable. Immortal infant. Was it really born from an immortal lotus? Lin Feng muttered to himself. It sounded too incredible. He found it hard to believe. No matter how miraculous an immortal lotus was, it couldn't give birth to living beings, right? However, Lin Feng thought that since the heavenly fiend clan's the magic lotus could also give birth to demon fetuses, he was relieved. Even stones could give birth to living beings. An immortal lotus. What was so incredible about giving birth to living beings? Lin Feng planned to take a look at Fairy Qing Shui. He had never seen such a monstrous figure. Moreover, Lin Feng obtained an important clue from listening to these people's discussions. Fairy Qing Shui was not only talented but also powerful. She was also a peerless beauty. Some people had seen her face and were stunned. They couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could be so beautiful. Lin Feng was naturally very interested in this woman who could be called perfect. The immortal platform was located in the northwest of the oceanic continent. When Lin Feng headed to the immortal platform, he found that many people were also heading there. There were even cultivators from Blood Cloud Island, Scarlet Flame Island, and Devil Prison Island. Many cultivators were sighing. Some of them were from the same generation as Fairy Qing Shui and were about the same age. They had once pursued Fairy Qing Shui. However, none of them had succeeded in pursuing Fairy Qing Shui. Now, they could only look up to Fairy Qing Shui. Most of these people were young masters from large factions. Now, Fairy Qing Shui was heading to the Undying Realm. These pursuers from the past came one after another. They might not be able to see the goddess in their hearts again in the future. They wanted to see Fairy Qing Shui one last time before she left. If a woman is too powerful, the man who pursues her will definitely end up in tragedy. Lin Feng muttered. "Get out of my way. Get out of my way." A coquettish voice rang out from behind. A woman was riding a 9-headed demon lion as she charged over from afar. She rampaged about and a good number of cultivators were sent flying. "Get out of the way. The little witch is here." Many people turned pale when they saw the woman. They hurriedly dodged. Chapter 1649. The 9-headed demonic lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking ferocious. Meanwhile, the female cultivator called the Little Demoness looked very excited. She rode her demonic lion as if there was no one around. There was a reason for her to be so domineering. She had a great background. Her father was the island lord of Devil Prison Island, Nangong Qing. Her name was Nangong Miaoke. Her talent was shocking, and she was a peerless genius. It was said that her demonic lion was tamed by her own efforts. The demonic lion was rumored to be an evil beast from hell. To be able to tame such a powerful creature, one could see how powerful Nangong Miaoke was. She was powerful and had a background that others envied. Lin Miaoke was also a winner in life. It was inevitable for her to be so domineering. Nangong Miaoke rushed over, and the cultivators who were slow to dodge suffered. However, no one dared to say anything. Who would dare to offend the famous Little Demoness? Wouldn't that be courting death? Behind her was a group of disciples from influential clans. Most of them were chasing after her. Nangong Miaoke might be called the Little Demoness, but that was because of her personality. In truth, she was very beautiful. However, the arrogant expression on her face made people feel that she was not easy to approach. Lin Feng, like many others, was also dodging Nangong Miaoke's 9-headed demonic lion. There was a scholarly-looking cultivator beside him. He was at the second heavenly layer of Nihility God Realm. He was not very powerful, but he was not weak either. He was a bit slow in dodging, and his face became very pale. Lin Feng saw this and grabbed his collar and pulled him to the side. Meddlesome. Nangong Miaoke's expression turned cold. She raised her whip and lashed at Lin Feng and the scholarly-looking cultivator. Lin Feng didn't feel like arguing with this woman. He grabbed the scholarly-looking cultivator and quickly retreated 20 meters away, dodging Nangong Miaoke's whip. Hey! Nangong Miaoke was startled. She didn't expect Lin Feng to dodge her whip so easily. She narrowed her eyes. A group of disciples from influential clans rushed over. A purple-robed cultivator said, "Miaoke, do you want us to help you teach this brat a lesson?" The purple-robed cultivator was called Mu Liuqing. He was a disciple of the Mu clan, one of the 5 great clans of Devil Prison Island. He's just an independent cultivator, and is only at the Nihility God Realm. He's like an ant. As long as you say the word, I can capture him and make him kneel in front of you and beg for mercy. A young master in blue flicked his sleeves and said with an arrogant expression. The young master in blue was called Lan Jiyu. He was a lineal descendant of the Lan family, one of the 3 major families on the Red Flame Island. "Miaoke, Miaoke." Nangong Miaoke said indifferently, "Forget it, there's no need to lower ourselves to the same level as a rogue cultivator." Then, the group of people rode their ferocious beasts and rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared without a trace. "Brother, thank you for saving me. I'm Meng Zishu. How should I address you?" "Thank you so much," said the scholarly cultivator, bowing before Lin Feng gratefully. Bowing was the Confucian way of greeting. It was just like how ordinary cultivators would greet each other with cupped fists. Monks, on the other hand, would put their palms together and chant Amitabha. The Confucian way of greeting would place his left palm on his face and his right hand on the back of his left hand. He would then bend his body at a 45-degree angle. This was bowing. It was obvious that the cultivator called Meng Zishu was a Confucian cultivator. The Confucian way of the Tianwu continent had declined, and there were almost no Confucian cultivators left. The only Confucian cultivator left was Ning Xiucai. However, when Lin Feng returned to the Tianwu continent, Ning Xiucai had already left. At that time, many experts had left the Tianwu continent for the 9 provinces. That was why Lin Feng didn't see Ning Xiucai. Lin Feng had a good impression of Confucian cultivators. He had helped Meng Zishu earlier because Lin Feng felt that Meng Zishu had an overwhelming righteous aura. At that time, Lin Feng had thought that Meng Zishu was a Confucian cultivator. Now, it seemed that he was indeed a Confucian cultivator. Lin Feng also cupped his fists and said, "I'm Lin Feng. I should help out more when I'm outside, so Brother Meng, please don't mind me." Meng Zishu said, "I admire Brother Lin's magnanimity. From your accent, you seem to be a cultivator from the Tianwu continent." Lin Feng said in surprise, "Have you been to the Tianwu continent?" Meng Zishu said, "No, I haven't. Some time ago, the merfolk attacked the 9 States Alliance's fleet. Many cultivators fled to the Netherseer Divine Kingdom, and many of them were from the Tianwu continent. My master is an old friend of a cultivator from the Tianwu continent. That senior is still in the academy, so I've had some contact with him. That's why I can recognize Brother Lin's accent." "I see." Lin Feng nodded. Every place had its own accent. For example, people from Cantonese spoke differently from people from the Northeast. When a Northeasterner spoke, Lin Feng knew that he was from the Northeast. Some people were very sensitive to sounds and could easily tell where someone was from just from their accent. Lin Feng thought to himself that when he reached the 9 States continent, he should change his accent and try his best to adapt to the 9 States continent's accent. That way, no one would be able to tell where he was from just from his accent. Even if he caused a huge disaster in the 9 States continent, people who wanted to take revenge on him would not be able to threaten Shangguan Feiya and the others. Lin Feng and Meng Zishu got along quite well, so he went with Meng Zishu to the Heaven Ascension platform. On the way, Lin Feng gained a certain understanding of Meng Zishu. Meng Zishu was a student from Yuelu Academy, one of the 4 great academies in the 9 States continent. Of course, Meng Zishu's Yuelu Academy was not the main academy in the 9 States continent. It was a branch academy in the Netherseer world, located in the Netherseer Divine Kingdom. Meng Zishu's master was the dean of Yuelu Academy in the Netherseer world. Speaking of which, Fairy Qing Shui and I were childhood playmates. Her master and my master were old friends, so we often went to the academy to exchange Dao techniques. Every time, Fairy Qing Shui would be brought along. So many years have passed, and Fairy Qing Shui has become an existence that I have to look up to. Meng Zishu smiled bitterly. Lin Feng said, "A person like Fairy Qing Shui probably only appears once every 500 to 600,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. Her talent is too heaven-defying, so there's no need to compare herself to such a heaven-defying person." That's right. A person like Fairy Qing Shui will definitely become an earth-shattering figure. She might even become an empress in the future. Meng Zishu sighed. Lin Feng and Meng Zishu arrived at the immortal platform. There was already a sea of people around the immortal platform, and it was very lively. A woman in a snow-white robe stood on top of the platform. She looked like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens to the mortal world. Anyone who stood in front of her would feel ashamed of their inferiority.